4.893, Costrion Call of Duty.
Beleza, galera, mais um vídeo aqui no canal,
Iniciar
hoje trazendo
janela.
pra vocês
Pesquisar
último,
aplicativos, configurações e documentos.
o último episódio do Call of Duty
Fixar 4.800 saindo
do
da
ano. Deixa eu ver
Costrion
aqui
Class.
só para poder
Voltar,
falar
pressione
pra vocês.
https da 0h22 0h22 complementar marco clicável marca d'água do canal
Eu
gráfico
vou falar.
botão 0 entrando em tela inteira.
Então, daqui a pouquinho eu subo o
Complementar
volume
marco
de
clicável
novo.
e
Então, lembrando a todos que Call of Duty hoje é o último episódio. Eu tô sendo no dia 26. Por que eu tô sendo hoje no dia 26? Porque 24 é véspera do dia Natal e o Natal é 25. Então, eu decidi botar dois amistosos no dia 24 e dois amistosos no dia 25. Neste mesmo horário está saindo este vídeo de hoje, dia 26. Então, são 5 horas e 38 minutos, se eu não estou enganado. Deixa eu ver aqui no canal. O tempo que eu vou mostrar para mim. 5 horas e 28. E como eu entrei na madrugada para tomar água, eu decidi gravar e, já que eu perdi o sono, né, gravar para vocês. 12 minutos aqui para começar. Quero aproveitar para mandar um beijo para minha Mariana, para o meu amor, a Mariana Legal Ilote, que deu 23. Tivemos felicidade e amor. E dia 19 tivemos nossa live. Então vocês ouviram nossa live, galera. Foi tão boa a nossa live, foi tão divertida, que saiu ela feita tanto no Facebook, como no YouTube, entre outras redes sociais. Então, isso que nós estamos fazendo, aquela live que a gente fez, é para trazer mais público para o canal do YouTube. Então, pode virar um padrão. Esse método de fazer live para vocês aqui no YouTube pode virar um padrão. Não sei quantas vezes no ano ele trazer isso aqui, mas tenho certeza que uma no máximo ao ano eu devo trazer. Se for receber aquela quantidade de likes e views que eu estou esperando que tenha. Posso explodir o canal em views e entre outras likes, comentários, views, likes, comentários e também sugerência, né? E se preparem que em janeiro começa o ano com música. Mas antes de vir a música, ainda temos os primeiros 5 episódios ou 4, primeiros 4 episódios ou 5 de Ghost off-sorteio. Então, fique ligado também, Ghost of Sorteio se aproxima aqui no canal a rodo até, até chegar o GTA V, que vai ser em fevereiro, final de fevereiro, começo de março. Então, de logo em seguida, Red Dead Redemption 1, que terminamos já de gravar, vai ocupar boa parte de março e abril. E o 2 começa em abril e deverá terminar em maio. Mais ou menos, né? E vou falar aqui do Call of Duty, dos times com esses jogos. Não sei o que vai dar aqui nesse torneio hoje, porque eu não vi absolutamente nenhum comentário do povo falando que a liga vai seguir sendo aquela liga fodona de Call of Duty. Nos últimos episódios que eu vi, as duas rodadas, da primeira rodada e a segunda rodada, os primeiros dois episódios, gostei do que eu vi, mas o povo é a voz de Deus, é a voz do povo, né? Alguma coisa assim. Então, o povo não falou nada se o torneio tá ruim ou tá bom, não. Então, se eu tô gravando já na sequência, um pouco antes da gente gravar a nossa live, que ia sair no canal antes dessa live. Porque isso aqui tem 5 horas e 28 minutos, então quero acompanhar vocês o máximo que puder com eventos. E ainda por cima, 27, 28 e 29, temos mais dois amistosos e 30 também. E dia 1º, te trago alguns amistosos, alguns eventos, né, de 2025. Mas antes dos eventos de 2025, quero trazer também jogos que virão, dizer que vieram em 2025, é dia 31. Jogos que nós trouxemos. Aquela lista lá que eu, dos jogos que a gente jogou no canal da PlayStation, tá bugada, eu vou ligar para andar hoje, depois de gravar esse vídeo, e a ver se eles arrumam esse problema. E ademais, faltam 5 minutos para nós começar aqui. Deixa eu botar isso aqui para cá. Eu vou deixar para lá de cá. E eu espero poder trazer para vocês. Vou ver aqui para cá para baixo, aqui assim, para poder não bater a luz na minha cara. Eita. Agora foi. Acho que foi. Agora sim posso. Deixa a tela assim, de boa. Só que antes devo subir o volume, né, da transmissão, né?
OBS 28.1.2, 64-bit, Windows, perfil, sem nome,
4 minutos.
cenas, sem nome.
Fica sem áudio para vocês. Fica horrível. Fica péssima a transmissão para mim. Então vamos ficar aqui arrumando aqui para
Saindo da
vocês aqui.
desktop lista.
Opa!
OBS, mostrar área de friends, Discord. Notificações, mostrar área, notificações, papa, chat, no, HT, widget 70 e 10 horas e 55 minutos barra 5 horas e 28, principal mar, 95, clicável mar, 5 horas e 28 minutos. Entrando em tela
Agora
inteira,
sim.
youtube.com. Sair da tela inteira.
Agora estamos botando 3 minutos. Espero que gostem dessa transmissão. E que desfrutem desse festival, né, de Call of Duty. Que vai começar agora em menos de 48, de 1 minuto e 48 segundos. Né? 40 segundos, não, 2 minutos, hein? Lembrando a todos, quero que me digam o que pensam dessa liga. Faliu? Ou ainda está viva a liga do Call of Duty? Depois do BF. E falando nisso, a liga do BF tem que virar em breve também aqui no canal. Hein? Assim que abrir uma descrição como essa daqui, eu trago também para vocês. Agora vamos mostrar aqui um shorts compilado dos últimos jogos que a gente viu até agora.
Like he just had a 3.0.
1 minuto e 20. O que eles vão trazer de bom hoje nesse evento. Já saiu todos os episódios.
My God, you just got it.
Esse episódio aqui no YouTube. Quarenta segundos.
Oh my god, bro. Watch out, Nice.
Essa foi a última jogada da noite de às 22, a gente viu aqui no canal.
Like he just had a 3.0.
He just went 38, 13. Holy that is
3.38. That's so weird.
Keep it up.
Hercules has gone unnoticed to this point. 40 seconds to go. Down by 1. Time's ticking. What's moving right now? No one will take advantage
Foi um resumo a do que aconteceu no último vídeo, hein?
Hello, one and all. Come fireside as we set the mood in this studio for the holidays. Welcome back.
Top button.
And how's it work?
Top button.
Yeah.
And a All right, shout out to our candle makers. We got a very special festive show for you, everybody. I'm your host, Chris Puckett, alongside Rosalie Parker. We've got Nameless, a.k.a. the Reproducer on the show. And let's start with you. About 3 hours ago, this news hit the internet.
Yeah, man, I'm going to be a dad. I'm joining an exclusive club. Very excited, my wife and I. We've just been through the moon and appreciate all the kind words. And obviously love everybody in production. Thank you guys for putting this up. Awesome.
Yeah, and of course, the community reacting, Allie, everybody weighing in. We've got some big names on here from, of course, Courage. We've got some Corey Dunn, one of our great producers and directors. JP, Attach, Z-Laner, Zuma, Methods, everyone weighing in, and people from all over the globe.
Yeah, it's nice to feel love. Appreciate everybody. Thank you, man.
And of course, Allie, we went shopping this morning. We had a little bit of free time to get some ugly sweaters, and we found the baby's first gift. So take that one home with you. And I know the baby doesn't come till May, so we removed most of the stitches in the hat. There's only like 4 left. You can just peel it off afterwards. For now, we're setting the mood. He gets to hang out with you throughout
My wife's
the show.
watching right now, too, so she's going to be hyped. We'll keep this right here the rest of the show.
Allie, what do we think? Weird girl.
Ooh, I was actually talking to our makeup artist about this. We were thinking girl. We were like, Anne would be a pretty
I have a feeling it's going to be a girl. We'll figure out soon.
While
we
we're
don't know
doing
yet.
the predictions, and are we thinking Vegas or Toronto?
I'm thinking Vegas. I loved how they looked in Search and Destroy, so we'll get into that a bit later on, but we got some good matchups today.
Absolutely. We'll be diving into the whole schedule, but first, let's go through our favorite
This is
list.
awesome.
Who's on the nice list? Who's on the naughty list? Allie,
I mean-
is Dan Ghosty at the very top of the nicest of the nice list?
He might. He's getting really close up there. He's definitely one of those ornaments you got to get on the ladder to put at the top of the tree. But for Dan, I think this was a really big statement game for him, too. It's been a while since I feel like we've just sung the praises of just Ghost being able to pop off like this. Good for him getting revenge on his old team.
And you've had some questionable teammates in the past. Some you found success with, other times it blows up in your face. What are the vibes like there in the top left corner of your screen?
Oh, the vibes are all-time low if you're LA Thieves. Coming into the year thinking you have the super team, you obviously dropped Envoy and Ghosty, and to lose not only to the guys that you dropped, for the guys that you picked up to not play well, in Kenny, and then to get beat like that has to be awful. But we'll get back to that soon. Moving on to the next nice list. Overload's been incredible.
Yeah,
It's been so
I never want to see control again. If you're working at a studio right now in the state of California, please take notice of what we have on our hands right now. This may be the most exciting of the 3 game modes we're watching.
Yeah, this has been electric to watch.
100%.
I mean, I'm looking forward to game 3s. It's been, the OTs have been sensational, the misdirection, the crazy plays that you can make. Like, everybody doesn't have to play it the same way, which is why I love Overload. It's a unique game mode. It's been fun.
Community's been loving it as well. When it comes to the naughty list, Gravity may be the Grinch, Allie.
Listen, the great of Clayster, his legacy lives on, as Den has been one of those maps where people just can't keep their feet on the ground, dude. And I think my favorite one was yesterday when we saw Abe trying to cross over. It felt like he thought he had a double jump, like we were in Black Ops 4 era. I don't know what was going on, but he was not happy about that fall.
Sometimes it just happens. Even our pros are susceptible 100%. To the plunder off the map. You can see these guys sometimes just trying to hit some crack movement,
like that.
and you're just not cracked.
He got so mad, too. It's going to be okay, Abe. You're not on the naughty list forever.
This guy's on every nice list possible, but maybe at the top of
Now
the Search and Destroy nicest players list.
Might be the top of the tree. This might be the top star because Mercules, I mean, you might get sick of us talking about how nice he is, but this guy is 1v2s galore, saving them in Search and Destroy, not letting any of these series get a little too mixy. We have to continue singing his praises during these holidays.
Yeah, I mean, you got to remember, he's also still developing. Like, he's not even in final form yet, and to me, so far, he's been the best Search and Destroy player we've had through 2 weeks of Black Ops 7. So many clutches, impact rounds. Like, Mercules is that guy.
Let's take a look here at a list of our own. It's our standings, and you'll see a surprise number 3 is Boston Breach. That's a surprise for everyone except for Rosalie. You saw Snoopy and crew walking away with their most recent W. Allie, do they get another one today?
Ooh, it'll be a tough one. I think it's going to be one of my favorite matches on the day. I think this is going to be a true test for Boston because they're looking like they want to maybe contend for some of these top teams. So going up against Riyadh will be a really good test for them.
Well, we know they handled the pressure well, coming off a reverse sweep over G2. Here's what Snoopy had to say about the win.
No, yeah, I mean, we're vibing. Obviously, first reverse sweep of the season.
Yeah, so
just amazing to be able to, you know, bring it back. Yeah, I mean, I think Byron brings a lot to the team, to be honest. Just like every day in practice, he's, you know, 100%. He's like helping us a lot too. Obviously, he has a lot of experience. He was placing really good last year. So just having him on the team is kind of like pretty, trying to like level us up, you know, staying consistent, like he said.
Yeah.
And I feel like, yeah, he just brings a lot of experience, and, you know, he's a good teammate as well. So
absolutely, man. Well,
Snoopy, when it comes Allie, who on Boston do you have most faith in as the lone Boston chooser when it comes to predictions?
I have to say Nasty. I mean, I feel like that one's like a really easy answer. But for the side of Boston Breach, I'm impressed by everybody, to be honest. I feel like everyone had their moments in this series. I feel like Snoopy battling back in it, and he's always a good interview too, just kind of knowing where he's at himself in the game and what he needs to work on. And the fact that they were able to complete the first reverse sweep of the year as well, it just makes me put a lot of faith into this team moving forward.
Yeah, I had to kind of reassess my thought on this roster. You coming in and have them super high on my tier list, and I watched them a couple matches and started to think a bit. Their floor is what they did last year. Yeah. And you look at it, right? Like a top 6 team kind of got hard stopped in that area, like couldn't make a deep Sunday run. Well, you go and you get Nasty, who's now like the veteran voice on the team, and you're down 0-2 in a series. You can rally back and reverse sweep a team like G2. It just speaks volumes to what you're building and what you're hoping for with this team. So this Breach roster, they're in a great spot to kick things off.
We'll talk more about that matchup when they face off against Riyadh Falcons in our match opener. But match number 2 is a good one, especially if you're a fan of the SMGs. Joe Deceives has been a ferocious force up there for Toronto Koi. On the other side, he's playing against Simp. So let's take a look here at the numbers. Who's had a better start to the season? Toronto 2-0, while FaZe is sitting at 1-1.
I was about to say it's tough because we haven't seen enough of FaZe. I feel like I'm really hungry to see more of their series, but Simp was kind of having to 1v4 in their series when they went up against the LA
first one,
so, I don't know. You can go either way.
I'll give you an answer. I'll go Simp. I think in that first series, you know, they lost 3-0, but he was taken over. And then in that next series, absolutely sensational. I mean, they take down Gentlemates, which now looks like an incredible win, right, after what Gentlemates did to Thieves, right? And
I agree.
Thinking about this FaZe Vegas team, they look like the best search team in the game. And that is what I'm looking at in this specific matchup. Both these teams, you would imagine their backbone, just based off roster construction, is going to be search and destroy. And for FaZe Vegas, they dominate Gentlemates in that department.
100%. And then on the flip side, for Koi, I feel like maybe people didn't have them as high as they should have, especially with the way that Joe has been playing.
He was unreal.
He was literally that guy. He was just defending this like he was a star goalie. I don't watch a lot of sports, but I know what ball is like. So for Joe, I think for him to have this hot of a start in this game, it's going to be great for Toronto Koi to contend for champions.
And also, like, I don't think we're going on a limb when we're saying he looks like the best overload player right now. I mean, and Koi looked like the best overload team. I mean, through 2 matches, they have obliterated both the teams that they've played in that game mode. So Toronto Koi and FaZe Vegas got a game mode to fall back on.
That will be the final match of the night. Let's take a look at all 3 on the docket today. Allie, you know the question. How many of them do we get?
I think number 1, we're going to go game 5. I think the middle series gets a little weird, maybe 4, and then definitely another game 5 to close it out.
Yeah,
I'm ready for a long one. If not, we're going home. Some beautiful snow here in Columbus, Ohio. Happy holidays, everybody. Share the cheer as we head to break. We'll be back with more here on the CDL.
This is not a test. This is your emergency broadcast system announcing the Boston breach sanctioned by the CDF. All weapons have been authorized for use during the breach. No restrictions. This is breach, not a test.
One of 3 perfect teams, Boston Breach, taking on the Riyadh Falcons, and we're going to start the convo with the Beantown squad. Breach coming off a big win that included a reverse sweep. Yeah. Now, what that means is you won every game mode, but you had to do it in the second half of your best of 5. How do they start off better today and maybe lead with a hardpoint win?
Yeah, I mean, heading into this matchup, you know, let's take a look at the map set, and the first 2 respawns are going to end up being Exposure, right? A more AR-centric map where you're going to need big performances, once again, from Nasty and Cammy. Now, they've been solid so far, but it's a whole different test when you're looking across that match and you see Celium on the other side 100%. Of things, right? So for them, they're going to have to perform. And then also, like, where the Falcons are at right now, they're not on the level like the top teams or these crazy cerebral plays. It's kind of obvious, clear and obvious when they're trying to break a hill. It's slow. Kismet's getting behind you, trying to make an impact play. You have to be aware of those moments and be counting names when you're playing this Falcons team, give you a big advantage.
Ali, on the other side of this matchup, we have the Riyadh Falcons, and we haven't talked about the squad that's now sitting at 1-2. They have the toughest opening schedule. You're playing the top dogs out of the gates. You lose to Optic. You lose another top 3. Now you're playing against a team in your caliber. How do they match up against Boston today?
I think they match up great against Boston. I mean, we obviously can't forget the people on Riyadh Falcons there's world champions on there, and I'm looking at Pred to kind of cause some issues because Snoopy's been having some slow starts for it. So if you're on the side of Riyadh Falcons, you're hoping Pred and Kismet get hot very early to already put Boston Breach on the back foot, right? And if with the way Exnid was performing last week and how we know Celium can perform, I mean, this is the makings of an incredibly solid team. Our top teams have had the good ARs, and Celium and Exnid, they showed us that they were great last week. Celium with a 1.55 versus Carolina. Now with Carolina, we can say that, and that's why I think this matchup is so important for them to kind of make a statement for where they stand in the league.
Yeah, you want to be even going into the break, right? Coming into the other side, and, you know, looking at this specific matchup, they got to get going early because when they have the 3 subs out, they're sensational. And when we get to map 4, Colossus should be an advantage if you're the Riyadh Falcons. So anywhere you can draw blood early is going to be massive.
Celium embarrassed the Carolina Royal Ravens. Today, he takes on the Boston Breach, and you'll be playing Exposure, Scar, Exposure. If we get to a game 4, it'll be Colossus Hardpoint with another dose of Exposure for game number 5. And why is our least favorite map played so often in this series?
Well, listen, I would say Exposure, it can just be super punishing. I think P3, probably the least favorite hill in the game right now. So whoever can manage P3 to P4 better is going to have opportunities. It can be frustrating, but you got to handle it.
We got 30 seconds to game. Let's start here with the prediction queen. She is currently sitting at 14-1 out of 15 predictions. It's the final day before the holiday. Hit me with it, Al.
I'm going to go with Boston Breach. I think Riyadh's just a little too shaky for me right now, and I really liked what I saw from them.
Yeah, 2 of my losses on there are because I keep picking against Boston, and that ain't going to change today. They dropped Giga, so I got to pick the Riyadh Falcons. I got them taking this one.
Supporting
Mind you, he literally
weird.
said that it was
Just
an
kidding.
upgrade.
I'm going Boston Breach.
I mean, it was an upgrade.
And, of course, the fans. Do they ride with Ali? They do. Boston 3-way. We've got Nameless with the Falcons. He's going big budget on the mic.
Trust
we
Celium.
got 2 big bosses. Study, what do you think about this guy joining the Papa gang?
Let's go.
Hey, man, it was bound to happen, Chris. I'm so damn happy for my boy. It's been a long time coming. When he becomes a father, though, I can't wait till he hits his kids with the, wow, that was egregious. When he sees one of those nasty diapers, oh, it's going to be a good time.
Dude, he's going to be sitting there being like mind blown. I'm loving the hat, Jay. I didn't get the holiday drop. of the Newtown sweater, but I did my best. I'll show you what I got. I know you can't really see it right now, but I'll show you what I got next time we get in. We got to get live. We got a battle of the green squads here. Boston Breach, Riyadh Falcons. This is one of those, again, like we saw Boston on Friday versus a very resilient, gritty G2 team. The reverse sweep was impressive. I would say for me, this is kind of like if Boston wants to hold on to the same favor that they built at the end of last year, they got to come out and take care of business right now. This Riyadh team is growing, they're progressing, but I still think a lot of us have them at the bottom half at least of the league right now.
Yeah, because what? They both have wins versus one of the teams that we don't really hold to a high standard right now in the Ravens. And Falcons made easy work of them in their last series. And the same thing could be said for Boston. But a battle of the mid-packs, a battle of the teams in green. Riyadh, with their adjustments that they had last week in the roles, definitely looked a lot more polished. But that's why you add the addition of Nasty on Boston to be a lot more consistent in your game. So this is going to be a bang out, and you can already see it here at P1.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing for this Boston team, we've seen it in back-to-back Scar hard points, or pretty Colossus hard points that they played. They need to get the SMGs going early, because once they start getting rolling, they are hard to stop. And so far, it's just kind of a neutral affair over the top of P1, not to be unexpected considering how this hill is laid out. But the better news here for Riyadh, with 15 seconds left to fight, is that they got some good control over mid to at least influence what happens over towards P2 coming up next.
Yeah, and they're dominating the kill feed as well. So free rotation over towards the money hill at P2. And in this game, if you allow them to chain early hard points together, the second half is so much more difficult because you have trophy systems in your setup now. But already off to a perfect start is going to be the Falcons, Extend on 3 in a row. Just something about this Falcons lineup, when they're either running 3 subs or 3 ARs, they can slay with the best of them, and they're showing it now.
Yeah, that 3 AR setup has looked like some Christmas magic, to be sure. But here comes the break attempt now for Boston, as Cammy and Nasty will open things up. Snoopy to foul, and the SMGs can get onto the hard point. Beyond that, Purge will actually find Exit to create a little bit of space in front of this. So good bounce back here for Boston. Still 30 seconds to fight. Riyadh looking for a setup to try to find some sort of a break, and Purge will be the first one to drop. Now calling the attention back over to Solar.
Yeah, that was just a big kill to find Exited when they did, because they instantly flipped those spawns. Now Boston have an opportunity to chain the ending of this P2 to that P3, and you heard Nameless touch on it. It's the most difficult hill to try to find a break on, because you can't do it if your attacks aren't hitting because of all the head glitches that you have here. But Boston now are not going to have the lead at this end of this P2, but you're going to force Falcons now to try to find a very difficult break on a very difficult hill.
Yeah, and you can see the setup right now for Boston, mostly focused on what's coming through the middle of the map. Purge unsure of where the rotation on the exit from old is coming through, but Cammy's got an idea. Finessed out by Cell, and that's going to be an opportunity for Kismet to possibly pinch this from the front. Nasty will drop. Opportunity here for Riyadh to jump into the hard point and really supplant them, but Snoopy comes forward, delivers some coal at point blank range, but Celium will respond, Exit to follow up, and Falcons will have a chance to continue to reinforce faster.
Yeah, you just got to get on in. That's why you got to sell him on the lineup. 6 in a row, picking up guns, trying to find kill number 3. But even with Boston being outnumbered in this situation, they are making this P3 very, very scrappy. There's only 20 seconds remaining here. They win the gunfights to walk away with the potential junk time, and with even look like a great break from Falcons to give themselves a comfortable lead to win the rotation over towards New. No, Boston right through the front run. They'll take that away from them.
So now you've got about a 20-point game rotating over to our next money hill, and we've seen a lot since this hard point has changed in the last 2 weeks. This hard point become extremely vital towards either blowing the game out of proportions or keeping it tight, depending on what stage of the game that we're in. Kismet fighting for spawns. Good opener on the first. Doesn't know where Nasty's at. That's enough to likely block the spawns a little while longer. Xnid's looking for the shutdown and will eventually be able to confirm it right as the Falcons are off the respawn.
Now Falcons only down by 20, have everything cleared out towards the backside, not going to allow anyone to slip behind enemy lines, but the pressure is going to be right through the middle of the map. Boston losing the trades fights for now from up top is going to be Purge. It falls to the hands of Exnid. So you were looking for a response here for the Falcons to keep themselves in the mix, and it might be a perfect feed for to give them a nice little lead and potentially some streaks going forward.
And I will say, just kind of watching this Falcons team from day one to where we are now, they're playing off each other so much better than we saw from just 2 weeks ago. I mean, the first looks at this Falcons roster, it looked like it was just 4 players queuing up for ranked play. Now they're starting to really play off each other and work some of these timings together. That told, though, on the rotation to New, Boston will shut down the middle of the map and get them in for some needed time to get us back to a level game.
Yeah, that's a quick break there from Boston. You fly out, you win your trade fights, and now you're dominating that mid-map control. Falcons need to find a way on in. You're looking for the opening kill, but you can't find anything. Snoopy's just going back and forth between mid-map, between long alley, and just gunning them to shreds. 3 dead in the feed. Boston still whole.
Moment of pause here as the Falcons are trying to set up this 2-2 pinch. Boston have read this pretty nicely. Deal with the first 2 kills cleanly. Nasty turning with the pistol, not able to find Selly, but enough damage to allow Cammy to get the trade. And Boston will establish full control with scrap time now to fight for. Pred gives it a look, gets blasted away, and will go back over to P1. Looking at about a 40-point game here in favor of Boston, but I will say, I think this is kind of evaluating that first set of hills, Jay. Pretty 50-50 battle to this point.
No, definitely a 50-50 battle, especially when you're going 50-50 at the Money Hill at P3. Both teams are not willing enough to give up any time there, but now trophy systems come into play on this second half. Boston have a 40-point lead. They're lighting up the kill feed again, just dominating that mid-map pressure. Now you're forcing Falcons to work that OE. Boston are running up the score. Let's go to a listening with this squad in green.
He's going all long box. Not weak. He's behind the barrels of time. Play kills. Absolute long barrels. I'm going left. I'm coming left with you. Yeah, you could be our top window maybe.
Nice box, Del. One shot. I right, bro. This guy could be like
one shot. He's on time. One shot. Nice, came out. You're behind you. Yeah, heard.
I'm on prayer then. Exit long, bro.
Yeah, yes, Kismet's going to do, I'm pretty sure. I'm one shot top solar on you. He should be behind you. Your side, Byron. I got time for Biko. When Cam sounds come up, I'm on I'll go the pinch. Looking at my Biko. Absolute extra pinching, guys. Extra dead. One B cut to right. One B cut to their side. I got Biko. I give it the pinch. They're not going to be dead. I'm absolute. One more inner. Now we got left corner. He's in the left corner. Okay, heard. I got left corner. Yeah. Accident one shot there, side. You find the tag, boys. Top solar, Pred. Top solar, one shot, Pred. I got native. One shot, top solar.
Nice stretch right here for Boston coming off P1 over towards the second hill. 20 seconds to fight for it though, and Riyadh will find finally a break attempt to try to get some of this much needed time right before the game gets out of hand, especially considering where we're going next.
Yeah, they were just head bashing their way over towards P2. It didn't work out for the first 40 seconds, but at least for the final 20, they're going to walk away with it. Now it's a battle off the rotation. You have Boston surrounded in towards P3. You need attack. You need a stun or a nade to potentially find an opening. While you have Celium working on this pinch through the front window. There goes Nexty with the start.
Looking solid for Snoopy to at least battle back. Falcons trying to chase corner of this Boston attack, but not quite able to fully find every single member. Nasty looking for the 1v1. Tough battle from this position, but his teammates are spawning close. We can keep finessing, keep getting the breach involved. Exit from the top window, still able to contest. Back and forth it goes. Just one by one, they come through the windows until finally the Falcons are able to get back in again.
Now Pred just needs to stall time for his teammates to get into the play. Now everyone from Falcons are rallied up in towards P3. They're looking to secure this final 25 seconds and chain it over towards P4 and keep Boston trapped towards the back. Cammy's able to find one. Nasty with the trade. Pred still alive here and swinging with the SMG. Almost makes it 4 in a row. But you're absolutely take this if you are Falcons. You can have this final 10 seconds. We got the rotation in them.
Yeah, next they're just going to play a bit of a ratty corner to stall out this Boston breach rotation. Hardpoint opens. Pred in the back locking things down. Exnid trying to delay the attack from the front, but gets found quickly. So now you've got Riyadh on the back foot. Kismet trying to save the back spawns. Does well to find Purge. Battle inside the hardpoint also won. Here comes the next push from the breach, though, all the way on the outside of the map. Full focus from the Falcons over here, and they still get Kismet to spawn up in place. Now it's just down to the 4v4 for the break.
Yeah, and this is a very crucial moment here for Boston, because if you don't get this break, you don't really have another opportunity to hit it. Both players working around the back get shut down. Snoopy trying to take care of everyone by himself. He's able to locate 3, but not the 4th. So spawn still secured for Falcons. The lead change about to be in for Falcons. Boston gonna give it one more last hurrah to work their way through solo to not allow them all this 60.
Yeah, there's the lead swap. Pred still holding in a corner, able to find one, but not the second. Boston with a couple of kills, but Kismet up top. Oh! 1v1 for the last bit of scrap time goes the way to Celium. Only 5 seconds will remain. Boston spawns will move, so they will get a little bit of that time, but we've got a tie game going back into the third set of hills.
And Falcons are fully set up. You already had Pred creating an extra layer through top ring. He's able to get one, give all the information to his teammate. where the pressure is coming from, but Boston are not even worried about it. They're taking mid-map away. They fly their way off the wall runs, get a clean 4 dead for a clean break. You're forcing the Hellstorm now out of Kismet.
See if he can find at least some way to get his teammates involved. We'll find Cammy for the first. Snoopy able to get up top in the crate, but it bends in really huge from Kismet. It looked like for the moment it was going to be Boston just banking that Snoopy was going to be able to stay alive there. Not the case. So now Riyadh over the 200-point threshold. Xnid looking to play spoiler. No shutdown. Boston with numbers, but they still have to get rid of Celium. And how pesky he's been inside of Hills. Maybe not pesky enough though. Kismet denied as he tries to reinforce. 1v1 over the top of the time goes the way of Nasty. And once more, we've got ourselves back to a dead tie game heading back to P1.
Here we go into the third set. The early gunfights are going to be the big ones. Kismet's already finding the first. Cammy trying to equalize, but his teammates are dropping like flies. Now it's all up to him to just relieve some of this pressure around the mid-map. That now leads to a clean 4 dead. Falcons have the lead again.
Purge looking for the long route. Looks like Cell's going to back up to try to find this, and he does catch it perfectly. Cammy from the front gets one. It's actually down towards dirt. He's able to jump up and find a second, so that'll clear out the hard point. Cell left essentially by himself in window. Exit trying to clear out the hill, not really able to do much besides find the first kill. Enough damage to allow Celium to move forward, but we stay neutral. Back and forth we go. Back over the top once more as Cammy tries to finish off the final Falcons member, but doesn't get a good look. 20 seconds, neither team can win here, and Boston's already on rotation to set things up towards new.
Yeah, it's going to be all about the fight at P2, but you want to make sure that you're trying to maintain as much as you possibly can still around that mid-map control, but it's Big Xnid making big plays off the rotation, whips out the AR to find the opening double. Now you have the numbers. You just got to trade out the last two, but Snoopy trying to give his team a lifeline.
Gets a little bit of damage in, but doesn't expect that 2 members to the Falcons are here. But is it enough for Purge to come through and finish things off? Yes, it is. Boston will break. The Falcons staggered off spawn. Gonna take a moment of pause, get themselves collected, still enjoying about an 8-point lead as the next break attempt is on the way.
Yeah, they're banking on the first opening kill, and Kismet's able to find it. Celium strikes for kill number 2. You're not going to be able to repreg. Working through the mid-court, are you? Snoopy and Cammy are prepared for it. Snoopy makes it happen again. You can still close it out. One more wave of kills, and Boston take map 1.
Snoopy came up a little bit short on that final Colossus hardpoint. Here he is providing on 4 in a row. 244 to 233. Riyadh has to contest. They need to find a way to break this because you got to keep in mind that P3 still on the way, but Snoopy's not. Oh! Out to the pistol has Xnid low. Last 2 seconds, and Purge will finish it off. Whoa, they were looking for muscle, but they got mistletoe instead. Boston able to hold and get themselves map number 1.
Whew. Okay, that's how we get into the holiday spirit there, Al. Immediately standing up the hairs on your arms when you're sitting there watching that map number 1. Snoopy said, all right, guys, we've been struggling on our opening HPs, but that's usually when we're playing SMG maps. Let's play a little bit something different. Let's throw exposure into the mix. Let me use that AR, the M15, which is the god weapon, and just being off the rotation, being the safety net for Boston there in map 1. So many multi-kills, less than so many clutch moments. But Snoopy, 3,700 damage, 18 non-traded kills. Man, that guy just popped off in some crucial moments for Boston to steal map 1.
I mean, he missed it by 3 seconds on the Colossus on Friday against G2. Had 1 more kill to get to win the map for Boston. This time, 1 more kill to get to push Riyadh to desperation mode, and he provides. What a special player we're really starting to see for the Boston Breach. But you can't just give it credit to him alone because, let's be candid, everyone started hot. That's exactly what you want to see if you're a Breach fan, especially out of the SMGs, just not going down like 4 to 12 type situations that we've seen in their first couple of hard points. And as it gets into clutch time, good decision making, good response from the full squad, and the help was just there from every single facet. Even in that one, I was about to say, when they're breaking this P3, a number of just really high quality double shells coming through, making life difficult for the Falcons to lock down those money hills.
Yeah, the first P3 that went around, the fact that Boston were able to contest it, basically 50-50 on the time split with Falcons, being early off the rotation, being properly set up, watching top and bottom of those windows, and just instantly breaking them by flooding through the front. That should not happen. they were not willing to give up without a fight. And that was what, realistically, in my mind, won them the game, is that contest fest at the P3, because they dominated P2. You're beating them to the punch. You're holding down the power positions. You're simply outnumbering them in gunfights. P2 was the bread and butter there for Boston. But the fact that they got out-rotated towards P3, the more difficult hill, and were able to contest it the way that they did, oh yeah, big shout out to Boston. Not afraid to make plays.
Yeah, and that's just one of those moments you look at in, like you talk about, from what was known from last year, the surprise element that we saw from Boston, especially late in the season, but their ability to close out versus top teams really was, I think, the biggest issue. You get into the tight moments at the very end of a tournament, trying to make it to a Sunday, or try to get a little bit closer towards maybe etching a further winner's bracket run, just cannot quite close out those tight maps. We've seen them been able to not just fight, but also here respond when needed to. I mean, again, down 20 points going into the final hill, and you stonewall out the Falcons on a tough hard point. Great stuff there for Boston. So, okay. That's the heat we're looking for to get this final Sunday kicked off before we get to 2026. Now we got to take a moment to focus on the search and destroy. And I think just kind of classifying it for the Falcons, it's been hard to label because, let's be honest, they played Optic, they played Thieves. Both are looking really, really good in search and destroy. They come out, they handle Carolina with really no concern at all. So let's just light this thing up a little bit here, Jay. What are you looking for out of the Falcons? The green screen's not loving this one, Jay, but we're going to roll with it.
I'm definitely looking for the Falcons to show what they did in their last destroy versus Carolina, and that's just dominate the map control when it was given to them. You saw that they had a simple role switch of not Kismet running the sniper. You put Celium in that role, and then Kismet is allowed to be that playmaker, back to what he's been doing throughout his entire career. That's why he won a world championship. They just look a lot more in flow, and they also dominated the first blood column. 6-2 when on a map like Scar, where if you dominate in the first blood, you're usually going to be able to walk away with the map. Everybody popped off, but I just think they figured out their roles in search and destroy. Now it's about just building upon it.
I hear that, and I do. I like that call and that point of attention towards who's carrying the sniper rifle, because that was, I think, something that was criticized in mostly constructive way when people were trying to evaluate the Falcons. And like, I understand it. Like, you do have kind of a roster that's built in a weird way from like a role identities point. Like, you don't want to lose Celium's ability to rock an AR essentially on an island because he's got to be the one scoping. But at the same time, you also don't want to sacrifice a player who can get involved like Kismet because now he's playing back with the scope. Like, it is like a weird duality to try to figure out like which is, you know, 6 of one, half a dozen other, which would you like more. I would say, you know, the interesting thing about this team though in their search and destroy is not just what individual roles your 3 world champions are running, but seeing if Exit could step up when every single life obviously matters more. And he's looked pretty solid in terms of how he runs with a player like Pred to open up space for the Falcons. I think especially we saw that against the Ravens.
Oh yeah, Exton was on point, man. I feel like he played his best series without question in his pro career in that last series. He was dominant in the slaying department and all the respawns, finding multiple first bloods in the search and destroy, just looking a lot more comfortable and a lot more like a complete player. Obviously, over time, that's what's going to happen, especially when you're teaming with a couple world champions and you're also coached by a 3-time world champion. So Exton, his value as a player is only increasing the more the chances that he gets. But like you said, with this roster, and you talk about the role changes, sometimes it takes a little bit more to be comfortable with it. And I feel like what we saw in week 1, that's why you make that change, because they struggled by getting the bomb down. You got Kismet the Bulldog, who's not afraid to make those playmaking plays. So got to continue to do it.
You got to let him flex. You know, if he wants to run an AR to help set up something a little bit more passive, then do it. If he wants to drop an extra sub in the mix to get a little bit more tempo, you got to let him do it. I think that's the biggest thing about, you know, a lot of this roster mania as you start to look at what the names were on paper before the season started to where we are now and reevaluating teams that we either undervalued or maybe overvalued. It often comes down to, are you letting players run the role they're most identified with? And, you know, I think I kind of look at a player, this is going to sound like it's way out of left field, but a player like Lunars, for instance, like has a great series yesterday. And I know he comes under a lot of critique and a lot of fire from his lack of performance last year, but I always felt that he never was allowed to play the role that he established himself as a player in challengers. And it seemed like that was happening again until yesterday a touch. So I think there are moments of that. You look to a team and say, this team on paper is either going to be great or maybe not so great. It just comes down to, are we actually seeing the roles out of the players when we're looking at them on paper? Because for a lot of these recently built teams, it seems like they've been a little bit more amiss than what our expectations were.
Yeah, you talk about the comfort level. It's very difficult as a professional player in anything to do something that you're not used to doing, to completely get thrown into the mix and do something that you did something different from the year previously. You have a whole different role, different play styles, different teammates that you have to adjust to, and all that usually is the answer with time. That's all it's going to take. For some of these players who are very uncomfortable right now, struggling in certain roles, time is their best friend.
And some of that time is not just found by new rosters, but also rosters that maybe people didn't believe in that have stuck it through. No better example of that than this Boston Breach team, and Snoopy was on the mic with us to give us his reactions to how the team is forming.
No, yeah, I mean, we're vibing. Obviously, first sweep of the season.
So
just amazing to be able to, bring it back. Yeah, I mean, I think Byron brings a lot to the team, to be honest. Just like every day in practice, he's 100%. He's like helping us a lot too. Obviously, he has a lot of experience. He was placing really good last year. So just having him on the team is kind of like pretty trying to like level us up, staying consistent, like he said.
Yeah.
And I feel like, he just brings a lot of experience, and he's a good teammate as well. So
absolutely, man. Well, Snoopy, when it comes to
Well, Snoopy, I think, again, for those that have been following the Challenger space, kind of pops up a couple of years ago and has one of the more electric POVs. He's able to get a lot of assistance from that Boston Breach Academy team. He gets thrown into the mix, you got to remember, into Champs. That was his first time on stage, was at Champs out of nowhere. And then, that roster from last year had a lot of questions, a lot of doubts. We're able to provide results, what felt like in Cinderella fashion. But Snoopy is really maturing, really growing into the space. He finds himself as one of the highest BP-rated players, with the highest Slayer ratings, and he's been an X factor for this Breach team, Jay.
Oh yeah, without question, man. The development of Snoopy and a lot of the SMGs that we have in the league have been insane over the last couple of years. When Snoopy first walked into the league, like you said, at Champs, he was thrown into the pit, like thrown into the fire. You just want this guy to show his raw talent, and he was able to do that going into the next season. But the next season, he struggled with value in his life, knowing when and when not to chow. The following season, he improves on that, start to make big time plays, and now I feel like he's hitting that level to where he can just always be consistent. You put him on the game on a title like Black Ops 7, where obviously, the guy can invent movement with what he does on the map. And now he just knows, like, as a Call of Duty player, there's certain things that I can get away with and there's certain things I can't. And he doesn't really take a lot of calculated risks unless he has the advantage in it. So Snoopy development as a player is unbelievable. The same thing could be said for Xnet on the other side too.
Love it. It's been a very heartwarming story. I think in particular, it's been really fun to watch the development of Snoopy, not just as a player, but as a person. His family often attends the events, and
great people.
We hear from them often, whether it's on broadcast or just behind the scenes. It's just a really cool story. And I think, just on top of, this individual story of Snoopy, I think there's also the individual story of Purge. You got to keep in mind that his rise from Challengers also found himself in a really tough position, playing with a team that was just not very good, didn't really have a chance to shine individually. I even think going back to that Modern Warfare year, we still saw moments it's just like, what role is Purge going to follow here? And then eventually gets put in this Boston team. Again, he gets allowed to play how he wants to play. And he's been, I think, one of the more improved players in the league just generally from when his inception came a couple of years ago to where he is now today.
And I think that's without question due to what Boston Breach have done as an organization, man. The fact that they committed to this roster and allowed them to grow with each other, you don't allow them to change up their play styles with anything. I don't even know if I've ever seen these guys play Ace, but the fact that Snoopy and Purge have been not once, but 2 years now together, just playing side by side, understanding certain tendencies, obviously you're going to be able to grow, but just growing with the same guy that you've been growing with over time is even better, and it's showing.
Yeah, and the extra veteranship that you're now getting from Nasty also helps this team. That's a lot of setup, a lot of breakdown. We do have a couple of debates going on between the two teams on the backside, so we're going to take a moment to just step away, get things locked in, and then we'll be back with more CDL right after this.
Listen, be careful with this one, all right, buddy?
You guys shouldn't have.
It's not double wrapped, you know. You should be able to get it in one go.
Well, this is more for Chris or for the people at home. Oh, here we go. Young Christopher Puckett.
20-year-old relic. Can I draw some conclusions for y'all? I know some of you are about to take your senior pictures. I highly suggest the gamer stance. Put the elbows right there on the power thigh.
Yeah, I mean,
distant, 90-degree angles. The girls, it drives them wild.
All right, we have one more for you. Map number 1, I'm leaning towards Toronto. Oh, Joe, I think we have a gift for you. Oh, it's early Christmas.
I missed out on the whole Christmas memo. Do you guys send that one back?
do you need a receipt?
I got the receipt over here.
Yeah, receipt. What's the return policy on this thing?
I think 24 hours.
Do I have to open this?
Yeah, you have to open it
I
first.
do? Okay. Hello. This is weird. You look great. It's a brand new Maven. Yeah. They really got that on tight, huh?
Thank you all for tuning in. It's week 2, day 1. We'll be back tomorrow for another round.
It's not.
It's vibey in here, man.
I'm on it. So what is happening, bro?
I don't know what
Where the f are you doing? These guys are horrible. I don't know. What is going on?
What the is going on? Why are they not hopping the bomb?
These guys don't know how to plant. They don't know how to hot bomb.
We get it?
Yeah.
GG! Boom, let's go. I want to say that I was not trying to curse us. I did not. I thought it was 250 kills. So when we were up 70 kills, I was like, there's no way we can lose.
Yeah.
Now it makes
FaZe fans, the hype squad in the front row, they make it to nearly every single event. That poor guy that hit the deck today outside the venue, is he here?
Saw that. That was tough.
Hey! Guys, that poor guy ate concrete for breakfast. Tough one.
Second tick is done. Abizi is cheating. Abizi is cheating. That is filth. Series isn't over yet. FaZe now a chance to smile.
One tractor for sure, okay?
Oh, one shot.
Heard you.
I'm dead.
Nice, good job.
I'm dead.
Bomb, one shot. Do one bang, one bang. Nice.
One square. Drop on bomb. Give me a sec. One shot.
Nice. Last guy broken.
Framing. I'm gonna hop.
He's still broken.
Broken weak on you guys. Nice. Good job. Is everyone mindful? Go away. Yo, next time go away, guys. Yeah, they're gonna get whopping dead. Yeah, nah, this is insane.
You're better, bro. You're so much fucking better. You're good. 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 Oh my god. You're good, bro. You're good. You're good. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I'm a Zach.
You weren't meant to win that. You weren't meant to win.
Nice. Go, baby.
Good job, man. I couldn't stretch it. Let's go. Good job.
Needed that.
Man, Wixels is just gonna have to slide in with ARs.
Oh, nice little deep shoulder coming through. Oh! Wow! No way! He gets the one through the drop, and then all
In the corner.
Nice. Bro, I would have killed him. I just ammo.
This is ugly, bro. What are they doing on the map?
We're gonna be really good.
I like your trophies. Which one's your favorite?
Yeah. Honestly, I don't know. This one seems like insane. Look at this one too. Like this is crazy. Like
The golden nut, baby. The diamond nut. Excuse me.
you know what I'm saying? How could I not be like? How could I not feel like I'm not gonna lose? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to ask you is like, Sib, you're coming into a winning culture. These guys won champs. We obviously.
Oh my God. Go, 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 go. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
They're doing it. It's insanity.
Look at the ball though.
Oh my God. It's around the net.
We
can score for free.
BZ can score.
Oh my God. Take the
What just happened?
Wait, what? How did BZ just do that?
Dude. Call of Duty.
Overload's the greatest mode in Call of Duty history. Overload's the greatest game mode in Call of Duty history.
Sick ladder grab.
What did they do?
Nice pick. Well, Pickle's like close as on you somewhere. He's on the door. Pickle's gonna be close. Yep. Alright. Oh my God! Come on.
Good game. Like that.
That Dante takeover.
Absolute love of the Rio addition to your asset. And you get into the Karachi SD just so. You can toss out the gift receipts. There's no regifting needed here. CDL packs come out in 2 days. Christmas come early for those that are already bought league packs. Specialize a little bit more. I'll tell you, dude, Jay, I don't know what it is about getting into like those near futuristic game titles, letting the teams have control over their own designs, but wow, I don't know who to pick. Everything's looking sick. Do you have a tier list on the team packs? Who do you like? Nah, I don't got a tier list, man. When I was expecting the team packs to come out, this is why I didn't commit on doing the camo grind this year, because I know every single one of those camos are gonna be heat. So I dotted it out, and I can't wait to get my hands on every single one of them.
Hear that, my friend? Yeah, those are all dope, man. And just giving the keys to the teams themselves. Yes, sir. Here for that. Speaking of things we're here for, how about a little Search and Destroy? We're back into the action after everything is all stabilized and ready to go for Scar on the Search and Destroy. It's going to be the team in Boston heading things open for the opening attack. And Falcons, we've seen this kind of out of the Ravens, where they like to try to stack their defense over towards plane and then have the opportunity to play for an early flank. But for Boston, it's eyes towards A early, and Kismet's nade going to give some information for the setup that Purge will drop at mid.
Yeah, it's a big nade there. Find that first look onto Pred. You saw Boston's approach here was just spread the map out. Slow and steady wins the race. See what is going to be thrown at us, but nades get thrown at you for first blood, and now it's Nasty left in a 1v3. Every player from Falcons rallying over towards plane. They're not going to give him a chance at this one out.
Nah, no chance. And this feels like, again, another in a long line of Nasty 1v3 moments. I feel like every time we're on board with Nasty, he's looking at a 1v3. Just catches a little bit of time. Got to get it clean. Takes us down to a 1v2. Time is going to be a bit of an opponent here, though, for him, as he still needs to collect the bomb and plant. And will work his way back across mid, collects the bomb. Exton not aware of this at the moment, but should be in a position to check the bomb here right before we get to around 5 seconds.
Think that they have him trapped now? They think they have him trapped. They say no chance. 5 seconds, all you gotta do is plant it. He should be able to potentially get this down and get out.
No, just barely. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I don't know how Exton doesn't either hear or see Nasty on that rewrap back through shops, but gave himself a hell of a chance.
Crazy thing is, Al, like, once he spots out that first kill, if he just plants it on the backside, you stand a better chance. It's just, that's the unreadable setup. You saw Exton standing in the middle of nowhere outside of the yellow building. You have no idea where Celia could potentially be just based off what Exton was doing. So you just plant the bomb, hope to get out, but thankfully Celium was in the vicinity. Falcons off the first blood with the nade, secure the first round.
Okay. Let's see what we get. The playbook, we tipped it pretty heavily for Riyadh when they were playing their last search. Granted, that was right here on Scar, so it's easy for us to compare and contrast from one day to another. Kismet just going to throw shoulders, looking for any intel over towards A. Pred very passively watching mid, and Celium will begin watching for any early players on this long play backside through plane. And as they commit, Purge is going to take some very valuable space away.
Yeah, they're not going to be aware for Purge unless Celium is able to get the info and get the kill. If you were Purge there, you throw that shoulder, you're obviously able to trap them on that side of the map, but you have to value your life. Now you give an exit to the Falcons. You're forcing teammates now to make sure that the bomb plant doesn't go down at A. But Falcons can keep your head on a swivel now. They can go anywhere.
Yeah, and they should know Nasty's playing up top at Broken. So you have to be a little bit cautious trying to rewrap this back through B. But look at the space that Kismet's already been able to take away. Now it's on to Nasty. Can he hit the shot? Misses the first. Aware that he's under threat. Sees the toes of one, but can't do anything about it. Celium shuts him down, and the bomb gets planted.
Oh, and the guy's already out of dodge. Snoopy's like, where the hell did the bomb carrier just go? But thankfully, he walks right into my lap. Cammy trying to make up for it. Big one-on-one gunfight. He is going to fall. Now Snoopy left in a 1v3. Easy read there from Pred to catch him off the rotation. And Falcons now are just picking them apart. You cannot allow that to happen there if you're Purge. He had somewhat of a play like that last week versus Minnesota, at least in his last game. But it's just when you take that space, you have to force them to work a lot harder to take you out of it. You get them for free, 2-0 quickly for Falcons.
Yeah. 2 good rounds back-to-back, to be sure. Some of that, I think, just off the timing that Cell's able to catch Purge on that long wrap behind their spawn. So, cheeky ideas for Boston. Just not been able to find the success that they've designed in the play. So let's see how they go into this next offense. After those opening nades through mid is where first blood had come through. This time it stuns to lead things off. A couple of shots from Celium over the top of P1, but Purge is there to respond. Snoopy gets the read on the Kismet, and the first 2 kills go the way of Boston.
Yeah, this time Boston said, all right, we're not going to allow you guys to take space away from us. We're going to be the aggressors this round. Purge strikes for the first blood. Snoopy keeps his teammate alive. 4v2. Let's get the bomb down at A. Doesn't even matter if Falcons have the info. Man up advantage. This is going to be very difficult, and Purge already finds his second. Yeah, big plays there from Boston to just have a tone-changing round. Take that mid-space away from them. Last time it was 2 players getting aggressive through playing. You strike for the first blood. You know someone's going to try to keep them alive, so just get that second kill in towards yellow. Get the bomb planted. Just a very quick, easy round there on the attack. When you're finding that opening first blood, it's basically a GG because it's so difficult to retake over towards that motel. So it's a one-man show, at least on that round there for Purge. Now we're going into the next. As they find themselves down by 2-1. Now take it back.
All right, here we go. Early look over towards Motel. Boston still kind of set up on that opening defensive look that they had from their first attempt. Kind of stacking over towards plane side. But once again, the nades from the Falcons connect. That's top staircase. And that can mean that all of your focus could just go down towards what happens over the top of the bomb. And if there's anyone over at Broken, things are looking decent for an opportunity to plant. But once more, you got Nats trying to force her out. Not going to work. And we're all focused back over to the top of the bomb site as Kismet pops over for one. And all the shots on the Purge. Woo! Saucy, to put it plainly. And get another round for the Falcons.
You see how difficult that is for Boston then when your first player drops to a nade, unfortunately, on the backside of Motel. You instantly have to try to contest over towards the 8 site, or someone has to make something out of nothing. And that was Nasty in that situation, trying to work his way through the middle of the map. Almost got behind enemy lines, but Celium just turns at the right time. He's able to shoot him in the back. 2v4. You know that they're going to be at the A side to try to contest you before the bomb gets down. Just another quick round based off of what Falcons are doing early into these rounds with those first bloods.
That's been one of the key successes that we've seen from this Falcons team, is their ability to get first bloods and still convert it. It's been really, really good, especially this weekend. Snoopy going to be under some pressure here. Cannot find the first. Kismet getting aggressive with Pred and Celium there for support. Late stuns to make sure there are no trades out of the Boston camp. Now has the bomb down in a very bad spot. And an opportunity for Riyadh to just kind of split, separate the map, and put pressure all over the place.
Yeah, that's already 30 seconds gone. Pred instantly is able to find that second kill as well onto Cammy. So in a 4v2, bomb being down over towards Motel, you gotta try to work your way through the middle of the map. Looking for timing is gonna be Mr. Purge, but the wall bang's good enough. Nasty, oh, what do you know, Al? Another 1v something situation.
Yeah, one of many. Gets the first two really cleanly. So here we go. Now down to the 1v2. 33 seconds. May get an isolation here onto Kismet. He snuck around the back. Kismet doesn't see him initially. A couple of shots up top. Nasty forced to hit the gunfight, but with nowhere to go. It's the second time, though. The Nasty's been doing his best Santa Claus impersonation. Just snuck his way down the chimney of the Falcons 7-up. Almost found himself a finesse clutch.
Almost, but close to no cigar there, Al. Another round where Falcons find that first blood. Another round where Falcons keep the numbers on their side. And another round where they force Boston to be uncomfortable. They have been picking them apart in this search and destroy. It's something about Scar S&D. When they are finding those first bloods, those rounds are basically going to be automatically tallied on their end. Up 4-1. You need to be able to stop the bleeding now if you're Boston and try to throw them off guard with something.
Yeah. 6 in a row for Kismet. If he gets this Hellstorm, that may just put this map out of question. A little bit of pressure established, though, as Boston stacks up the defense on the A side of the map, exchanges the opening first blood for a 3v3 early.
I thought Selling would have been a lot quicker on this play. When you get the info that they're basically bombarding their way over towards A, but even if there's 3 players, one could potentially be sitting towards top green. So still the 3v3, 55 seconds to go. MC's able to get some information onto at least one player, but you see that bomb slowly edging its way on up. I think if Kismet gets his bomb down, he might earn himself that Hellstorm.
Yeah, he'll be really close to it, if not fully earning it, as Boston's going to try for a rewrap across the entirety of the map. Is that enough score for Kismet to get it? No, not quite. So now Pred caught just behind the Boston reflank. And he hasn't seen any of it. Oh, goodness. Now Kismet coming back to the play. That's enough for the Hellstorm, plus his 7th in a row. And then, oh my goodness, the help across the middle of the map. That much better. It looked like for a moment Pred may have missed the timing on Boston pushing through, but instead everyone gets caught trying to retake the bomb site, and Kismet and Pred get the job done.
Yeah, and that's just another round where even though Falcons did find the first blood and it was instantly responded, it's just like that first blood is picking them apart. The information that they're gaining early into these rounds is what's allowing them to hit those audibles. Take a look at the replay, just catching the last player as he tries to jump out of top green. But I thought Pred was potentially going to lose him that round with all the bad COD timings that he got there. But thankfully, he got the Bulldog, not afraid to make plays. Sneaks his way up towards the B side, gets it down, and then close out the round with 2. So game point now for Falcons. And I'm pretty sure now, yeah, he's got that Hellstorm.
Yep. And that should be a bit of a dagger, whether it's in this round or the next. Your choice. Might not even need it. Celium's already found first blood. I was wallbang onto Purge down the B side of the map. Oh, and Kismet in this corner should be good for 1, but Snoopy predicts it. He's the master of that corner after all. And that turns us into a 3v3 with no Hellstorm on the table here and a chance for Boston to extend the map.
You're going to try to get this bomb down. Have one player next to it working on the lane pitch, and Pred strikes at the right time. Has that second player one shot, and Falcons again off of the back of the first bloods do this one a little bit better than they did last go around. It was 6-2 in their previous series versus Carolina, 6-1 here versus Boston, and they tied a series up with an easy S&D.
Yeah, man, I'm really impressed with the Scar Search and Destroy from Riyadh. I'd say what you will. I mean, the series versus Carolina is kind of, you know, whatever it feels like at this point. But to come out and take down Boston, a team that we've seen find some pretty significant success across the search and destroys to this point. I mean, the 1 versus G2 in map 5, I think that was by far the one that stands out in our mind. But this is not just an individual taking over and then it turns into a wash map. This is the whole team looking really polished, really solid. 7-4 from Pred, 8-4 from Kismet, 6-2 from Cell. I mean, whatever you could possibly want out of search and destroy, you just got it right there from the Falcons.
Oh yeah, without question. And on the opposite side for Boston, Purge, your playmaker who likes to be the aggressor, is not afraid to make plays in search and destroy, has 4 first Fs. He can never get comfortable. Selling was making his life a living hell over towards Broken Plain side. And that's just one that you just got to shake off. You didn't find any first bloods early into these rounds. About 10 seconds into it, you're already man down. So you just got to chalk that one up. Say, all right, they got the better of us there. Let's go on to the overload.
That will be on Exposure. The 135 will continue to get us back to the sandy mix of Exposure. And of course, the biggest thing about that is Carolina. They tested this Riyadh team at Overload right here in this map just a couple of days ago, and Riyadh looked good there too. So opportunity for the Falcons to get themselves an edge, or can Boston find a little bit more of that magic that we saw that came out of the reverse sweep from earlier this weekend? We've had a barn burner, map number 1, a runaway map number 2. Don't go far, map 3 of the Exposure Overload going to grace us on the backside of this break. We'll be right back.
What the f? Nah, the trophy just f***ing sent me to a different world, bro. That's it.
30 seconds. You see him? Got it, one bullet. Got a bullet bomb. God, 81 bullet. I just shot the ball. Good try, good try, good try. I didn't know it looked like that, bro. Bro, I saw the guy on the left and I just tweaked.
Here comes Scrap! We got Envoy! Come on, guys! Hold the line! Oh, God, they're still second. They're on the other side. There's no respawns remaining. Oh, no! It's all falling apart!
Yeah, there's still time left.
Oh, if they get the minute extension, it's done. Oh. 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 It's done.
Well, you said it was the law.
It is the law. No, this is literally, it's literally the law of control, though. It is, man. It doesn't matter how.
Ken Spiral.
What the?
Spiral, they shoot, blah, blah, blah.
Nice.
Around me.
Last guy, Brett, he's low. Stay low.
I'm 245. Oh, sorry. I got it.
You guys suck! Get out of here! Get out of here!
Watch it, I have the cross. One deep, crossing, Joe dead. Other one deep. Nice! 65! So you have 60 for the outgo! Yo, Joe! It's a fucking Joe! What are you doing, Joe?
That's a dog.
I set up.
Come on the stairs, Nice. I'm looking you. Could be outer.
Outer.
Nice. 3v1.
Nice, baby. Oh my god.
I mean, I'm trying to scam it. They won't even kill me.
He comes right behind him. Oh god.
Purchase drop. Beans is the clutch god. And he's got a message.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Start the season strong with the 2026 Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator by scanning the QR code on screen or check it out in the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Welcome back, everybody. Hey, you happen to find yourself in college right now, full-time student? You want to play some competitive Call of Duty? Well, why not join the biggest collegiate Call of Duty experience in the history of Call of Duty? CollegeCon 2026 coming back in the spring semester, starting mid-January. Full-time students can apply to play. $25,000 in prizing. We had over 150 schools, 13 total weeks worth of action, and you can sign up now between now and the beginning of January, essentially. Got a couple more weeks of that. You can find more information by heading to discord.dg by /CollegeCon. You can do that. CollegeCon.com. Also a good spot for more information, or you can always just hit me up. I'm one of the people on staff there, and we can get you settled, ready to go. It's a lot of fun. Last year it was epic. I mean, really the last handful of years have been epic. We had a Game 7 Round 11 banger on land to determine the CollegeCon champion last year. You don't want to miss out on your chance to play if you find yourself in college. Jay, let's talk about this series.
I was gonna gas the CCL a little bit more, bro. I was gonna say you can get an education. You can get an education by playing your favorite game and make some money doing it. Oh yeah, just do it, guys. Sign for CCL.
I'm in there, dude. We got players like Fame who's been there. We got players like Ghosty who's been there. Trakes has been there. Noisy's been there. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. So get yourself involved if you're looking for that extra little boost, especially for somebody who's trying to compete challengers at the same time. But let's talk Overload. Let's be honest. I think we all, like Puckett had kind of alluded towards the beginning of the show, we are all vibing with some Overload right now. We're going to get exposure between these two squads. And as we kind of framed up before the break, hey, these Falcons looked really good there when they're playing against Carolina. What were some of the things you noticed about this Falcons team that have got them cooking a little bit in this map 3?
Oh, well, obviously the sling was there. Excellent whipping out that third AR at times, even sometimes a fourth. They were just able to outslay them to bits, dominate the map control, dominate time of possession, and always had that lead blocker taking space and value in his life when he needed to. That was a perfect recipe of success versus a team like Carolina, who looked like they were a little bit all over the map. You're playing a different beast now in Boston, who have some structure in their gameplay, and players on the opposite side like Purge, who love themselves some game mode. It's definitely looking for a bounce back after a struggling search and destroy.
Hear that. And look, I think it's kind of, looking at this Boston team in the respawns, it's kind of the, same story, different chapter. Can the SMGs get you going early? When we've seen them play, early in the first week when they were playing up against Carolina, it was a mix fest on Den when they had last played there. But looking at what they were able to do versus G2 on Friday, the game that we had casted on Scar, I thought that they were able to establish some really good tempo, maintain good map positioning, and it gave them more just general opportunities to score. That is obviously kind of step one, it feels like right now. The next is how do you finesse that space to create better scoring chances. But for now, it seems like Boston, if they can come out, control space, they're doing a nice job of being able to find opportunities to at least attack and possibly get some early advantages. It just comes down to, can they do it consistently, I think.
Yeah, we saw it, like you said, versus Minnesota. It was what? Snoopy struggling in a search and destroy, spawns in off the reset, down 0-2, and just has a flawless start to the game, about 7-0, just killing them every single time they came off the respawn, just valuing his life what he needs to. And with the addition of Nasty, even with the blown out in that search and destroy, you're still feeling as confident as ever that you can still close this out potentially in 4. So fist bumps are going out. That's going to be a good sign. We're going to load back into exposure for a second time in this series. This time for some Overload. Who's going to be the best lead blocker? I'm looking forward to it.
I'm here for that. Decision making also going to be key. We've seen a couple of teams really get punished on this map for not really respecting the potential of a counterattack, where you're just dumping all your resources and trying to score, and then all of a sudden everyone drops and it's GG. It's so tough to regain in this map sometimes, depending on where you spawn at. So let's get things going again. The EMP device will spawn middle, and then it will move between two other spots as we continue to pick it up and try to score with it. And we'll jump on board with Snoopy first. The only Boston member still alive in the middle of the map. And that is a heck of a start for the Falcons. They clean up mid. They've got Kismet on a route. And they just need to deal with Cammy before they can possibly grab the EMP and take advantage of that position.
Oh, but off the respawn, Nasty head on a swivel nose. Okay, I just want a little bit out of the play at that A site. Someone has to be pushed up on it. Wins the one-on-one versus Kismet. Now you slow down the play core here for the Falcons. You're trying to trap them in over towards long, but neither team trying to budge. The first kill is so big in a game mode like Overload, and his Predator strikes first.
But Snoopy clears out one player at mid. Purge still playing a bit of a ratty corner, but shut down by Pred. Now you can get on your horse, make your move over. Snoopy able to get some damage, but can't stop Cell. Still finds the kill with the pistol. So first score is in for the Falcons. And now we rotate over to our second drop location up by P2.
And you already have two players out of the play if you are Boston, so you just have to play keep away from this point on. Cammy does a great job of winning the one-on-one versus Kismet. Teammates are not in the play. Back into another stalemate. No one wants to be the initial person to fall. But here goes Exton. Just gonna set the tone. Strikes for the first, sends in Pred for the trade. 2v2 still a battle for the map control.
Yeah, but trades are abound. Kismet, last one standing for the Falcons, trying to get up towards tank where Nasty meets him. And gives Boston a chance to not just look at the objective, but potentially grab it depending on how this next wave of kills go. But Cell, nade over the top, slows down Boston just a touch. It looks like the Breacher just trying to get a read on where the Falcons are before they make their next move.
That's a big nade, though. Now you just need to find a couple more kills. Thankfully, a lead blocker is Snoopy. But on the opposite side, no one is able to run that EMP. So Snoopy's going to have his hands full here. How much more can he get done behind enemy lines? Just trying to be the cutoff man. Is only able to take down one. It's going to be a 3v2 potentially for the Cat. Nasty watching the cross, and Boston with the patient play tie the game.
Yeah, that's huge from Nasty. Just not giving up this position, continuing to make the Falcons spawn to the bottom right-hand side of the map, which now that the score has come through, they're going to prefer. But Nasty can continue to put pressure on the pinch. Still holding things down. A little pre-fire almost shuts down Pred, but Cell was with him. Boston creating some space now in front of this next EMP location. Snoopy in particular trying to get one more to open up the avenues of attack towards A, but does get shut down. Purge behind enemy lines, doing what he can. Does he stay alive long enough to get this next score? That kill onto Cell may provide it. Here comes the run from Purge, but the stun locks him in place, and Exton shuts it down.
And now Nasty just wants to play keep away, still maintain this window control. And just force him to be uncomfortable in the back of their spawn, but Kismet is able to get on out. Snoopy Hill's trying to still contest it, but he's going to get chopped away. And now Falcons have control of the EMP, starting to take some space over towards Dirt, but Purge not going to make it easy for him.
Yeah, trying to follow up on the damage he had found, does get punished. And the Falcons are going to take a second to reposition and flip the map around just a touch, showing some pressure through mid, with the EMP just kind of dancing between the jump spots towards A and up the middle of the map. Opportunity for Exton, Thames away with two. Pistol out for Pred, trying to get that last kill to open up a chance at B, but he's shut down, and we'll have the Falcons resetting.
Falcons gonna reset, but if no one touched the EMP, it's gonna spawn only on the opposite side of the map. Kismet is aware of that. Now you got Exton working on the pinch. Pete, he was a little bit too aggressive in that moment, thought that he found an opening, but Cammy was prepared for that flank. Another play gets shut down by a great defensive hold there from Boston. Still a minute left to go on this round. EMP should reset, and Nasty right now is in a position to play it.
That's exactly what he's trying to do, making his way over through Zig, but Kismet gets the read. Shut down though as he tries to come back over towards the EMP site as Cammy gets the kill. Stun goes toss his direction, and now Snoopy's the player trying to get through the pitch. Not gonna happen. Objective taken though. EMP now making its way over for Boston towards A, but the kills of the Falcons just a touch too good. Celium shuts down the carrier. Nasty by himself. Good second, and he's got help with the middle of the map. He could actually get off the regen here with a little bit of help. They know Kismet's playing at mid, and here come Boston on the attack.
And you can already see it. Purge is taking space over towards B, so let's not contest them anymore at that A point. Let's wrap it back. Purge A has to get a couple. Lines up the first, puts a couple shots in towards Kismet, and he should be here potentially for the goal line. Stands, but Nasty with the pistol wins the big one-on-one. Boston up by one now.
Right at the buzzer. Still an opportunity though for possible extension of this half. If the Falcons can clear and grab the EMP, they will do just that, but Nasty puts it right back on the ground. Another pickup comes through. Kismet, though, has to drop it immediately, and there's no extended time. It's going to end a 2-1 half for Boston.
And it's unreal how, like, the new guy on the block is making plays like this. Nasty was technically in a 1v4 situation for the map control. Wins the first gunfight, makes it a more manageable situation, but prepared for the second one onto Xnit to stall time for his teammates to get back into the mix. That eventually leads to a 4-dead, with Purge already taking space, which eventually leads to that next capture. Nasty just continues to make plays, man. Good stuff out of him there in that early round. Even with Falcons striking early for the first score. Just after that, when it was a stalemate for the map control, Boston always started up with that first fight and had better affection on those trades in the pinches.
Very, very tight affair here, though, and I'm here for this, man. I mean, Overload has just been such a joy. So we'll swap the sides and go again. 16 and 11 in the first half for Snoopy. Holy cow. 15 and 8 for Cell just behind him. Xnit over the top of the M15. Clean opening shots. Has a chance at Snoopy, but denied. Is a little bit late to the gunfight as Boston will have the alleyways around the midpoint. Pred working on clearing that out. Good for one. Nice stab to Cammy for a second. And now a chance for the Falcons to grab and go.
Yeah, where are they going to take the EMP? It looks like they're going to rotate it back over towards B, but Nasty is ready and waiting. Finds the opening kill. Now you're going to slow down the approach here for the Falcons. But they aren't even worried about that side of the map. You're already taking space. If you're Kismet over towards A, you're setting up the pinch, trying to line up a double. The pistol good enough for the second. But now it's on Pred. He should be able to get this one for free. Tie game.
Yeah, Boston already rotating over towards the new location. You can see Nasty in particular already into P4, but Kismet gets that read off screen. And that makes life a little bit easier for the Falcons to stop an immediate grab and go for Boston. Looking for the next wave of fights are the Breach. 3:50 on the clock. Lots of patience for both teams. Neither squad wanted to make the first mistake here.
Yeah,
but as we move,
want to make the first mistake.
Snoopy gets
there goes
2.
Snoopy lining up a double.
And we're going to go on in, see if the Falcons deal with this as we get to a Riyadh. Listen in.
Get that pinch, dude. You have a ring pinch?
Yeah.
They're gonna wrap back.
They're wrapping back. They're wrapping back.
Yeah, come to look. Oh shit! He's back up, come.
I left. Can they pinch?
You right back. You right back.
I left. I have
on the right. The ball's going left.
I left.
Pushing out low tower. Nothing tower, guys.
Pinches, guys. Inner, three inner. I think I got 3. I'm holding, guys. I need help.
One shot.
Stay here, bro. There's 3 here, guys.
Yeah, one more.
Go. Shit. It's right now. We're down. We're down. Yeah. Alright. I'm gonna play left default for a second, guys.
I'm looking long. Yeah, one's long. Server box.
One low right, okay?
One right.
Server box, Cammy.
Any server box. Right, dead right. Server box. Absolutely, Cammy, server box.
It's in the
Server box as well, guys.
Nice.
Dead. Nice.
I
think
Server box. One shot per. He went Con. He went out P2. Went out P2.
BMC, where are you? I'm right. One shot.
Nade over right.
I'm dead.
I don't see him come.
I'm holding P4 then. I'm holding P4.
Nade him on the right. Yeah, let's push out on the right. Nasty on the tower, guys.
Purge pinching dead.
Push up. Our guy hit each side of the tower.
Nasty on me, dude. Never as well, bro.
Yeah, he's
loading. Close ring.
Yeah. Look at people.
They're going A.
Top ring. They're cutting me. I can't do anything.
I'm dead.
Close ring. One shot. Behind you guys.
One more. He's back up long.
Take your time. That's 1D. Yo, P4 dead.
On Nasty dead.
Nice,
Grab it, I'm ready.
Back into the mix in a goal line stand for the Falcons right when it started to get big, CJ.
Yeah, that's a big goal line stand because basically the game would have been done and dusted because Boston had been playing the slow and steady approach, just working about the map control. But now Falcons have an opportunity to tie the game, but they just get shut down in their first 2 fights. Now Cammy on the pinch, making big plays, taking space away. Kismet trying to work his way back into the mix. He's able to line up a double, gives his team another lifeline.
Well, here we go. Your first score. Trying to find the kill beforehand. It was Purge. He got damage. Yeah, sure did. Snoopy there to follow up on Purge's damage. Not just once, but twice. Clean stuff is Snoopy. Able to clean everything up. Cammy right behind it. Cell stuck in a little bit of no man's land as Purge is there to try to follow. And we're going to be stuck at a 3-2 score at the reset.
And now Boston, with a minute left, just need to try to hold on to the map control because time of possession right now is being won by the Falcons. They have all of map to work with. They find the opening kill onto Snoopy. The rotation over towards the B point is going to keep Boston on their toes. They need the opening kill. Oh! It's big plays. Big plays there from Nasty. Nasty is making big time plays again, finds himself in the moment. Ready for the crossfire. Now you have the time of possession, just keeping them away from it, but a reset is going to come in. You're going to allow Falcons one more opportunity to get this done. You got Pred working on the pinch. Finds the opening through top window. Cellium taking space over towards her. Already finds kill number 2. Here comes Pred on the pinch. Can he locate Nasty? He does. Ball is now running. EMP trying to tie the game up and force overtime, and Pred, the Predator, leads to a clean 4 dead. Here comes the sudden death. They have the map control to run it again.
All right, well, we got Boston stretching up the top side of the map. Every kill matters at this point. The device will spawn up, but does that make a difference as the Falcons have a 4v3? Boston trying to find Exnit, shut down to the first. Oh, they can't get the trade either. And so it's on Snoopy. The 1v4 situation, and the Falcons are just gonna bunker down and play it as a team of 4.
What? I'm grabbing this rock and I'm gonna go score it at B. It's a 1v4. The round can already be done. Snoopy needs to stop them from scoring, and the Falcons in the final 15 seconds. The Predator makes a big time play on the pins, is able to line up a couple in a row, tie the game up, keep the map control on their side, and then Exnid with the finishing touches lines up a double, the sudden death round. And they take that one away there from Boston, who felt like they were outplaying them. It's just in those crucial moments, those goal line stops, eventually Riyadh were going to be able to sneak on by for at least one. They take away the overload, and they take the advantage in the series.
Massive. I mean, another one, and just as a long string of barn burners on this map mode combination. We see it, it feels like every single time. And this time it comes down to just Exnid, untradeable, playing in a deep corner underneath the balconies, and Boston's late heroics, not quite enough to get through the Falcons, who take the swing map and now set this whole series up in favor of them.
Man, like the two respawns between these two teams, like this is what you expect, especially when it's a battle of potentially the mid packs sitting around that top 6 echelon. These guys are just going blow for blow. The only map right now that has been a blowout has obviously been the Search and Destroy. But we saw Boston at least in their last matchup. Their backs against the wall, not completely bleed out of it. They're going to go up into a Colossus again, where they have an opportunity to right the wrongs of their last series versus Minnesota, and that's just simply winning a couple rotations. You do that, you're going to be able to force this game number 5, but just the way that Falcons are playing, the confidence that they're showing on every single POV for all of them sitting on that screen, they're on point right now. So you're going to have to out-rotate them and to bring a little bit of slang at that too.
Clean stuff and a lot of fun once again, and we're starting to see that these two teams maybe just about as evenly matched as you could get. I mean, a tight affair in the opening hard point. Sure, the Search and Destroy was a bit of a blowout, but it looks like the Falcons are really manhandling the Scar Search. But here on Exposure, a last-second chance to get to overtime, and it's this play from Exnid to lock things down and give them the final as well. Yeah, let the young man pop off. Love the energy from it, and the Falcons now up 2-1.
Good plays, man. It's good plays for the Falcon, and you got to think, like, these guys started off their season 0-2, play versus some of the best teams in the game. You now go up into this week versus Carolina, now versus a better team in Boston, and you are making them work for it. You are showing that you can compete with the best of them. Ice in there in that overload, an opportunity now to close it out on Colossus, where we saw them play this versus Carolina. They dominated them out. They won a majority of every rotation, and I think it was due to the fact of that role change that we saw.
Yes.
Kismet now being the playmaking SMG, hitting those long routes, giving them more opportunities at the game. You allow him to do that? Yeah, it's over with.
Well, we've seen heroics on Colossus come through. We've seen some heroics on this series in particular as well, as we head to our scuff play of the game. And it just sets us up for that continual narrative of what we may expect in this hard point between these two teams, because at this moment in time it looks like it's about as even as the game as possible. We talked about it against G2, last second motion as we were into 230 to 230 territory. Snoopy tried to come up big on Friday. This time provides by finding this next level of eliminations that allows Boston to continue to play forward. Purge in there for a couple, but Snoopy able to go absolutely galactic mode, leaves planet Earth for these kills to give Boston the map 1 win.
Yeah, like this is what this young man is capable of. Like just getting lost or just having takeover moments. He showed it there in that map number 1 with that AR in hand. He's comfortable in this game. The movement is on point. Wall bouncing when needed to win a gunfight. Oh yeah, I got that in my bag. And now you're gonna need it more than ever because you're going on a map like Colossus where the chaos can be very, very hectic. You have to be the team that's able to manage that, slow down the game, and control these spawns, because for some reason on a map like Colossus, you're thinking, all right, so small, they're going to be designated to spawn one side guaranteed. But if you're not hard blocking for some of these hills, you're going to let the other teams somehow.
Yeah, absolutely, you can. I mean, it is. It's a paying out map. That's the easy way of labeling it. And it's going to call. I mean, whenever we've seen it, like when we talk about the Pakajas in the past, it relies at moments for that one last player to step up and find two. And we've seen it from players like Kremp in particular over the course of this map. There's been a lot of reps that we've seen that squad in particular on, but now we're seeing another look at Boston and where the SMGs in 2 separate occasions have started slow but finished hot. And that seems to be kind of the mantra about this Boston team over the last calendar year or so, is can they just eliminate that slow start and just get things kicked into gear immediately from the starting line and give them a chance to, again, build on that momentum that we see at the end of games. We'll find out. Map 4 affair. Boston looking to try to get this to another map 5. And Kismet's got a set nade to open us off with Exnid right there to give the Falcons early time.
Yeah, that is perfect. You're talking, if you're Boston, we're spawning on the preferred side that we want to start off on a map like Colossus, but we send 1 player on a time, he gets snaded. 3 players over towards Statue, everyone is gunned down besides 1. And now those spawns instantly flip. Exton trying to hold down his power position, is only able to take down 1, gives the comm to his teammates, in Boston now get a break that they desperately needed.
El Snoopy off 3, off the regen. On top of that is Nasty.
Rotation is won right now by the Falcons. Final 5 seconds here for the Falcons. You're able to clear your way out of top mid. Pred, Celium, and Exit already combining for 3. So fully set up now to dominate this P2. You don't have any trophy systems to work with, so the nades need to be felt if you are Boston from the front side. But Nasty is trying to hold the outer angle, hoping that his SMGs can open up a lane. Here comes Snoopy flying on in, but he gets taken care of. Pred, the cleanup man, lines up a double, and there's no need to eagle chow onto Cammy because you shut down their first push, and they're already dominating on the setup for potentially a full 60.
Well, we've got Celium off 4. Gets shut down as Boston continue to try to play this from the high ground at mid. Kismet, nice tracking onto Snoopy. Plus 1 on the purge. Holy cow. Cammy still gets him 2, though, leaving Celium by himself, and Celium finds a couple as well, leaving Pred as the last Falcon standing, trying to play for the scrap time at 2.
Yeah, now it's a rotation over towards New with this exited a big 1-on-1 gunfight and gets the better of Snoopy when he was caught off guard. Now the nade and a couple of shots takes care of Cammy, single-handedly winning the rotation for the Falcons over towards P3. Now you allow your teammates to just fill the gaps, run up that score line a little bit more, someone pick up the pinch, but here comes Boston from every angle.
Now Kismet in some trouble here, down to 40 HP, still puts damage down to help Celium get 2. Oh my goodness, where has this Falcons team come from all of a sudden? This is not even close to what we saw in the opening weekend. They are absolutely humming right now. Cell up top, power position, just raining hellfire down onto P3, but can't get enough damage to allow his subs to move forward, at least not as of yet. Opposite side, Nasty doing the same, and Boston with the moment here over the top of the last 20 seconds.
Yeah, that's a big wave of kills right there for Boston, because maintaining that side of the map that you want for P4 is exactly what you're looking for. Shut down to Yowie, and even Pred off the map is able to win the one-on-one, but Camby still finds the trade. So now it's about the rotation over towards New. Boston keeping themselves into the mix, only down by 30. You have Cammy watching the cross from front. You're going to allow the wall bounces to come on in for free, so Falcons have an opening, just got to win a gunny.
Cammy able to get the opener. Here's the follow-up from Boston, leaving Pred by himself, and he's got nowhere to go. Full clearance coming through as Boston get this thing back to within 20 points with a chance for more. Purge taking the super long route around the back, but Exton gets the read, shuts it down, and now all of a sudden the Falcons can focus purely on their break from the front. But Snoopy, Cammy able to combine for a couple. Over the top, nothing there from Exton. A little bit more holiday cheer than holiday clear right there from the Falcons, and Boston will lock things up, getting us back to a tie game.
Yeah, I don't know if Pred just lagged out there or something, but he was just camping Todd mid, expecting someone from Boston to work on that pinch and allowing his teammates to try to break through the front in a man-down situation. That's what allows Boston now to still hold on to this HP for basically a full 60. Final 10 seconds, your last push here for Falcons to not give up all this time. And you're going to be able to at least get them off of it for now, but just a little bit slow on their approach there for the Falcons, not hitting certain routes, just trying to funnel their way through the front. When they have trophies down and your attacks aren't working, yeah, we got to do something else.
Nice moment here from Pred as he gets the second onto Snoopy. Boston know that they have him weak and will chase down the kill. Exit cannot support that enough, and Purge actually somehow on the exit finds a second. So numbers now for Boston. Good stun, locks Exit into place, and a chance for Boston to get close, if not over, the 100-point threshold here on P1.
Oh, and Purge is moving now. Purge has struggled the last 2 maps, but on 4 in a row, does get shut down by Kismet, but just created so much space and the information gained by Seamus to hold down this P1 the way they have been. It's all about the statue control. Pred trying to locate where Cammy is able to find a trade and give me kill number 2. With the final 20 seconds here, you want to maintain this side of the map, and even though Boston aren't in P1, they're rotating over towards the right side.
Now Pred trying to lock down the overextension. Snoopy trying to hit a route. It goes high. Puts Pred in the dirt. Exnid trying to keep this play held back as the block in the back from Snoopy is good enough to spawn 2 Falcons members out. That's enough for the Breach to chase down the final kill that will move the spawns and at the same time give Boston the hard point.
Again, single-handedly, Snoopy just made it happen. Finds a double, working on this pinch to secure the spawns for his team. But now Snoopy's going to have his hands full again. Single-handedly trying to get it done. Is only able to walk away with 2. Exnid finds a trade. Spawns now flip for Falcons. You're trying to keep yourself into the mix and potentially take the lead. But this time it's Nasty locating a double, and Boston are still here.
Yeah, tough read right there for the Falcons. I think Exnid thought that he had more time to reposition before the Breach came off that long spawn to get back into the mix. And as he gets punished, the rest of the Breach fly on past Nasty's kills to get the rebreak again. About a 30-point game. Cammy trying to clear up this last 12 seconds of scrap time. Has help nearby as the Falcons are still trying to finesse this, but Cammy, with the help of Nasty, shut down Cell. Scrap time confirmed, and we head our attention back to the outside of Colossus to P3.
Let's go over towards P3. Kismet gonna be here early on. Set up here for Falcons, not really looking at full strength, especially with Purge being on the player on the bench, finding the opening kill. Now you are surrounded by the squad in green, and not your shade of green. A clean 4 dead there for Boston. A very quick break, and if you don't break yourself right back in quickly, yeah, this game is going to get out of hand.
Very well made. Big win for Purge. Keeps one side of this hill safe. Focus for Boston. Now immediately back to the front and onto that mid-tunnel pitch, and everything is being read. Nasty just keeping Exnid at far range. Can't do anything with it, but as Purge trying to find that kill, Exnid finds an elimination. That allows the Falcons to get in for contest. Cammy by himself. Now with the pistol out. Not quite able to get the win as Celium finds the final 2, and that's some pretty key scrap time for Falcons, who can now also fight for rotation.
Yeah, it's key scrap time for Falcons, especially Celium finding that double. Alleviates the pressure over towards the new HP and allows your teammates to technically win the rotation, but you're not checking your corners. You're not watching the proper angles. Boston walk right through the front door and lead to a clean 3 dead on an early break. This is the hill that they found struggles on previously. Just head bashing their way through the front. We have to have a different angle of approach. We have to find an opening, and Extend and Kismet, they combine for 3 in the feed. The break is good. Falcons are in.
This clean 4-man wipe. Pred trying to track back. Get behind this next breach break attempt. Kismet doing the same from the front, just making a mess of the setup for Boston. But a couple eliminations do come through. Spawns are going to move. 25 seconds to fight for. Pred scrambling to get back into the mix, able to find one, not the second. And Boston now in time. And I don't know, Jay, it feels a little too cute right there from Riyadh.
Yeah, that's way too cute there if you're Falcons, especially if you're Pred. If you're not giving the communication to your teammate, I've already taken a lot of space. I'm on their side of statue. Someone be in a position to hard block. You don't, and then your teammates also lose a couple of those gunfights. You basically give Boston an opportunity, and they take full advantage of it with those back spawns. Now, basically up by 60 as we go into our 3rd set. Purge having himself a field day. Not really pretty in the stat line, sitting at 23 and 20 with only 20 seconds, but he has made big-time play after big-time play, and now they only need 49 seconds to force map 5.
Oh, and a little bounce up finds him now on 3 in a row. Read to Pred, a little bit of damage that's in. It's enough for Cammy Snoopy to follow up, find eliminations, and now the goal line is within reach for Boston. And they continue to just find individual win after individual win. 210 to 141, and the Falcons are scrambling.
Yeah, they're scrambling. You can't allow this time to get away from you, but you can't continue to funnel your way all through the hop-up. You try to work towards the statue side, you get cut down by Cammy. Final 20 seconds, we are now forced to jump our way through top mid. You're down by 80 points. You need the entire kill feed to currently line up play if you want to stand a chance. But Boston playing it safe, keeping the better side of the map off the rotation for themselves with the numbers advantage.
Yeah, a little heat check right there for Cammy with the pistol, and it sets up Snoopy to follow for the trade plus an extra. And that could be how Boston put this map out of reach. Challenge from the front. Kismet actually finds one with the nade and slides to get a second. Cammy on the last one left, and hold on a second. 4-man feed here for Riyadh. Spawns will also move at the same time, but the block from Purge will put some chaos in the next. Kismet spawns in Narnia.
Again, just Purge making big plays. He's the only player on this side of the map. I just got to win one-on-one gunfight, hard block the spawn. Okay, now we have the advantage, and now we can potentially still close it out here at the P2. The Bulldog trying to keep it alive. Cammy there with the AR to take care of him, but here comes Celium, a guy that's very difficult to try to take care of, especially on the map. They're staying alive on 2 in a row.
Good team shots coming through. The Falcons going to give themselves a lifeline. Keep your eye to the minimap. Xnit already moving to new. So this is all about surviving, trying to make sure you get all this scrap time. Is Celium up and over. Oh, huge double. That'll get him onto 5 straight, plus you neutralize the end time. Pred towards new. Damage in. Falcon still alive.
Yeah, Boston were banking on, okay, 1v3 versus Helium. We can walk away with this final now and get closer to that finish line. But now you're technically late off the rotation. Falcons are properly set up. Trophy systems are down. Xnit on 2 in a row. Just needs to keep on valuing his life while Celium is keeping the cover fire.
Kismet also keeps the pitch safe. Nasty in for some contest. Xnit trusted to stay alive. Here come the rest of Boston through tunnel side. Xnit catches one on that same rotation position. Celium over the top. Absolutely frying as Kismet gets his effort back onto the hard point for 2. And the Falcons are still alive. 20 seconds remaining. Riyadh already playing for the next set of map positioning. They need to get to new, and Kismet's not done on 4 in a row. Almost finds number 5, but Boston get pushed back, and here we go again.
Yeah, Boston got to go. You got to work your way through the middle map and not try to contest your way through that old time, but it's Pred in the position over towards statue. You're looking for some trigger discipline or at least a multi-kill. Is only able to get 1. You set up your teammates, let them know a couple of those players are going to be weak. We line up 3 in the feed. Falcons in control.
Another 4 spree for Cell. Xnit calls the Hellstorm. He's the general now, calling out where Boston's coming from. First shots there for Pred. Follow up in the middle of the map, trying to make its way through. And even though Kismet will drop to the Hellstorm, it'll still be the Falcons spawning up, and Xnit didn't get dropped on the tablet. So now he's on 7 in a row, and the Falcons have some clearance to get more time.
And now Purge is working on that route, but Instant gets picked up by Pred. The last push from Boston is going to get shut down. Xnit on 10 in a row. Give me kill number 10 towards statue. They need 10 seconds.
He's got the pistol, but shut down. Boston have to go. They need to find a way to contest from the front. Pred, not sure which way to look. There's the contest. Can they find the kills? Boston pushed back. Cammy, the last one left. Nasty able to find one more. It's a 1v1 versus Cell. He gets shut down as Xnit was spawning close, and the Falcons will get over the finish line. Some way, somehow, they make one of the more dramatic comebacks occur here in Black Ops 7 early.
Just wow. Just a big old wow with the performance there from the Falcons. Backs against the wall. Breach only needed 18 seconds to force this map number 5 in this series. They won the rotation at the ending of that P1. They were trying to be the team early on into that P2 to start off with the initial time. But then when you got to that halfway mark, it was Kismet who gave them opportunities, high flying his way into the objective. But then Celium just going on a 4 streak. And that was where it sort of turned there for Boston, because you're thinking, all right, we got the back spawns, we don't really have to contest this time, but we're also not going to rotate, because if we get closer to 250, we're going to stand a pretty good chance of just looking for 8 seconds around the map. But the fact that Celium goes on a 4 streak at that old time forces his teammates now to be early off the rotation anew, with Boston being late. A flawless setup at the P3 for no one scamming, trusting your teammates off of the crossfire, and then winning the rotation over towards new for the first time there. there at the P4. Falcons have world champions. You best believe they're going to make some adjustments and then make up at the crucial moment to steal game number 4 and to steal this series away from Boston.
Jay, they only got 7 points and 4 hills in that last
crazy,
rotation. And I think just off that 10 spree, what is that, the largest individual respawn spree I think we've had so far this year? I'm sure a lot of people are going to be on Twitter hitting us with the, damn, X-Did, sorry, man, I wasn't familiar with your game. This guy's spitting. And that last moment, wow, we got 2 banger hard points in this series and overtime in the
Same
overload.
score.
And the Falcons find themselves a 3-1 win for back-to-back series wins. Is that the first time we can say that for the Falcons franchise? Back-to-back series wins? Feels like maybe it was.
Yeah. Got some world champions. Yeah, that's bound what's going to happen sometimes. I'm just happy that they were able to show what they're truly about after a struggling week. Number 1, you're playing against some of the top teams in the game. You're going to take some time to really focus on what you need to. You showed the improvements there in your search and destroy. You showed the improvements there in the overload on the clutch up. And if they continue to grow as a team, man, this team is without question is going to be scary to go up against.
Wow, this is one heck of a way to send us to the holiday break. Map number 1 is done and dusted. Falcons with a huge win over Boston as we go back to the series in the desk.
Falcons, known for dropping M's, pick up a dub here, and Anthony Wheeler may be having the best day of his life. Not only did you announce that Mini Wheels is on the way, all of your fantasy players are popping
They're all
off.
going crazy.
The bets are hitting, and now your gamble on the Riyadh Falcons is looking genius.
Yeah.
We thought we were going to a game 5, then you said all of a sudden, hold up, he's doing it. What happened at the end of that game?
Yeah, just a beautiful play by Pred. He made up for it. You know, he made a huge mistake earlier on, like pushing mid when they had a full setup, flipping out spawns. I'm like, no, AG, what are you doing? And then very last rotation, he gets there early. And prior to that, throughout the game, it was Purge doing that. So AG copying him, taking some space, going bottom yellow, finding that first kill, massive for the Riyadh Falcons. And then followed up his duo and X-Did, popping off with a 10 streak to close it out. That was well played. If you're a Riyadh Falcons fan, you are excited.
SMG duo doing work. Here's a look at some of the highlights. Allie, walk me through this game because Boston had Cammy popping off, but 3 players for the Falcons had over 4,000 damage. Only Cammy did that for the breach.
Listen, we talked about it in the Riyadh Falcons. Like, this is a team that's going to be needing to hang with the slaying category if they want to take some of these top dogs. And I felt like we saw that in this series with the Riyadh Falcons, especially from Xnid. I think it was a big question mark about some consistency, but also their rotations, their foundation was a lot better in this series. And unfortunately, inside of Boston Breach, we saw a little bit of a repeat where they kind of struggle in that last little P4 to P1. They send only 1 player by himself, not a lot of help on the rotation, and they feel the pain for it. They feel the punishment. Xnid going on a 10 there, you've got to be able to trade that guy out.
Yeah, I think for Riyadh Falcons, they're sending a message to like the rest of the league, like, hey, we're going to be contending. Because like you're looking at the end of some of these games where you would be concerned about this Riyadh team, about their chemistry, teamwork, late moments, how they can rally back. And in the overload and in this hard point, like being able to slow it down, make the right plays, the cerebral plays, and work together as a unit, like that's a good sign for this roster. And then we keep talking about Xnid's development. Dude, these last couple series, he's answered the call. The kid is a star talent. It's only a matter of time till he's just consistently doing this.
Can we also give some flowers to Clayster? You know the GM got asked, do we want a fresh start? Or is there any pieces you want to hold over? He holds Xnid. He brings in Pred. Yeah. And after adding in these 2 players, they are finding success. Yesterday, we talked with Selim. Today, we welcome the Bulldog onto the show. Kismet, you're looking good in green. Congrats on that comeback victory. When did you know the hard point was winnable?
I mean, from the start. I mean, we show a lot of fight in our scrims and in our matches. I think a lot of people have been doubting us a little bit, but we're here to play. And I think that as long as we stick to our fundamentals, anything's possible. And right there, I mean, we were down, I don't even know how much, and we just stuck to the game plan, and it unfolded. So.
Kismet, you're in a new environment, man. I got to say, you led the lobby in damage. You were popping off, man. I know a lot of people talk about the other guys, but you can throw down with the best of them. Talk to me about your role on this team, because it seems like, you know, even 2 weeks in, you guys are playing sound Call of Duty up until this point. So talk to me about your role.
I mean, my role is a flex. I mean, I'm looking at it more so as like I'm just more of a vet now. I mean, I'm 26, so I'm just trying to figure out how to make sure that these guys can, you know, showcase their talent and their ability as best they can, and I'm trying to fill the gaps. And I know whenever it comes down to it, I can win a gunfight. So just my role really is just, I mean, obviously the flex, but just making sure that I can, you know, lead these guys best that I can, and, you know, they do their part. So that's basically
it. So expound upon that, like in the film room, what is it like with Xnid? Because he's playing the best we've ever seen right now.
from him?
I mean, Suit in the film room, the thing I like a lot about him is he's kind of being a student of the game. He's, you know, he talks when he needs to, but like I've been trying to work with him and talk to him a lot, and so has everybody else, Clay and Mateb and Denz and JP. They've all been talking to him, and he's just been, you know, meshing really well with us and learning, and I think time will tell with him, and he'll just continue getting better and better. I mean, you know, it's only his second year in the league, so it takes time, but he's showing a lot, so.
I know this is stuff everybody loves to hear, Kiz, not only from you, but to hear about Exit because of the path that has been for the Riyadh Falcons for the past couple of years. It's been a slow build up these past 2 weeks for you guys. Do you feel like now, is it a thing where like scrims just didn't feel like they were translating and this was kind of the series that really showcased what you guys were capable of doing? Or has it been kind of a slow stacking of like, okay, we need to fix this, this, and this, and now the fruits of those labors are showing on screen?
Yeah, I would say it's like, I mean, it is stacking. Like our scrims have been decent, I'll be honest, but we just started off with 2 really hard matches. I mean, you gotta say LET and Optic are very good. I think that at the beginning, we just kind of lacked a little bit of direction. We were really focused on just trying to prove everybody wrong rather than just focus on our camp. And I think after those first 2 losses, you know, we brought in Mateb for S&D, and we've been really working on that game mode and just realizing that we win the game ourselves. We're not trying to catch up to anyone else or play anyone else's game. And I think now that we have direction, it's been showing a lot, so.
So happy to hear.
Kismet, congratulations on the win. We have 2 more matches to go, so unfortunately we have to let you go. Anything you want to say to the fans before the holidays?
Merry Christmas to everybody that's celebrating. I'll be live on Twitch. You got to come show some love, and you know, let's get some dubs on the board. What did I just say? I just blacked out.
Yeah, no, he's live on Twitch. He's right here. Twitch.tv/Kismet.
5 gifted for the Riyadh Falcons win. Let's go, Kiz. Happy holidays, my guy.
You guys. I black out all the time. Let's do it together sometime. That's Kismet. We're going to hang out with him in the new year. For now, though, we have to go to a break. When we come back, 2 more matches, and people are saying this match number 2 could be a game 5. Do you agree? Let us know in the comments. Chat. I blacked out.
Vamos, va.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Start the season strong with the 2026 Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator by scanning the QR code on screen or check it out in the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Sound with a very quick listen in.
Last one. Missing Zach. Missing Zach.
I got you. He told me. No, he did get to the left.
My bad if I need you.
You're good. Go, come me. There's 3 on 3. Short steps.
What do you want to say to the fans out there that's been supporting you guys? F*** Optic, f*** the green wall. Vamos! And that's gonna do it for me and Vico here on the stage.
Hop and look over him. You can see everything.
Are they planning for us?
No. Back circle weak.
Back circle. Back circle. I'll get you.
Back circle. 2 bullets bomb.
I'm ready to move. So weak.
No.
Come at.
Let's go.
Oh my god, my bad, bro.
Oh my god.
RCXD out. Yo, these RC cars, please. I don't care if you get a fucking RC car, you do not call it in, bro. Ignore the
Find a way to put some pressure
Do
on
not
them.
call that goddamn car in.
Scrap sitting back. It just doesn't feel good. They've been able to clean up one. Scrap is just waiting. No way.
Oh my god. All right. Well.
Oh.
Chat, don't clip that. Don't fucking clip that.
We can't call them all. This one, I don't know which way to go. It's Miami Heretics taking on New York Cloud9, and Cloud9 has been representing the Big Apple quite well as they 3-0'd Vancouver. Before that, though, it was a Game 5 against Minnesota. On the other side, Heretics, rough start to the season, a strong bounce back, but you're sitting at 0-2 looking to climb.
Yeah, I mean, there's moral victories in that you win Game 5 against Koi and Optic, right? And you played Optic very tight. And you look at those series, you're like, okay, Heretics is in a good spot. You're still 0-2, and you need to make winners bracket, right? So this is a must-win situation if you're a Heretics fan. If you're a Heretics player, you have to show up. And, you know, Rencor and Super, they are duo. They sure did show up in that last series versus Optic.
And I'm going to tell you what, the past couple of matches, it feels like all the teams have been doing well. It's been the AR duos putting in a lot of the damage, which we don't usually get to say about games usually. And so when I look at this team, I expect them to be incredibly well with that duo of Rencor and Super. I mean, we almost look at them like the duo Rookie of the Years last year. They are incredible at controlling the game and playing at a very high pace. That is Miami Heretics' specialty. And honestly, from the side of Trakes, I felt like in their last series, we saw a lot more out of him. He stepped up to the plate, he stepped up to the call, and that's what they need him to do, because putting that on Metals, he has that pop-off capability, but that is just not his role on this squad. So for Miami Heretics, I'm hoping to see a win from them today.
We know that Rancor is going to continue to put up the numbers. Who will join him in today's fight? On the other side for Cloud9, Vivid has been one of the most accurate players since he got into the CDL. He's been one of my favorite players to watch since he's joined MAC. Let's talk about this squad, Allie, and what they've accomplished, because you called it early. Back at the launch event, you said don't sleep on MAC and Vivid. You think Beans and Afro are complementary pieces.
Absolutely. Definitely. I wouldn't have thought of this roster, but once you see it, it makes a lot of sense. They all fit their roles incredibly well. And what we saw versus Vancouver Surge, granted it's Vancouver Surge, but we saw what we needed to see, and that was everybody pulling their weight on this roster. They are 3-0 right now at hardpoint, all three within 30 points, so they they've been keeping it a little bit tight. I think it's just about getting them all on the same page at the same time. I think we saw a couple of solo chows, a couple of situations where they didn't really know what they wanted to do, and I think that's something that will just come with time.
Yeah, I think that series was way too close when there was a guy on the opposing team that had like 3,000 less damage than everybody else in the lobby. So if you're Cloud9, still leaving a lot to be desired. You look at this team, though, all the hard points, like you said, 3-0 in that game mode, and Afro is top 7 in the league there, so he's been popping off in HP. And we're taking a look at the maps here, and that Scar hard point, if we get to that game 4, Cloud9 preseason and until now 3-1 on that map, so feeling confident there. Other than that, pretty much a wash.
Can I give a shout out to Zach in production? He's our button pusher today. Normally I have to wait on graphics sometimes. He's ahead of the game. He's like, fuck it, look what I got for you, baby. We got a double dose of Den after that exposure opener. So, Allie, do we get to a game 4? And if so, who wins the series?
I think we do. Actually, I think this might be a game 5 situation. I think both these teams are pretty equal right now. I think a lot of it depends on how Trace performs. I'm going to go Miami for my scuff pick'em.
Just going Miami.
Man, this is such a hard one. I'm like...
I feel on the perfect day. Don't ruin it.
Miami should win, but I'm going to go Cloud9. I like what I saw from Beans and Sniper, and it's just like a gritty team. They're going to win. I got Cloud9, but I'm super confident in it.
My strategy to follow Allie let me down. I will now follow Wheeler.
Let's go.
Big wheels. Let's ride blue. Vivid and Mac. It's time to do the dang thing, and the fans will side with Rosalie as they stay in front 12-4. We go to our casters for this one. Miles, guess who's joining the Daddy Club?
Oh, we got the same sweater. Let's go.
I know, we're rocking the Black Ops 6 gear. That's right, we didn't get any 7 updates, but that's how it goes. You got an update on the family there, mate. Congratulations. That's awesome.
No, that's huge. And that also makes Ben J a grandfather, at least soon to be. So a lot of new families sprouting out in the CDL.
Very, very excited to get that family tree printed on a t-shirt. Jeremy Studd said he'd wear it at Dallas. All right, let's do this. Heretics chance looking good after yesterday's match against Optic. A nice improvement on current standings and where they're at. But an interesting test in the form of C9 today. What are your thoughts, takes, and feels?
I think Heretics have a clear-cut edge. And I think the desk was trolling just a little bit because if, like, you know, when the year for the Heretics started, these issues take a little bit of time to like get orchestrated. I think Trakes was in a different hemisphere when the game dropped, so they were a bit behind. their match against Toronto, they got 100-point clubbed on a map. They got beat 8-0 on the good old overload for the map 3. So they looked like they were pretty far behind in a few game modes. Still were able to fight and force a game 5 though. But after a week of time, Heretics already have shown so many signs of improvement. They looked really good against Optic, showed a ton of fight in the hard points, battling back to get the 250-249 win, having another deep series against the top team. So I think Heretics improved rapidly, and I think this is the type of series where they get to showcase it.
Yeah, this is the biggest leap I think we've seen so far in the league as far as expectations and performance. So it jumps right back up there. Miami Heretics, welcome back, boys. Let's see how things actually rock and roll though, because in game is one thing. Each teams have very, very different matchups against each other. But when it comes to the map 5's chance, Heretics not ideal.
Well, I mean, listen, you're taking the L's, but I think a big part of it is just not nearly as much time as some other teams to actually get there. But I just think for Heretics, they've shown the signs of a fight. They're going to these round 11s in the S&D, even when they're faltering just a little bit, they're consistently able to battle back. And that's why I think improvement is the name of the game. If in the span of the week you're making massive improvements in certain game modes, I think this team will be locked in for game 5s in the long term. So 2 tough losses, but like losing to game 5 to Optic, losing to game 5 to Toronto, it just be like that sometimes. So I'm excited for this team long term. I think Trakes has shown me already more than enough that I still have quite a bit of confidence in the roster and excited to cast him for the first time.
I'm absolutely very, very excited to get in there. And of course, what we saw out of C9 yesterday, a little shaky, a little rough at times against the Vancouver boys. Definitely looking to see the overload continue to be quite strong. The search and destroy hardpoint as well. Make sure that these are as tight as they possibly can be. Here we go to exposure map number 1. This should be a fun one, ladies and gents. Here we go. Right into that P1. Heretics, what are you bringing today?
Well, a lot of firepower they're going to have. A lot of nades off the break as well to sort of set the theme. And Mac actually just pierces the route immediately to sort of sneak through. But Trey's roundabout P1 time, and by the looks of it, should be going to Heretics initially. And actually, basically, everybody's dead on the map. Trakes is just looking for the next kill.
Next up, still on the swarm here. Drake still roaming and riling his way through the C9 roster. They've got themselves time, though, for now, so you're going to happily sit in the point. A difficult P1. I mean, as far as P1s in Call of Duty goes, there's a lot of ways in, not to mention the windows and the top of the rings. There's plenty of angles to be attacked from here. So anytime you get on P1 is good time here at Exposure.
Yeah, I mean, the initial call out for that section of the map was maze. Now we've identified, okay, that's the short cut, long cut, the deep cut, but like there's a lot of spots and whatnot. So virtual time on P1, and that is already a minute burned off of the game clock, which I don't think we've had one of the hard points that comes down the game clock this year, but certainly something to keep in the back of your mind.
Yeah, we're already at, what, 3:58 already on the game clock there. So good stuff. Well, C9 New York, the boys who are brave enough to bowl their way into the hill. And they managed to get a few more. Trakes finds himself a couple on the feed, but C9 once again holding time very, very well. 3 men lined up now for the Heretics. One more hit of this. You're really going to start thinking about rotation at some point. There's Super Trakes in the feed. Afro on the flank. Not going to get any more of that life. And finally, the Heretics are in. Finally, they get some time.
A lot of people pause there off a spawn, Miles. Just like myself, I think everybody making sure they swap to the right weapon depending on where you're going to go. You want the sub, you want the AR, could be a little bit mixy. Nonetheless, Heretics at least have stabilized. Very tough P1, tough start to the P2, but now they battled back as is tradition for this team, and they set themselves up on the new time. Afro, though, does just find the route to break it down potentially immediately. Heretics, they're going to be dealing with the pressure.
Did he have active camo? What was going on there? He walked right on through a 2-man setup. Maybe not able to make it to the gap on the back line here, but back right through the front. Here we go, ladies and gents. Trying to find a couple more. Afro through the front door. Metal says, no thanks, mate. This is our time. Heretics looking fantastic so far. Wrinkle, a big part of that. About to get himself a Hellstorm trophy in play. That could get it done. This is beautiful stuff from the Heretics. What a turnaround. You needed that one, brother. Afro gets 2. No Hellstorm for the Heretics.
Yeah, there was a little back spawn that came through that sort of broke that one down for Miami, so not quite heads up about it, but unfortunate more than anything else. You'll take the gift if you're C9, and hey, you'll take the clean 4-man wipe as well. And talk about a big moment. That's a 4-man wipe with only 10 seconds left on old. It means you are free and clear on the rotation to the brand new P4, and this is a P4 that has been a money hill. This is a massive opportunity in this game for C9.
Huge. Afro watching the back line here. Someone's got to go on time there. It's going to be Beans to elect himself into that position. The rest of the squad making their way round through the outside, which is where Afro is. And he is way out of spot now. Massive pressure and an instant entry onto the hard point. The kills are looking good from Trakes, and the break is not quite done just yet. Beans still on the dance. That's a big win. All coming down to Super now in this fight, and a little bit of back and forth, but it is going to be C9 still in control.
Yeah, hey, it's a little bit awkward, right? You don't necessarily want one of your SMG players to be locking down the back spawns, but as awkward as it was, they deal with it perfectly. Clean house, get the time, push out the right cut. You got mid control, and if you're going to be funneling these guys in through the left side, then Vivid's posting the back. Beans knows where to look. You're sort of jumping at it. He'll look for the time, and as good as the minimap looked, Heretics, again, as is tradition for this team, battle, they make it mixy, and they keep things close.
They're in. Yeah, we've still got a decent chunk before they pull that lead back. 21-point game and climbing. Afro down. Hard point towards the bottom open side of the map is now in the hands of the Heretics. How long can they hold, though? Can we see a lead change? Can we see a shift here before we get into the second set?
Well, no flanks rolling through. You got the middle of the map covered. Easy kill for Trakes, and then falls from mid-cut. Super's there for the trade. Doesn't get it, though. Vivid able to get you two, and that means you lose the middle of the map, and that means time collapses as well. Beautiful break there for C9 off the back of Vivid.
Man, a lot of flexing around here from the C9 boys. I'm seeing Vivid with a sub. I'm seeing Beans with a sub. Everyone is swapping over, depending on the situation. It's a very flexy look here from Cloud9. They've been stretching. Oppo still in the hands of the Heretics. Kills going away as well. This has been a great hold. They're still unable to take the lead back, and it's not going to happen just yet, but here comes another hit. 10 odd seconds to go. You want to get some mid-map presence, and Super gets nothing but damage. So now still tons of players here from C9, and 3 dead in the feed. That's their P1 going in a second.
Make it all 4. And now maybe a P1 where C9 can actually collect a little bit of time. The first go around, it was only 5 seconds, but they got the full setup. So for C9, we'll go for a listen in.
Dark metals, dark metals. Window.
Dark right now.
Dark Trakes, it's too dark.
Metals and checks.
I'm looking at my gap.
On top of the box.
One in the window. Absolute. One of those gaps. So dark. Long. Dark window.
I'm running a fence.
He's on the top window. One shot top window. Con. Outside con. Left side.
I have gap.
We're gonna gap. One shot super.
A-bomb right now.
One gap. Gap in top window. Con to do. 2 con. One thing. I'm playing this guy. I can hold now.
I'm playing for one our side.
Top window.
I'm holding her out right now.
Listen, what's
On the tank ring code.
2 shots for me. I'm melee. Okay. Yeah. I'm pitching it.
You're in her. In her. Ring code was on the tank.
One shot. One tank. On tank.
Nice, I'm putting your side.
Our con. Can't hit once.
I'm ready for mid.
Corner. He's tricked out now.
I'm done. Tell me, con.
I'm pushing back.
Three round time. One hit, con to me.
Yo, one's our long. Hold up, boys.
Ready.
Long, dead.
Nice shot.
On the tanker. I can check on him. Better check on him for you guys.
Top. They're top.
Trade. Super hit on top.
Give us that. One shot now. I've been right now. Okay.
One spawn with me.
In a one shot.
Nice
big one. I sent him out. I've got it down. In a one shot bells, okay? What's the top? It's in a holder. Oh no.
On the tanker.
Outer and top. Top. I'm playing English. I'm going straight through. Free. Lock me dead to the back. I'm going to do it. She was going to spawn out there, right?
Yeah, one mic for sure.
Any metals.
Not telling you. Let's have a kill.
I want that fuck. I'm going to metals.
Not bad comms, a chance of good awareness there from the C9 boys. Going to get the break onto time. Max, the only man with a horse in this race, and he's down and out. So Heretics, right back at it.
Yeah, there's awareness and communication, and then there's execution. Beans super heads up about the 2 players spawning out. No one executed to actually get the kills, not Heretics. Holding the time from a very tight setup. C9 soaring from quite literally every single angle, but the coordination was not there. Super gives you 2, and Heretics hold on for dear life, and maybe hold on for an extra 30 seconds.
An extra couple of 5 kills now for Super as well on the way to a Hellstorm. Can he pick up the pieces where Rencor fell a little earlier? And a wonderful turn of events right now. Heretics with a lead change. 5 for Super, 4 for Metals. Rencor starting to roll as well with a 2. What a great bit of work it was. Final 10 are going to go back to C9 New York if they hold another lead change.
And this will be actually, well, we talked about the first time, for C9's opportunity out of P4 to do something good. This time, Metals is going to say, hey, boys, you got all the time in the world. I sent everybody back towards spawn. We'll have a mostly free and clear rotation, but the one guy Metals doesn't kill was Vivid. He made his way towards the back, and even though he falls, his teammates have managed to get to P4 first.
His teammates are in, but they are not winning the gunfights. That's it, cleaned up. Mac and Beans gone. Look at Afro and Vivid now trying to make the front run, and they were going to wait for the boys, wait for the reinforcements. Metals finds a corner as well. So what a hold right now from the Heretics. A wonderful turn. Again, the lead change.
And round open as well. Afro's made his way towards the back, so Heretics a little bit of a leak in their setup, and there's the impact kill. The rest of Heretics deliver though, so Vivid might be in the back, but every other one of his teammates dies. That is a perfect hold. That is final 15 seconds secured, and for Heretics, this is going to be the largest lead they have had all game. Not a huge one, only 30 seconds, but if you're set up on this new time as well, C9 maybe running out of steam.
And again, just as good as they've looked so far. I mean, the kills department have been great. Heretics now finally starting to run away with it. Another rotation one, another hard point held, and a 4-man hit right now from Old, from C9 New York. They're going to wait inside. It's a shelter more than anything, and it gets bad real quick. Metals finds 2, threads the needle, and now the Heretics, under the cover of a Hellstorm, are going huge here on bottom time.
Yep, nothing more awkward when you got to hang out with your entire team in a small little building, knowing you're getting called out, knowing the other team is going to set up a trap, and he gets 2 kills with the Hellstorm. Anyway, a painful moment, and that small 30-second lead has now been extended quite a bit up to nearly 70. I mean, Heretics have woken up, and Metals has been that guy. He was struggling in the kills column early on. Well, look at him now.
That's what he does. Rancor still fighting the way through top mid, trying to keep these players at bay. Heretics are not quite done here yet, but C9 have absolutely run out of steam. Here at Exposure, it's starting to get real tough. Chance 2 minutes to play on the game clock as well, and at this moment in time, I'm not too worried about that, but hey, better late than never with a turnaround from the Heretics.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a game. C9 entirely run out of steam. They just get bullied out on Exposure. They had him in the first half, not gonna lie. Second half, it was nothing but Metals, nothing but Miami, completely running him over.
Yeah, wicked stuff. Couple of streaks and a perfect turn. Man, at some point, we've got to start shooting down these Hellstorms, folks. I mean,
it's not easy in this game. It's not easy.
It's not. You've got, I mean, these are the best players in the world, Chance. Give them a shot, for God's sake, when there's 4 ARs running out of that tiny little room. Let them have it, boys. Give it a shot. That was a tough one to watch, but that was, quite literally, the perfect Hellstorm. Absolutely perfect timing. It bought them so much time and space, and it essentially pushed that lead from, what, a 10-point lead to a 30-point lead. Good stuff. Miami Heretics are in Exposure.
I mean, for what it's worth, on the note of the Hellstorm, it's not only not easy, I haven't seen it done successfully a single time, so I'm still questioning if it's possible, but what is possible is for Heretics to run it up. That is all 4 players down the line. I mean, 3K damage plus. I suppose Super was playing a bit of a different game, just sort of locking it down, but I mean, good hill time across the board. You're outslayed by a decent amount. That's a 2.0 KD there from Rancor as well, so those guys absolutely taking care of business.
Yeah, massive work there. Good stuff from the non-traders, good stuff from the assists, and the highlights now. A little bit of love there from C9 in the first half, as you said, but second half, all Heretics. Brilliant takeover there on Exposure. We don't see too many of those. I mean, again, small sample size, start of the year. Final day of play before we take our holiday break, and so far a spicy one indeed. Double Hellstorms there on Exposure, and if you've just joined us, a big win for the Heretics.
I would say on the flip side for C9, they had plenty of opportunities, I suppose. Quite a few 4-man wipes, but even when the mini-map was looking great for them, never quite able to lock it down and secure in a really efficient fashion. Certainly part of that is just Heretics. I mean, this is a team that battles time and time again, even from difficult spots, but nonetheless, the second loss, I mean, 130 to 120 sort of in this moment on the scoreboard. From that point on, C9 scores another 10, 15 points. Heretics on the flip side get about 120, so really just an effort on an endurance race almost. And I know being sort of on the receiving end, struggled from start to finish.
Yeah, that's tough. Again, C9, we saw the kills were even if they were lucky, and then they were losing out in a lot of the KD department. And that showed in that second half. Once you managed to get the run going, look at that climb for the Heretics, P3 to 5 in that second set. seals the deal in a really, really big way. Totally flat, almost there, actually. 3 points in a row. Goodness gracious. Well played by the Heretics. Well, C9, you get to bounce back in the section straight. That's the good news. And even better news after that, we get to play Overload. That's the best news, ladies and gents. A double helping, double servings of Den to maybe, you know, quell your woes. Hopefully everything's all good. But for now, that S&D is coming up next. Chance, quick take on where you think these two teams are at.
Well, it's certainly a map we've seen C9 have success on. They got a win yesterday against the Surge. Beans did have one or two sniper clips in the mix, and ultimately a very well-played map. Maybe a small point of concern for C9 is Afro did get caught out middle of the map, first blooded a few times, but ultimately get the win. If that's the problem you're trying to solve, it's absolutely not an issue. And of course, for Heretics, I expect greatness. Super has been a superstar S&D player. While he was maybe a little bit flat in map number 1, he was doing his thing. He was hanging out. He was enjoying himself. Maybe looking for the pop-off in map 2.
Pop-offs in map 2, after a guy like that, I mean, one of the statistically the best S&D players we had in Black Ops 6 for a real long time. Super good stuff. We'll see if he can keep it rolling here in 2-7. Don't look at our sweaters. They say 6, but just pretend that we've got the festive gear for the new game. But Charles, going in a search here, Den, a lot of fun. Thinking about those big old rotations, thinking about those opening gunfights. I've got a lot of faith in C9. We saw some good stuff yesterday, saw some fun yesterday, but right now it definitely looks like the Heretics have enjoyed themselves a little bit more.
And I think that sort of confidence they're going to be walking into map 2 with, very beneficial on the teamwork front. You're going to be trusting everybody's comms. You're going to be trusting everybody's play calls. And even if they're down, again, a team that has brought a ton of fight. Nonetheless, the S&D, you know, we brought up sort of their map 5 woes. It's not a game mode they've completely capitalized on just yet. So certainly an area where they need to see signs of improvement. But I'd say at this point, you got plenty of VOD to watch, steal some strats from other teams, learn the nade spots, get everything well orchestrated and grouped together. So faith we have, and off the rip, it's going to be C9 already getting first blooded. There's the immediate impact of Super and S&D.
Yes, they'll be in Super head-to-head, and Mac has fallen off the map. So it is, I mean, what a great map so far from C9. LOL WTF. Vivid and Afro are going to back on up, grab the bomb. One step in the right direction right now. But against the Heretics, you got it. You got it all, boys. And now Super, he's got another one. Afro, 1v4. Here we go.
I mean,
yep.
He's going to die.
Well, seeing how modern science is going, Chance, it looks like we all will. But until then, round 1, Heretics.
Yeah, unfortunately, sooner rather than later. And for Mac, maybe earlier than anybody would actually want. I mean, there is the section of the map, you know, just in front of where Metals is here, where if you just like mantle over the ledge, you just kind of get booped off of it. A ton of deaths in that place, but Mac falling off on the top side of the map, so that's just kind of on him. Oof. In the meantime, Super just making the snipes look nice and easy.
Yeah, that is a very common peak from the top window. We've seen that kill several times this weekend now from different snipers. Start to mix it up, fellas. This is how the snipers are pre-aiming that spot. Still on board with Super, man with the big gun. Nobody home though on this side of the map. Everyone else for the C9 New York at the B side, if not for Vivid in the middle of the map.
Back thinking about working the B side, and in the meantime, just another free B pick. Afro finding a new way to get first blooded in the mid map.
He threw one shoulder, but one shoulder was all it took. Oh, Vivid there peeks out, gets some good timing. Beans there with a cross. Hello. Drake's a single shoulder as well. Nice slide again from Metals. Ryan and Vivid, he finds himself another one. It all comes down to Rencor, who's not going out without a fight. But he spotted 2 players. Isolates 1. Beans is definitely in the right spot here. And still remains to be in position. C9 back on it.
Yeah, Beans loves that angle as well. I mean, that's the 4th kill in 2 days we've seen him get from that exact same spot. So it is his bread and butter. Predictable at this point, but nonetheless, if you've got the reaction time, extremely difficult to deal with, and Beans clearly has the reaction time.
I mean, this is the first shoulder thrown. Afro's like, nope, no one there. Oh,
yeah, that's tough.
Oh, I'm dead. No, sorry, bro. I threw one shoulder. Doink. Same with Drake's. It's a single shoulder. There's a couple of spots, man. You just got to start learning throughout the year. Look, if they've got a sniper on the board, it's probably not the right place to start peeking. It is a dangerous weapon. High caliber. First blood machine. Here we go.
They got the information on the middle of the map. Heretics does on Afro. They hit the stun. And yeah, immediately caught out. Metals heads up. That is a really good defensive setup coming from Miami. Pressure over on the B site. Now C9 forced to recollect, reposition. The A site is open. Rancor may be waiting to see if he can catch somebody pushing through. Metals is going to be doing the same. So the site's open, but the man advantage happy to play a retake.
And they're on it. A couple of tags in there from Beans. Enough to get the bomb down, but we are going to see the Heretics now reshuffle towards the back end. Trakes, he's going to be the man on the flank. Are they going to account for Vivid here? He might indeed, but fight now towards the site. That's no Vivid problem. 4C9. Trades complete, 2v2.
It's going to be much more difficult now. Front man's Beans, and he's got the sport. Vivid's coming nearby. Beans bow maybe does not need it. Shreds a guy in super. Last alive.
Yeah, last live with a snipe though. He's trying to bait out anything. 20 seconds. Gets himself an M15 as well, and I don't think he's going to be going too hard here. Wait for it. It's a classic spot. You're not going to check it though. 10 seconds.
He's saving.
Yeah, saving it. I like it. 5 seconds on the bomb, and it's going to go boom. Congratulations, C9 New York. You've taken the lead.
And saving the op, putting the extra emphasis on it. Super wants to maybe use that sniper long term. And in spite of that first blood rolling through, maybe credit to Vivid, just nice and patient towards the middle of the map, picks up that extra kill for the freebie, trusting his teammates on the other side of the map to execute in their post plant. And Beans absolutely does. So good trust out of C9, good timing, good rotation. No complaints on the round.
Oh, nice.
Although I think Afro did get first blood in the middle of the map again. It's tough.
Dude, someone's got to go out there. Someone has got to go out there and try.
There's no bomb sites there. You don't have to.
You got to try something. We're going to run into, at the very least, Vivid here. It seems to be the solo man when it comes to nearly every single one of these setups. Except for C9, he is the island. And right now, he's backed up just enough to the outskirts of Dojo. So he's going to allow this bomb site to be overtaken. And we're going to be playing a retake here. It looks like Beans might be sniping just from the angle he's at. It's hard to tell. A minute to go. Here comes the bomb.
Going for the plan as well. And C9 creeping up, but the bomb will go down, and I don't think they're going to be able to catch him off of it. So you got a pure 4v4 on B.
Oh, yeah. Trakes is taking shots. Get out of there, love. Elzer on the quick pinch. Trades are good. Rancor gets involved as well. Metals. Oh, has he caught a freebie short hands alongside Trakes? Beautiful. The round is done. What a fantastic hold after the plant there from the Heretics.
Hey, it's perfect execution. Super ends up getting caught by Beans with some poor timing towards the middle of the map, but that's because the noise and action was already going down towards the site. And if Heretics play that passively, honest to God, probably end up losing the round. That is not the Miami way. No, they will get active. They will run through Dojo if there's an opportunity to move forward. These gentlemen will absolutely take it. So, bit of an offensive shootout we've been having the past few rounds. Maybe Heretics want to break that mold on defense, but nonetheless, the onus is going to be on C9. They've toyed with a few different ideas on the attacking rounds. This time it looks like mostly grouped up together. 3 players over towards B, 2 players there on defense, and a missing Rancor. Beans drops him for the first blood.
Good stuff. Get the first blood finally, C9. Are you able to take advantage of the situation you find yourselves in? Yeah, you are. Vivid. Another one in the field. Big flank here from Metals. He's going wide, and oh dear God. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, we'll take the team kill. Mac, he's down. Afro technically has 2 kills. Who do you think about it? Hey, shots from Trakes. Gets away with his life for now. On the dance. Beans is still going. Whoa, Trakes, keep running, son. This 1v3 is not over yet. And he's going for it, Chance.
Hey, these are good shots, but he's also getting tracked the entire way. So Beans head up about the pinch. Good shoulders, and Beans just gonna run for the hills, but that's because you want the teamwork, and everybody's there for assist credit. Well played out of C9. Good decisions on the wrap. The ever so slightly awkwardness of Afro getting the team kill, but it's way more important to make sure Metals doesn't get 2. So great execution on the round. That's really how you want everything to happen. You get the first blood, you catch super, so maybe an extra life down on that front. And making sure you're grouped up together. C9, that is a well-oiled machine of a round, and offense continues to reign supreme.
Yeah, Den offense so far, great. Bean snipe was looking good there as well. First blood certainly helped. The follow-up there from Vivid, though, I think is a real decider. We're seeing plenty of these first blood snipes on Den. There's so many of these angles to worry about. Another dirty little one here. Big stack over by towards the A-bomb site right now for C9. Heretics on the slow approach, and it looks like Afro might be getting a bit antsy. He wants to get involved. But everyone retreating together here. Are we going over to B for the defense?
They're waiting for somebody to make a play, and Metals is going to be that guy.
Oh my God.
Straight
he let it rip. Yeah, he let it rip. They know where he is now. That could have been disgusting, but 4v4, you've pushed C9 back even further. Here comes the bomb over towards A.
C9 maybe halfway prepared for the pressure. 2 players floating around this site, but unfortunately the outer lane, Super, ever so patient, gets that first blood.
He's found another. The opposite of Beans right now, from the window into small room. Oh, and Beans, the sub in hand now. Is he going to swing and check this? Man advantage for the Heretics, and the bomb planted. Tricks to the middle, down. Beans. Oh, he's got some suppressing fire into that man on the outside, and now Rancor finds himself alone on the inside of the bomb site, and a quick run around. Vivid out of the play for a moment. Can he get involved? No need. Beans is there. The clock goes red. Heretics get dead. Round to C9.
Yep, Heretics were not aware of the pressure. That is a wide flank coming through from Vivid. And honest to God, it's not like Heretics made a poor play. The guy looking through mid, he gets Beans tagged up in one shot, but there's no follow-up on the trade. Heretics instead remain a little bit passive in that moment, and Vivid had the timing perfectly on the pinch as well. So huge clutch. You get the defensive win there for C9, maybe setting themselves apart. And honest to God, I think Beans and Vivid have been everything for C9 so far this map.
It's the First Blood Warriors. They are getting it done.
Well, I mean, just their duo is 2 and 10 combined, so Beans got the backpack on.
Backing up. Still alive. I guess who he's grouped up with. That's right, it's your boy. Well, 2 members of the Heretics now through the middle of the map. It's going to be Super and Metals trying to get involved. And it's a late rotate from Mac with a bomb. Has he snuck through? You've got a free lane. You've got Vivid on the other side. Gone all the way round, and that's a delightful start.
That's annoying for Rancor as well. He's going to be confused about that one. Afro, though, does get picked, so you're going to have a 3v3. Problem for Miami, though. Vivid and Beans are still alive.
At this point in time, Heretics, you know what you got. And you certainly know what you don't have. A bomb site. Here comes that quick plant. And C9, they've had their way with the Heretics this map. Vivid in the deepest recesses possible of their spawn. It's a long-range gunfight. And Vivid's holding them at bay. He's holding them back. Crossfire now in. And Trakes can't even get close. Perfect smoke. Take care of one of those angles. Allows Super to fight his way through. Matt gets himself involved as well. 2v2. And the clock's starting to get dicey. But Beans, he handles it nicely. It's a 2-piece to close it out. Map points C9.
That's gorgeous. And such an awkward mini-map as well. I don't know how many rounds, if any, we have seen develop quite like that. But a lot of credit to Vivid. I mean, he managed to find himself in the absolute depths of the map, and as you pointed out, crossfires on point, Mac there in position, and everybody making sure they get involved, ready for the action. I'd say the most important round, probably the previous one for C9, where again, from a man disadvantage, Heretics just slightly dropped the ball on not trading out a guy that's one shot, and the little things right now are the biggest difference makers. C9 a round away from tying the series up.
6 spree from Beans. And the old snipes back at it again. 1 and 6 for Afro. I'll take it for a dub. 3 players from the Heretics thinking about that mid-map hit. 2B, 2A, and a sneaky Trakes just got very much into a good spot.
I think Afro's ready for it.
He's first blood. A bomb site we're going to commit right now. The Heretics, they're making their way forward. Where we're going to overwhelm. Bad news, boys. The 3-lane map. You might have a presence on one. Beans the spree comes to an end. Afro trying to save it. He's in. He can't see a thing through the smoke. Max there to help out as well. Bomb plant. Heretics are trying to survive.
That's the classic tricks with the smoke. Staying alive for the 3v3, the post plant. It is a tight corner setup, and Afro continues to dance. It's 2 Heretics players in that tiny little room.
And they're still holding on. Are they still going to fly on in there? Afro checks it and gets destroyed. Trakes picks up the pair. A lovely bit of work here now from Vivid. 1. 2 remain. Chasing him on the outside. He might have the tail here, and it's good. The shots aren't there, though. And that is a wonderfully hectic round from the Heretics.
Yep, and Trake's making plays as well. He's the guy that gets in the top window. He's the man that makes Afro sort of have to tweak out a little bit, go back and forth, spin in circles, and maybe a little bit frantic in the comms, but he goes from up top, and he was half health, maybe dead to rights over sort of low lobby. The smoke perfectly played around it, baits out the extra kill, and well, then he gets the two-piece in the small room after the fact. So shout out to the new man on the block for that one, keeping Miami in it.
Dicey situation. Afro goes for that chow as well. He can't walk away with anything more than a tag or two. So the Heretics still, it's all working out. Oh, baby, we're all going to the B bomb site. Afro trying not to get first blooded again. Beans.
Oh, God.
Hellstorm. Oh, dear. Trakes falls off the map, and Metals is going to get himself a kill at the very least. And this is another situation where you find yourselves trapped, awaiting what could be. Oh dear, big bada boom that goes absolutely nowhere. Metal's now fighting with a pistol out, and it's got to be Trey's situation, but it's Beans, the last man standing for Cloud9, and that is going to be the equalizer found here in a series.
Run it up! Beans take care of business. That is probably very frantic comms there with a Hellstorm. But hey, Metals is in the building right in front of you. I don't know exactly where I need to drop this thing because I don't want to kill my teammates. And Beans did a perfect job. Didn't kill any teammates. Kill everything else. 13-3 performance out of him. Locking it down with the snipe. Play calls on point. Played his life beautifully in a few different rounds as well. Beans out here being the playmaker and effectively a dominant Den win. A map that, by the way, I mean, good thing Clayster retired a few years ago. He would have fallen off this map endlessly.
We would have run out of things to say. We would have run out of opportunities to call it. Like, oh yeah, shout out Clash. It would 3-4 times a weekend. It'd have been really rough. Imagine a hard point. Or I would overload, for the love of God. It'd have been tough, Chance. It'd have been really, really tough. Great search and destroy out of C9. Well, you're all tied up, lads. We stay on Den, folks. Don't put your shoes on. We're not leaving just yet. We are going to be playing Overload, though, so a very, very different look. We trade our bomb for an EMP device, and we trade those bomb sites for 2 golds either side. This should be a lot of fun. Den, again, thinking about that top side, thinking about that rooftop, or sort of open side of the map. That is absolutely where we're going to be seeing a ton of action go down. But then we also have the B zone on the bottom side, so that's where really a lot of teams have been attacking from. Dojo gets a bit of love. Spicy looks here on Den, Chance.
Absolutely, and I know for both of these teams, at least very early on in the year, they've had a little bit of inconsistency issues, as is very typical in the Call of Duty scene when the game first drops, but both these teams need to sort them out quickly. Like Beans popped off map number 2, struggling to map number 1, Heretics topsy-turvy as well. Gonna be a battle on map 3.
A little bit of time before we get to map number 3. We're going to throw it to a very, very quick break. You're going to get yourself a beverage, maybe something to eat, and our players are going to get ready to dive back into Den for Overload. 1-1 at the series. On the other side of this, we're playing Overload. Don't go too far. This is the CDL.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Start the season strong with the 2026 Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator by scanning the QR code on screen or check it out in the Call of Duty store in-game now.
One time. One more behind me. Time. That's that time. He's left. Nice. Just save shit. Let's go, bro. Yeah, we'll run him. I told you we'll run him, bro.
You're better. You're f***ing better, bro.
I went to like Vault door, I think. I've seen this, bro.
Oh my god. He's in Vault. Metals. You're so much better. Bomb.
Oh my god!
Holy
Hello?
Let's go. You're the
I'll just want to pull them real quick. Holy yo! Yobi!
Billy, lie.
But what the hell? What the hell is that?
Wait, that guy's bowling. Wait, he's watching bowling. Look. You see, he's watching bowling.
Yeah, what the fuck? I gotta throw, bro.
Wait, is he trolling? Wait, is he trolling?
He has to be trolling.
Wait, is he trolling? He's gotta be trolling, right? Wait, he's gotta be trolling, right?
No.
That's not right. That's an Easter egg from the CDL.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. That is the team packs available in store December 16th. A couple of absolute hotties in there. I can't lie. I'm very, very interested to get our hands on those. Shout out the teams. You have me on Twitter. I would love a DM. We're excited, though, to get those in store and get them on broadcast as well. As much as I'm loving the generic sort of CDO home and away, get me them colors, man. Get me some of those good skins. Excited. The Boston one's got a crazy face on it. I love it. They did a face last year, actually, in BO6. Shout out the Boston team. You guys are taking risks. I like it. I like it, Chance. You know what else I really like?
What's that?
Overload.
Yeah.
Map 3. I'm stoked, really. It's been a lot of fun having it in the league so far, and it very, very has shaken up the status quo of things. How do we improve upon it? That's a question for another time. For now, let's find out how good the Heretics are. Is their first respawn pretty solid? Nice comeback on exposure. S&D? No.
Well, I mean, saying S&D no, you certainly lean towards Heretics. Afro, though, did go like 1-8, so if he played well in Overload yesterday, maybe he's looking for the bounce back game here and try to pop off, take over. Or I thought that was going to be him. I was going to say first blood in the middle of the map. This time it was Mac. That's like C9 teamwork. Take turns getting first blood in mid.
No, I really like that opening run, that little route that Trace takes. Yeah, that's a couple down. Now options. Where are we going to go? Watch those arrows for C9 New York. How are they going to shuffle this defensively? This is the lineup they've got. One man worrying about the B hit, worrying about that flank. And for now, Metal's still that front man. Not really get much happening there. Right now through the lobby, we're going to send it. Drakes once again. Oh, baby, can't get anything out of that. Mac holds him down, and Rancor has to back on up. We should be looking at a turnover there. That is right. The EMP will change hands. Possession now in the hands of C9, but Super is still about.
And there's also so much pressure on this EMP device. They're trying to run for the hills. You're tagged up weak. That's 4 players nearby. Super gets to call out. The Metals in position. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3. And that's going to be the cap unless Afro can do something obscene. Unsuccessful. That's going to be a score. Heretics doing it differently.
That is disgusting. To the top side of the map we go. We've got C9 with the numbers, but Super, he's bringing the goods. He's bringing the gunning. Here we go with an opportunity to bounce back C9. What a fumble that was. Metals with a ridiculous 3 right into the capture. The man is soaring. Big kills, though, as we should be seeing an opportunity towards the A goal. Heretics turtle up. Over to B we fly. The race is on. Anyone able to get some stuns or nades in the way? Here comes Metals. First man on the defense. Backs up from a big 2 from Beans. And he's trying to get it in. Super's there for 1. No more to be had. Rancor. And it's a sneak goal from C9. 1-1.
Oh, we're playing bully ball. Shout out to Beans with the absolute peach of a grenade to make sure you can get that one through. Now you got Afro behind enemy lines. Couple kills towards the middle of the map. You're still worried about the pinch, so a couple players head on the swivel. You might be prepared for it, but Afro is still a nuisance.
Yeah, Trakes is trying to find kills up front. He gets 1. He's dancing. Metals walk, quick recovery, and he's taking a safe route to get away from this one. Oh, he's running for it, boys and girls. He's got an open goal. Nobody home. Heretics take the lead.
I mean, this might already be the most A captures like that direction we have seen on this map this year. Heretics doing things differently. And again, this is why this team is fun to watch, bringing a new dynamic and now bringing that EMP device straight through mid. Metals, the lead blocker, and they cut back towards A, reading the spawn. They had Super in position. Heretics are giving us something extra.
Giving us a whole lot. 3-1, 2:20 on the clock, and wonderful control. Oh, backs against the wall now. Let's test out the Duolingo. Listening with the Miami Heretics.
La bola.
La bola se ha stuneado. Lobby. Este va back envy, va para
la pilla para derecha, cuidado, pilla para derecha,
el lobby.
Dos mid, ¿Dos medio? Sí, dos mid. Vamos para izquierda, si están en medio. No, llévalo para derecha,
P1 tocado, Vivid.
Tengo Vivid muerto.
Ana, te tengo el con.
¿Qué pasó en tu China? ¿Has comido la izquierda?
Vete izquierda. Cuida el pin de lobby ya.
Estoy contigo.
Estoy yendo por izquierda.
la izquierda?
Te tengo la izquierda, Meta.
Sí, está tocado.
Mete el inner, ¿puedes?
Cuidado el pinch.
Te tengo la outer.
Muerto info. Cuidado el pinch.
Outer no sé qué hace.
Salita dentro. Queda outer. Está en la esquina.
Muerto.
Subas. Dos.
Man, there's something about that Metals pistol, man. He might be one of the best I've seen do it. Dashy's up there. Metals, very much a contender for a naughty man with a sidearm. Quick recovery now and an oscillation over towards the bottom side of the map. We could be making a run C9. 1 minute to play. Can they at least make it a 1-goal difference before the half?
Well, they're not entirely grouped up together. They're still having to be worried about the pinch. Heretics have so much pressure on this map, and now Beans... Gotta stay on the map. Now it's a little bit weird. You got the identification of the corner. You get a couple trades, but you lose the device. And now it's dangerous because you've already seen Heretics. A couple different ideas. Maybe to go towards A. And they're just going to keep you honest. Even trying to keep that pressure towards mid. But as everybody's falling, getting pushed back, C9, honestly, now with the advantage.
No, not at all. It's looking a bit rough. All the pistol work, they're not going to happen. We've got some legs. We've got a little bit of space. 22 seconds. Metals on the defensive prowl. Has he been sniffed out? He has not, and we're making a move. Can we get towards the goal? Oh, the slide was there, but Metals, good work. He and Rencor through the back. Not going to let anything get happening there. They're going to not touch the... Oh, we are going to touch the device. We're going to go to some extra time here with possession. A possible charge forward, or because they have the lead, it should just end.
Not in a massive
30
hurry.
seconds.
Yeah, 30 seconds to work with. You got players working through mid. Super's in position. Everybody else grouped up together on the top side. And it looks like defensively, C9, they're ready for the pressure.
Yeah, last opportunity here for this. Man on the outside Beans should be good to stop this, but wait, we've got an opening. Here comes Trakes, one step closer. No good, that's half time. Brilliant start though there from the Heretics. Man, back to back, the A captures on the bottom side. Whether they're running it through the middle of the map or finding those kills. Metals 3-piece, this is it. This is unbelievable. You dither just enough. You allow those players to stay close. The possession is still that close to your goal. Afro might pick up those kills, but Metals just runs it home. And the next goal now through the middle of the map. Again, Drake's getting on the board as well. Charles, it's a wonderful mastery so far from the Heretics. And C9, it could have been 3-2. And now their backs against the wall, quote unquote, good side. See if they can make it happen.
Yeah, and Metals, of course, like that 3-piece is just sort of like a haymaker. Just a tough blow, get to the point, it feels tough. But after that, Super's the guy that gets in position, stays back patio, and then moves towards the back lobby and forces those spawns out and opens up that A zone. So Super just living there for like a minute straight, really able to facilitate those captures. So Heretics, again, doing things differently. Not Metals on the pinch, 18-9. Feels like he's a guarantee.
He's ridiculous, man. Absolutely ridiculous. I could have been 19 there. It's going to be 20. Who knows? Timing goes his way. Super's managing to just pass intel. His boy's now lining up on the defense. He's going to find a few more kills here, but towards the dojo is where the battle's going on. And Trakes, nice wall bangs, forcing the player out through mid. It's a change here from C9. They're trying to battle their way through the front. On board with Trakes. Oh, and he's going to get both. Grab that and run with it. Account for the man in the middle? Possibly. He's a dot on the minimap. He's an opportunity to send it, and he's going to get it. We are looking towards another possible goal for the Heretics.
And where does Trakes want to take this? His team is not in position towards that B zone at all. So they're going to take their time. And if you got the 3-1 lead, you are not in a hurry. Super still roaming towards the middle of the map. Doesn't quite pick up the kill. He gets traded out, and that just means Heretics have to continue to take this slow.
Yeah, we ran way back from C9. I love that. They don't let anyone get forward. Don't give up anything whatsoever without intel. And now we're doubling up now towards the B goal. We've got one man in the middle. Now no one in the middle. So this is an opportunity for the flank. This could cause serious problem for our defenders. Renkor's holding. Can we get these kills? One more in the back, and it's a big win from Afro. The recovery from Renkor, 4-1. Heretics find a way.
And C9 just playing so defensively. By the way, Super again just trying to live inside of their spawn and set things up long term. He was prepared to play keep away in the A zone to open up the top side of the map. So Heretics ahead of the game, playing a little bit quick. And I think the passive nature of C9 on the defense right there is really what cost them. So that's a pretty big lead you're having to work yourself out of.
Oh, they're still trying. Breaks with a pistol, finds himself a little bit of damage. And the next man's 3 minutes on the clock, and we are still looking for number 5. I like this from the Heretics. You talk about their aggression.
And they let him out.
And they let him out. They're willing to take risks. They're willing to back on up. They are constantly moving. It is very fast overload right now. Mac, good awareness. Right place, wrong time. Gets gunned. Breaks down for the point. Oh, it's a big win. It could be another goal. Heretics now forward. EMP in hand. What a stop. And the recovery gone. C9, big save.
I mean, it's a goal line save, but that's still an extra 45 seconds off the game clock that just gets burned because C9 just not aggressive enough to take care of the device carrier. So you're going to have to force this one through quickly. You got the lead blockers. Beans, first man in line.
Beans got to get one. Intel's good. Nade. Oh no, he doesn't even trade with a nade. Afro now alone. How's his pistol? So far, pretty good. Another man hit. Coverage from his teammates. One man on the outside for the Heretics. Last man on site. This could be a goal with 2 minutes to spare. He doesn't check the corner. Trades are there, and here come the spawns. Oh dear. It's fallen apart on the attack for C9 and Metals. Last kill now with the device.
Just a little too slow, and now Heretics, that is all you need to do. You are in no hurry, you are in no rush, you can juke as much as you want. Gotta be a little bit careful, because Afro is through the middle of the map still getting kills. You don't want to drop the device near his zone and give him the points, but I think Metals knows this. He's halfway worked himself out, and they're getting all the kills. I mean, this is just gorgeous overload gameplay.
Oh yeah, with 28 and 15 from Metals. 2 more left. On the outside of B, Metal's throwing them shoulders. The shimmy's good, but the kill's not enough. Over to Renkor. Brought down. We get a fast capture here for C9. Get rolling. Looking for 1 kill onto Super, and he just says, no thanks, lads. Trakes gets his. Vivid looking for a second here. He's got to get himself the device. He doesn't have the teammates or the manpower to get the job done, and that is it. A minute to go. Heretics are looking like they are taking the lead in the series.
Yeah, GG for sure. And that's a really good example, by the way, of C9 trying to force it towards the A zone. If you don't have players in position, it's such a difficult thing to do. So the fact that Heretics managed 3 captures on it, extremely impressive stuff. Maybe C9 playing for sort of last-minute heroics, but it's the exact same corner that gets them. Now you're just in too much of a hurry, and Super there to seal the deal.
Man, check that corner. Got to do it. It's now the day 1, or at least the week 2 of overload here on Den. Run through the middle of the map. We could be looking at that 5th goal, and at this point in time, it is simply for the stats. Metals finds that. We're going to still fight our way through this one if you're C9. Keep the guns hot going into the next hard point. But this has been a show from the Heretics. They have absolutely run them on Den. Great work on the attacks. Great work defensively. Beautiful stuff all round. Miami Heretics take the lead.
Yeah, and make no mistake when I'm being critical of C9 being a little bit too passive. It is extremely easy for me to say when I can see the mini-map and exactly where all 8 players are. In-game, it's just a difficult moment. Like, if you're playing defensively over on, like, that B zone when you're spawning left side, that's just, like, the standard way Overload is played for the moment. And I think Heretics just did a fantastic job of playing off that expectation and sort of trying to develop just a little bit. Like, we're at the baseline, you know, the standard way to play. How can we just advance and look for, like, these little small tweaks in the gameplay? Well, Heretics find a few. They find themselves a nice 2-1 lead.
That's a lovely lead to have there. Going to be comfortable after that one. Stats looking fantastic for them as well. Metals 31 and 20. He was the man on the hard point, and he was the man on Den Overload as well. We're going to do another hard point now. But for Chance, as far as I'm concerned, that was a really good look from the Heretics. That was superb aggressive gameplay from Super in particular. As soon as the capture is gained, immediate attack towards their spawn, immediate goal line position, setting yourselves up for the next one. You know, if he captures A, he's right up to the B spawn. He's desperately trying to make sure that no one on C9 has any mid-map position. And if they do, they get shot in the back anyway. Great stuff from the Heretics. And the highlights, I mean, a little bit of love for everyone, but it is definitely a Miami show.
Yeah, and they're also just fast enough as a team that even when C9 was doing good work, in moments like that, juking back and forth, throwing off the defense, Heretics just respond so quickly. So pretty on point. And maybe on the flip side for C9, this is also 3 maps in a row where they just have a singular player that struggles. Even in the map 2 that they won, Afro goes 1-8. Map number 1, it was close for a bit, but ultimately towards the end, Beans is about double negative. And here we are on the map 3, and it's Vivid that ends up struggling. So inconsistencies as a squad right now for C9. Got to make sure you're grouped up together. All 4 players have to be involved.
I mean, another big issue they seem to be facing is moments like this where you just got to win a 1 against Super, who's coming out of spawn and finding himself just on that goal line defense here. Checking corners as well doesn't help, but the winning the 1v1 fights with Super was all over it, man. I mean, Heretics right now, it was a little bit of individual skill, just enough to get the dubs, and when you certainly needed it, moments like that. Rancor as well, big pistol plays from Nettles. Everyone locked in. The ones were won by the Miami Heretics, and in a mode and a map like Den, really, really helped.
Yeah, and lovely again to see Heretics pushing the map forward, but enough for the swing game mode. Back to hardpoint we go. And I know C9, at least in the pick and bans, making sure you get rid of that Den hardpoint. That is where Heretics have seen the most success. Scar is a very interesting look. It was the first map Miami played in the CDL this year. They got a 100-point club by Toronto, and honestly, they look terrible. That was the first map we saw Trakes play. That was like, is Trakes a good pickup? That didn't look too fantastic. But since then, absolutely incredible gameplay. I know Heretics are going to bring a lot more firepower to this map, and if you get 100-point club, that's going to be a focus point in Scrim. So I know Heretics are going to be better. Whether or not it's enough to take down C9, they'll have to prove it on map 4.
We're about to find out. We go to a couple of Scars. Chick dig Scars, right? Chance, they like the Scars. We like the Scars. I like Scars. I know you're a big Scar fan as well. We're going to be playing Hardpoint, and if we have to, another game 5 back-to-back. I mean, it's possible. Let's face it. It is possible. We're going to see what C9 New York are made of. Can they bounce back after what was a tough one? It wasn't quite Germany-Brazil, word to LaRue, but it was a brutal, brutal display from the fast-playing Spaniards there against C9. Into Scar we go. We trade the rooftops of a Japanese castle for a dirty little wet, snowy town somewhere in the continental United States. Let's get it.
That's a little bit rude, but I understand.
I'm not
Nonetheless, for Miami Heretics, again, the Scars always remind you that the past is real. So if you get a 100-point clubbed on the map, you got to make amends. And I think Trakes will be the focal point for me. And of course, map number 1, incredible performance. 31 kills for him, 32 there from Rancor. Rancor, obviously, incredibly consistent in the slaying category, a near 2.0 KD. You know he's going to be a force on the map.
Mate, this town has seen better times. Come on, there's a crashed plane. There's 2 mech things that are on fire. Cars are exploded. I mean, chat,
I think it looks lovely.
I'll leave it to you,
around
chat.
Halloween, it would be a great place to visit.
There's a hole in that green building. Well, that motel definitely has issues. There's a Spaniard from the rooftops finding kills, locking down that P2. 30 seconds to go here on P1, and so far so good for C9. They're looking fine. More Vivid. Oh, able to get a second man, and you're going to look now towards a bit of a hardpoint flip. And Mac, yeah, you're behind enemy lines, and good timing. You find yours, and that should be P2 in the bag as well. C9 right on it.
Oh, yeah, they're on top of the spawns as well. I mean, number 5 even worried about the back blue spawn, so you get a 2-2 split there for Miami, but I think C9 completely heads up, and you've got players swarming around the new time. So Vivid just put in some serious work off the break. I know he's only 3-2, but he has put his teammates in position around P2. You already got a 30-second lead. This is beautiful Scar gameplay. On a beautiful map, Miles. Beautiful map.
It is a beautiful map. It is. Look at that. Look at that mud smear on top of that wooden crate right in front of Beans. Oh, nice nade as well from Rancor. A lot of it's on fire as well, Chance. I forgot about that. Smoke billowing into the skies. as Mac dances to try to help his boys get back into this one. But the hotel, definitely not the next part of the song. It is completely run down by the Heretics.
As long as you know you would get fined, can't use that brand. Just like you can't use those steps. I see those bullets raining through. You're getting wall banged, tattered, tagged up, Trakes jumping on top of you. That's a 6 spree for him. Can't quite get 7. Rancor doesn't want his teammate to have the Hellstorm. No stealing glory from him. As Heretics battle back on the P2, as strong of a start as it was for C9. All's well that ends well. Only a 20-point difference right now.
Yeah, really, really nice swing. Turn this shit right around. That frown's upside down now. A little tough hard point though. The plane hard point way out in the open field, not a huge amount of cover to work with, and again depends on which side you're attacking it from, so it's going to be a little more advantageous. But we'll see, man. Still learning about how this map goes. And so far, C9 New York, they are in. They're looking good yesterday on this very, very moment, but super, a fearless attack. It might get flipped immediately thanks to a nice 2-piece there from Vivid. Oh, we're changing hands again.
Yeah, Vivid and Matt just had a pretty crazy run as a tandem there as well. Good jukes out of Matt, great gunny out of Vivid. Trying to keep the map honest, but Drake strikes with 2. And I mean, we're breakdancing in the field right there from Super. That looked ridiculous.
No, that was like the that was like a Hacienda breakdance moment from last year's finals. Whoa, 3 dead. There you go. What a mixy hard point this one has been. Yeah, we're gonna fly from 1 over towards blue. We now go, and Mac's gonna be there alone. Can he get the backline sorted? He should be able to. Rencor has let him get through, and this is an opportunity for Mac. Yeah. Oh yeah. Gets it. Take that. Holding on. The boys making their way out from the other side of the hard point. They should better get some time here. Good stuff out of C9. Here come the Heretics.
Oh, they might have lost the back spawns. Super can move through there if he wants to. First 2 kills go their way, and I mean, that's painful for C9. Matt puts you in a wonderful situation, and you just get eviscerated on that rotation. Clean 4-man wipe, and now you just get guys set up and ready to go. All guns forward for Miami.
Yep. Afro not able to get anything on the entry. That is going to be a good night, mate. Beans getting it done alone. A solo chow that he loses to Trakes, and that is a lovely turn from the Heretics. That is a moment where you're going to see the next chunk of time go their way. Beans spawns to the back. We're going to see him get involved in that fight in a moment as you've managed to escape Heretics. We'll see where they spawn up next after these next 2 gunfights, and Vivid down and out as well. Over towards New we go.
And keep in mind, we're also not done with the first set of rotations, and C9 are getting outslayed by about a dozen kills. So Afro trying to make amends. Nice 2-piece there as the hill starts. And unfortunately, that back spawn is the stickiest thing in the world. Afro gets a nice surprise. 3 players in the back.
It's just like the exposure. C9 keeping it together in the scores department, but they are being outslayed. Every hill we've seen so far. Vivid, yeah, good luck, brother. It's a good spot to be in for now, but thank God your teammates won the battle for mid, so you don't have to worry about that mid cut. You just have to worry about the attack through the alleyway or top green. Still not an easy thing to do. Eyes on number 1, gets it. Can't get away with his life. Contest is complete, and once again, C9 holding it together.
Yeah, and Mac, I mean, listen, Afro on the 4, he picked the perfect time to heat up, and Mac also just made some monstrous plays towards the mid cut as well. If that back spawn is going to be sticky, you got to be worried about that mid-map rotation, and Mac had it under lock and key. So, hey, called him out in the kills column. They immediately make up for it on the P5, and after our first set of rotations, C9 got the 25-point lead.
25 points, not huge. Not huge. They're going to want to see that change. P1 open for business. C9 are in. They lost the rotation to 2 in the first go around. So we're thinking about holding on to this one and seeing how the bottom side of the minimap looks with about 15 seconds to go. Spawn awareness still pretty solid. Lovely exchanges here. It is going to be the kills now being traded out. Super and Metals getting theirs into time. Vivid on the quick turn, and he doesn't see that next guy over the top, but still hard point time for C9 good.
Yeah, and you had a moment, by the way, on the mini-map for Afro and Super. They bump shoulders, walk past each other, and Afro turns that into a 3 spree. So he's really heated up, had a few big moments, and my, how this lead has continued to grow. 60 points now. You don't have a rotation over towards P2, but you got plenty of time to make it happen. 15 seconds on hold. Afro knows there's 2 players that direction. It looks like Heretics are doing a good job of playing keep away. They're more so set up around the new time.
Yeah, Beans is now finding his way through the back. He's going to catch 1 player potentially on this row. Oh, now maybe 2. Gourds, these are yours. Spotted out. Dealt with. Eyes front. Renkor's up. He gets himself into the fight, but Afro's there with his gun at the ready. Over to Trace now, trying to cut his way through 18 and the shop front, and he's getting great damage. No kill. Beans has made a tough stuff. Backline now from the Heretics has made it into time, and they're going to find what they can in this protracted gunfight.
Yeah, Super in the power spot. Do a little dance around Jens. He's got every single one of his teammates looking over. Trace responsible for the pinch. Easy gunfight there, but no trophies on time, so Mac makes it weird. But either way, Heretics get all the kills. Anyway, Vivid cannot pierce the setup. He even falls before his teammates get back in the mix. This is looking like a final 20 for Heretics and a huge P2 to get themselves right back in the game.
Yeah, man, that's an essential 20. This is a pretty even keel going across the map towards that broken plane once again. Because the last time it was an absolute slugfest. Both teams trading very, very effectively. But now we go back at it again. This hard point could come down to the wire. Here we go. P3, open for business.
You just lost the bottom side, so Mac turning his attention that direction. Beans had the middle of the map. Knows there's one player rolling through, but Mac on the heady. Efficient work. Now they read the spawns. The moment number 8 spawns out, everybody has to turn the head on a swivel. So it's ever so slightly awkward, but Afro jumps into position instantaneously. It gets top green control, and now you got to read the spawns again. Number 3 spawning out on the flip side. Number 5 turns inside the hills. The C9 bouncing back and forth. And as weird as it's been, they've handled it, kept it under control. Their comms must be on point.
It's totally different to where they've looked at the map so far. Good stuff. Flip, 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 flip. Turn. Gunny. Get it. Oh, no. Bad news, though. This is the new hard point. And Heretics, they've got a free and easy hold of it so far. Trade's looking good, though. And wait, Beans on the slow approach. Can they catch any more? We're going to see all members of the Heretics up, except for Rancor. Spawns behind. But again, perfect awareness from Mac. They know something's up, and they're able to now attack this point down a man.
Yeah, oh, Rancor spawns all the way out as well. You get this break. If you're C9, you get the game.
Oh, we're going in. Metal's on time. Gives them a great big bullseye to focus on while his teammates try to find anything. But the Heretics, they cannot buy a kill. Metal's from inside time. He's the man getting it done, but he's fighting for his life alone right now. The boys have spawned outside of the hard point, outside of the back position, and Metals is still swinging.
I mean, still, though, it's C9 in time, so the kills would have been great. Doesn't even get it. And already C9 has done enough on this hill just to make things mixy. Trake's trying to work his way through the back, but all of his teammates are falling. Has to get a 2-piece, cannot deliver. And C9, they punch on the P4 exactly where you need. It's Mac there on a 4 spree. He heats up at the exact right time.
4 spree, no more. Teammates can't fight their way out of this. You're still kind of trapped over by this old hard point. Long journey across through the middle of the map, which has got Heretics players watching it. Rancor trying to make sure that no one gets out of time. Failed his mission. The rest of the boys are now going to make their way forward. Here we go. Bottom side of green. That little, was it a deck? It's a hellhole. It's a tough, hard point to keep a grip on, and we are going to do it, Heretics, aren't we? Unless you want to go to a game 5.
So judgy. Heretics, though, have shown the ability to make a comeback before, and I don't think they're going to show it right here. Yeah, they just get run over, spawn in the back. You get rid of the trophies as well. Afro on 1. Started out the map very slow. He's going to end up finishing positive as C9 run you through the blender. Taking care of business on Scar.
And that is a happy C9. Back-to-back game 5s here on this sensational seasonal Sunday of the Call of Duty League. We're staying on Scar for a game 5, and Chance C9, they're a Scar team. Is that a good sign for their looks towards the search?
It's a great sign, I would say. And maybe, you know, I was a little bit dismissive of the potential game 5 woes from the Heretics, but I suppose now that we're here again for the 3rd time in a row, we could truly identify if it is an actual factual problem. If they have ice issues, or if they break down in the final moments. C9, this is a huge opportunity. This would be a great 10 CDL points for them to get. They had a bit of a slow start to the year as well, but off the back of their Vancouver Surge win yesterday, they could even up the odds and really end their sort of year on a high note.
A high note to end 2025, rolling into 2026 with the 2026 season core. They would love to walk away with an extra 10 just before the holiday break. A lovely back and forth hard point, incredibly close towards that second set, but 8-1-C9 got it going, man. They turned tables and they absolutely flipped the script on the Heretics here on Scar. Exposure wasn't nice to them, as you'll take a little look here at our maps and modes. But there it is, a back and forth series. Now we go to Scar. We've checked our lists twice. One of these teams is naughty, the other one nice. We're going to find out who's nice indeed on this game 5. Very, very excited to get into this one, ladies and gentlemen. But first, a quick break on the other side of it. The exciting conclusion to our penultimate match here today on this seasonal Sunday of the CDL.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Start the season strong with the 2026 Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator by scanning the QR code on screen or check it out in the Call of Duty store in-game now.
As well. All down to the smoke play from up high. He's going for a joke. Johnny down. 1v1. And Real singing across the stage.
Whichever bomb site they choose to go to, 30 seconds on the clock, and well, if he's been seen, he will drop off the map.
Iron Doge does it all now.
Go B. Unicorn.
Behind one.
Top one now.
Frosty dead. I'm in their spawn. There's gonna be another one on me.
I'm pressuring.
Was Rooks or Jay?
One's on me. That's two.
Nice. Let's find the shit.
Yo, come B. Come. Or you go. You go.
We have it.
You guys are good.
Nice.
Spawn dead.
My God, Caesar.
Mike, I'm just trying to slow down everything.
Just get off board.
Oh
my God.
That was dirty.
But like, good Caesar.
Just no. I was working picks, bro. I was working picks.
Here come the thieves. They cannot allow this to slip now. And there is snaking going on. Octane and Envoy have broken through. Can find one. Finds the second 1v1. And it's placed up. Looking for the last. And they put it out. 10 seconds. 10 points. The comeback of the CDL year. Can they do it? The thieves are moving. But they are moving into the kill feed. And Legion have just made the greatest comeback in halfway. You will ever see.
Man, if that doesn't tickle your pickle, I don't know what does. 13 kills to the 2 of the last section of story match we saw. Beans was the man on Den. On Scar, though, is he still made of that stuff, Charts?
Yeah, nah, he has not changed in the past 30 minutes. His DNA, it takes like 7 years for your cells to completely like restructure themselves. So see if they're cut for the same cloth on the game 5, something that has haunted Miami Heretics so far this year. Granted, 0-2, it's nothing crazy, but 0-3, that really puts the seed of doubt in the back of your mind. Look for Rancor maybe to try to pop off, take over, but Beans, he can dagger him, and when he does, he talks trash. He's very fun.
He's very fun. I reckon Beans has got a bit of Spanish in there as well. Not quite the way that Scrap learned Spanish in order to effectively talk trash. Yeah, frijoles indeed. But with the way Scrap effectively learned Spanish to talk trash to the Heretics players the first time he matched up against them. That, though, is a tale for another time. The tale we're going to be delving into, folks, is that Scar S&D Game 5. C9 taking on Miami Heretics. Can the Heretics find their first win in a Game 5 of the 2026 season? We're about to find out, folks. A bit of pressure here for the boys of C9, but after the bounce back there on the Scar hardpoint, and a strong one at that, I'm sure they're feeling pretty good going into this one.
As they should. Medals, though, of course, on the day. He had a slow start in the very first hard point, and once he hit form on that very map, he has been dominant. Looked incredible in the map 3. Respectable, I'd say, on the map 4, but a lot of players you got to keep in the back of your mind. It was a scar for the game 5, but they got costed, and Beans has indeed not slowed down already the first play.
Yeah, well, we were talking about those guys a second ago, and, well, they meet, not in the stats, now in the game. Close hold here from the Heretics. They are shoulder to shoulder, and this could be very damaging. But wait, Trex, oh, he and Super have done a man's job over by the bomb site. Pulled it right back, and now they've got the advantage.
And this is a squirrely moment as well. Afro's in a dangerous position. If he makes noise, Super's going to kill him. It is a battle for patience.
Oh my God.
The battle for Call of Duty timing. Yes, Afro wins the patience war, and he gives you 2. That is bombed down in a hell spot. Metal's going to have to clutch.
Metals is trying. He's trying, but he's just got a lump of coal from Afro. That was, I mean, the timing was one thing. To win the next gunfight, he really earned that one. 3rd man down. Beautiful stuff in the first round.
That sort of, to me, looks like Miami Heretics are learning, right? It's like, okay, man down, we get the pressure on the bomb. What kind of play should we make in this situation? They figured out you need to hit through, get the time and go through the steps. But then after that, they were like, I don't know what we do anymore. We've never made it this far. We haven't adopted this sort of like learning strategy yet. So Afro ends up picking them apart, has a very strong round number 1, and clutches up for the team. Heretics need to adapt and evolve.
It was adapt or die, I think Magneto once said in the Danger Room. Quote me on that one, chat. Somebody's got to get me right. The Master of Magnetism has got nothing on these two teams right now. He's got magnetic attraction to one another to find that first blood. B-bomb side plant, and Beans with the deep nade. I don't think Trace is going to worry about that yet. He's going to see it. No damage. And that's just a lethal and a tactical now used.
This is a novel round as well. You don't see B plants too often, let alone with a full 4v4 setup. Afro still lingering on site, but Metals does find the first blood.
Did you have to let it linger? Did you have to? 25, Afro in an easy corner to check. That's right, Metals gets it, and the smoke has taken care of the man on the plane heady, so he's out of the play. Now we're on the defuse. Get in there, boys! It is nearly done. Beans, can you check it? Can you check it? No, you can. That is that. Not an eye on the bomb whatsoever. Heretics happy to take that.
Yeah, and I think both of these tribes right now on a quest to find that like step 2 part of the strategy. It is a novel thing to get the bomb down on the B site in a pure 4v4. So it's wonderful that C9 able to pull it off, and then they went, I don't know what to do anymore. Like, this is just weird now. And as you pointed out, that smoke was absolutely perfect to block off the line of sight, sort of isolate Afro and put all the pressure on C9 to try to check that actual bomb. So massive retake there out of Heretics, tied up 1-1.
Yeah, love that. Oh, I love a good smoke. A cool drink search and destroy when it's good. It's very good. Es muy bien. Here we go. Africa's been tough stuff so far in this search and destroy. And nearly spat out my monster if you hit that one. Great nades. Putting pressure on both Super and Metals. Nearly got a 2-piece there off that.
And a little bit of pressure on the pinch as well. Vivid and Afro maybe toying with the idea. Rancor is going to be there. In the meantime, Super still looking for the snipe. We'll see if Beans gives him a shoulder to deal with.
Oh, here we go. And Super hits nothing but the woodwork. And now Beans, he came back for a second. You brave man. It gives Mac the first blood on a trace, though. Still, you've got Mans on the bomb site now for the Heretics looking for that plant.
And last time Heretics tried to push through, but Metals now does not have the support. So he's going to go for the bomb plant. He's going to trust his teammates to get the extra kills. He's got Super looking above him.
They got it. Rancor on the flank. And Super is so close with that snipe. Oh, Beans, not the 3rd time. No, he's going to stay low. Here we go. Potential for the retake. We're waiting for this. And Rancor, they've gone all the way around the outside. All the way round. Rancor, is he going to see this man? He's not. He's now gone back through mid. Afro's lost him as well.
Oh my God.
It's the blind chasing the blind right now. They've got no idea. Can somebody put a bell on these cats? God. Wait, Afro, what was that round? Boys and girls. What the freaky deaky?
That is the dictionary definition of Call of Duty timing. Rancor literally slips out the mid door as both the C9 players converge on it. cannot believe they didn't spot him. And then once you chase a ghost, well, the nightmare takes over. That is every single kill, snapping the position. Super there to get two, but every single player winning their ones. Great stuff there in the 3v4. Again, Rancor has the angle down low to call out the cross for his teammates. They just have to look up top. And then once the spidey senses tingle about that flank timing, could not have timed it any better.
The first man to the last took 3.5 seconds for the C9 roster to fall to pieces. What a shot from Beans off the boat right into the first blood category.
And now I know how Trix feels about him, because I'd be salty too.
I'd be salty too. Oh man, the sodium levels are rising here on Scar. 105 on the clock. Cut down in the middle of the map. We're looking at an equalizer, and Vivid is shooting very well indeed. A possibility for a bit of sniper magic here in the 1v3. Super, do you have what it takes? Evidently he does, but we're going to find out if the COD gods bless him. Okay, you know what, Chance?
I was told they were OP.
Maybe not. Afro's going in for the kill. He might have pumped the brakes. 30 seconds. The lads are very, very well spread out. And Super will do what he did before, which is just chill. Find a nice little place. He's going to ice up. And the boys are on the hunt. Afro. Oh, here he comes. 15 seconds. C9, 2-2.
Yeah, there is nothing lower or scummier than ice. So if you're in that back corner, you know you're going to get isolated as well. C9 not wasting any time. I mean, Afro throws the shoulder maybe 20 seconds in. So try to save the op. Not going to pay off in the slightest. Good execution there out of C9, and even better first bloods, right? Fancy footwork here for the little hop.
Ooh.
Great reads there for the first blood, and then Vivid's there for the follow-up. I mean, that is just a beautifully orchestrated round coming out of Cloud9.
And the wonderful thing about that as well, not only does he hit the good one, but he's like, there's another guy there as well. That's right. Oomph. Got a Banzo. That's my man. That's my man. Oh, Josh. There's always a Garbanzo bean on a Call of Duty map these days. Shout out Hotel. Mac, you are in the general store, and it is straight haberdashery, boolashery as you get smoked. Good shots from Afro. 2 men versus 3. Heretics advantage with bomb still on the move towards A.
And that is an A site that is wide open as well. Cloud9 looking to be aggressive on the pinch, looking to be aggressive through mid. The idea was there, but Heretics just with the extra firepower. Now, Vivid and Beans on map number 2 were everything for C9. So they've clutched a 2v3 before against this very team. A much more difficult situation, though, this time.
Falls apart, and boys are going to try and hit this relatively at the same time. Oh, Beans, that nade has your name written all over it, but nice shots to the Rancor. Slow him down just a pinch. Here comes the flank, and it's Vivid from upstairs. It's now a 1v3, though. He's doing this all alone. Will the boys now go for the ultimate wall bang? They will. Under enough gunfire, there was no way Vivid was getting out of that situation. Lovely stuff. Miami Heretics here in Game 5.
Well played. And again, for C9, I think they were just trying to mix things up on the defensive end, sending 2 players on the pinch, sending Mac straight through mid. But I know Mac has been having a bit of a tough game. 1-6 now, I think, and he goes into that store. Every Heretics player is sort of ready for that action and overwhelmed them. And super on point as well. And comp's flowing. I mean, by the looks of it, Trake's sort of that lead talker. Still a lot to learn about this new young player, but so far, what he's shown in-game has been pretty on point, and the play call, 3 men on defense. They got sniped before by Beans. They're running it back. This time, it's only a haircut, but everybody's here.
Oh, they get their heads down that time, mate. They were ready for it. And so is Beans, though. Again, nice use of these lethals and tacticals over the top there as well. Is he chasing for a red diamond there? Is he going to see that player through smoke? I mean, that is an awkward angle to have there, but loads of intel off that wall jump. So much. Even though he's still deep down scope, he's got a little bit of that peripheral view to play with. Slow approach towards A. Oh dear. Afro. Just go outside, Afro. I dare you. Can you smell him? I'm sure you can smell him.
Oh, that is a wicked first blood, and I was about to just erupt if Afro doesn't walk away with that one, but big wall bangs against Shop, not safe at all. Has to get away with his life, and now he's gone to the roundabout way with the bomb plant. 3v3 for the equalizer.
8 HP with 7 more than Afro needed. Not even close, and Beans making plays. Love the aggression with the sniper. Beans typically on point with it. Nonetheless, still a 2v3, but now you're getting funneled into death. Rancor gonna have to go crazy.
Yeah, he's gonna try it. And this 2v1. Backs up. Eyes on Afro. Love the quick reposition. Afro with a single shoulder is all he needed. 20 seconds. They planted that bomb. They're checking it twice. Rancor's down. That was nice. C9 find another equalizer. Merry Christmas, everyone. Happy New Year.
Sleigh bells ringing on this one. Or maybe the sleigh bells of around 11. The gong transition might be the novelty. Either way, though, back and forth battle. Similar-ish to what we saw on the map number 2 as well. And make no mistake, this is a pretty important match. Again, the last taste either of these teams will have before going into the new year. Whatever happens in this series, whatever happens on this map 5 will be their final memory for the next few weeks before we gear up again.
So let's hope that nothing horrendous happens, because yes, the boys will be remembering this one in their sleep for a time to come. Here we go. Snipes are up for Super. Will he be just that with the rifle? Over towards the A-bomb, and the lads are all here.
Well, the idea to get the nade pick is there, but Vivid wasn't. Playing a bit more passive, and nades exchanged on both ends. And how about that coordination? Mac and Vivid, the duo there coordinating up, and then Vivid just finds a brand new angle to die from.
Yeah, fantastic. Beans was shown for a second there. Super is not going to give up that line. Oh, they have to, though. But nobody's home. Beans with the... I mean, if he pokes through that, good luck, mate. Super has got this one. Can't wait to get endlessly sniped in rank play. Coming in season 2. Here we go. 3v3 on the retake.
Call of Duty timing still got him. 3v2.
Mac, 1v2. He's not giving up the flank, but he has given up the high ground, and they're both upstairs. They've lined up for a moment. Oh, Super finds it with the pistol. And there was a chance. There was some Well played, Miami Heretics. That got dicey.
Dude, never in a million years am I challenged this with a pistol when I'm tagged up by a guy with an AR, but that is trusting the one-shot call out, and Super and S&D remains on point, has not lost a single step from last year. You give him a pixel, he'll take you off the map.
Oh, Season, wow. And that last kill might be the most impressive one. He was so tagged. Heroics from Super, a 3 spree to give his boys the lead. His first to 6, though. We are not out of this one yet. My gosh.
That's a great trophy. Look at that trophy.
There are many like it, but that one, oh, I got that trophy too.
Dude, these trophies are out of control.
Super. Careful, son. Uh-oh. Taking a couple of love taps from across the way, and he's somehow the COD timing his way to allow another player to not fall into his scope. Mac dodges it, though, and you'll take that. Cool, mate. Imagine putting FMJ on in this game. You're causing some serious problems. I love the dance. Ay. Mac. Ooh. No bomb. Plant just yet. He's thinking about it. Here it comes. Beans gets some high ground to work with. Still worried so much about the top deck. The neighbors upstairs are making a lot of noise, but they can't quite get the hotel management to help out. Chance. Here we go. 4v4 straight up retake. Oh my god. He's on the bomb.
I love it. I love it.
He's doing it. He's doing it. Check the bomb. Oh my goodness. Vamos, Heretics.
Oh, it's too good. I don't even think Fike knew what was going on. That was crazy. Beautifully called.
No way.
I mean, he literally just walked straight in, prone crawled up to it, and then, of course, the first man going for the check. Metals knows exactly where to look. I mean, that is hilarious, that Heretics. I mean, talk about, like, sort of pushing the game forward as well. That's a brand new idea for the retake on that side. They had a couple new ideas as well for the overloaded. Yep, Josh.
Yep.
Josh remains on point. Can't be
he's killing it today. Josh killing it. Good job, team. Speaking of killing it, Afro. You almost caught wind of that one. Of a supercalifragilisticexpialidocious start to a round, and that is an unfortunate nade. But Trace takes a ton of damage, and the car blows up, doesn't kill him. Good stuff, lucky man.
Truck, thank you. God, Mouse, come on.
Oh, excusez-moi, monsieur, excusez-moi. If you're not wrong. A little rattle of gunfire by the A-bomb site, and we are going to creep, tiptoe our way over there. Oh, no one saw Vivid mid-map. They saw Mummy kissing Santa Claus, but now down a man. Heretics, you've got to commit to this BIM site.
And they need this around the way. Heretics get the dub. Trax, though, sniffs him out. So that evens up the odds. That is a man that should not have fallen. Heretics an opportunity to win it here. A delicate moment for the bomb plant, but he's got the right spot. Mac doesn't check it. And he gets the bomb down, and he gets out with his life.
Yeah, Mac, don't just go for the defuse. Don't. There's no way. They're definitely looking at that thing. Oh, Raincore in the back. Front line work from Vivid, though, looking good. 2v2. Oh, the smoke on the bomb, you naughty man, Mac. That could be huge. No one has taken the bait, though. No one moving from position. Mac through smoke. Couple of tags, no kill. Raincore catches Vivid, and this is the series. Drakes gets it done at the Game 5 curse. He's already broken for the Heretics. Happy holidays, boys.
Vamos, they get the dagger, they deal with the snipes out of beans, they deal with the funny business, and they bring out some creative strats of their own. A 4v4 sneak defuse at this level is unacceptable. Miami Heretics are built different. They have the vision. And again, week one, clear signs that this is a team that needs to improve. They just started a little bit behind. Trax again started the year in a different hemisphere. After their week one performance, they showed massive improvements week over week, and now they get a long break of happiness to learn even more. Heretics, I think, are going to be a force to be reckoned with come the new year.
Well, they always are. Let's hope they don't slack off too much in that break they've got. Wow, what a fun series. Very, very much back and forth. Big highlight for me there, of course, the Den Overload. A lot of learnings there for the way that you can play those A attacks. Both sides, to be honest. Great stuff out of the Heretics. And the hardpoint, pretty solid indeed. Scar, a little bit of work to do there. Search and Destroy, though, super. He was a serious pain for C9 to deal with. I mean, you can make it up to C9 by buying their skins in the T-packs, or you can buy the Heretics ones because they're also really, really nice. That is December 16th. Those will be coming at you soon. You know what's coming at you right now, though, folks? It's the desk. Happy holidays, everyone.
Can I get a code, Miles, please? Commish?
Yes, sir.
Thanks, man.
Miles may have just had his best performance, especially as an Activision employee. Let's take a look here at some of the highlights. And Allie, walk me through your team's victory, because I thought Anthony Wheeler was going to have the greatest day ever. Unfortunately, the perfect predictions come to an end.
I mean, honestly, it was just that round in Trax. I think I go back to that Game 5, and I'm just thinking, like, his stats weren't that crazy, but he is the reason they won that game. The fact that he was able to the most insane ninja defuse we've seen this year, maybe in the past year, because we're not checking those. I mean, granted, it is a 4v4, but that gives him that 2-round advantage, and then he's able to find that kill on Mac in the smoke, which it's tough on the side of Mac because it's like, yes, you have the smoke, you're able to utilize it, but he's already weak in that situation. You have a player that falls in mid and Afro, and suddenly you have to try and make this heroic play, and Triggs is able to find that one. Honestly, for Miami Heretics, I think just was a testament to being able to keep themselves in the game.
This play from Super kind of turned it for me as well. You saw it was first blood. Some great nades coming in from Cloud9. The snipe comes out, evens things up. What did you see, Wheeler? What's the difference between these two squads?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, for the Heretics, I'll show some love to Trax as well, especially this Game 5, some huge plays, the sneak defuse, and then I think what's going to sneak under the radar was the round Vivid pushes up and he takes down Super. Trax evens out the odds, right? Finds the kill. Like, he's turned. We were looking back at, we're watching the green room, we're talking about how does the Heretics keep finding these young, talented players? They're just so turned individually. Miami, man, it's only up from here. They said they were going to work on their search and destroy, and it looks like they have.
Method sick, well done, and the rest of the GMs over at the Heretics camp.
Yeah, seriously.
Going for an Argentinian. Never saw that one working out. It's working out quite well. For now, though, it's the Spaniard, the old man on the lineup, Metals, who earns your scuff play of the game. And Allie,
oh
my God,
look at this 3K to score. Take a look at some of the big plays from the Heretics.
I mean, this is the ghost of accuracy. They line up. They line up.
what's so funny about this is I'm pretty sure as soon as we saw this happen, we were like, when Metals is balling like this, Miami Heretics, they're unkillable. Like, you literally can't beat this team. They're contending for championships if this guy starts balling out like that.
And they had 2 caps on the 8-point, which you're just not going to see that often. They did a really good job of 1, ball possession, and then 2, like, when you get into the base and you're spawning back there, you're so confused if you're
so
Cloud9. They're in your small room. They're coming through your dojo. It's like, Miami, they controlled that situation, played very well.
It's now time to talk with our winners. It's our Monster Winner Spotlight. And in the winner's circle tonight, we've got Trakes, the rookie, puts his name into the Rookie of the Year category column. So, Trakes, talk to me about today's win. How do you feel about that comeback in Search?
I'm feeling good, actually. After the first match I had against Koi, it was just a regame for me. I knew I played kind of bad. But with teammates I have, with the coach and stuff, well, I knew how to do it myself. And just to improve, to not get nervous, and just getting better.
Yeah. Shakes, talk to me about, first of all, congrats on the win. Talk to me about coming into the league, man. Like, a lot of people didn't know too much about you. You've been lighting it up. In this series in particular, you put your stamp on it.
Well, it was at the beginning kind of hard to get in the league because mainly I had to make a team with American people, so it was kind of hard talking English at the beginning. But I had such a good teammates though. It was just a matter of time to get in the league.
Yeah, you're balling, man. Congrats.
Heck yeah. Talk to me about the ninja. That was pretty ballsy. We don't see pros do that very often. Was that your call, and did you have to try to convince
No, that was actually Metal's call.
Really?
That was actually Metal's call. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, he was the MVP on that round. Yeah.
Trakes, final question I had for you is, as a rookie, there's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of eyes on your performance. And out of the gates, you had a very tough opponent. And Aroma personally was coming at you. He sent the goons, and you seemed to fend them off well. Did the community comments affect your gameplay at all? How do you keep your head in the game as a rookie?
Not at all. Like, coming from Argentina made me strong to such comments. We're people that wants to take me down, but as I said before, with the teammates I have, it's just like focus on myself to be Rookie of the Year.
Do you want a rematch against Koi later this year?
Hell yeah.
We're looking forward to it as well. That is Trakes. That is the Miami Heretics. Congrats on your win tonight.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
We have another match to go. This day has been a blur, and we are going to finish strong as we close out 2025. What are we bringing the boys and girls for Christmas?
Koi versus FaZe, Game 5, absolute banger. Go get a bev, sit down in your seat, kick back.
I want Joe and Sim 1v1, round 11.
There you have it. Boom.
Controller of the CDL. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Start the season strong with the 2026 Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator by scanning the QR code on screen or check it out in the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Nice. Let's go! Come on, Benji! Come on, Benji!
Oh, man.
He just
just overextended kill me. We just need. There needs to be a trade there.
When the uncle, man. When the uncle. Challenge that. How are you losing that? Oh my God! No fundamentals out of the full pro squad. GG.
Can you walk us through what kind of y'all's situation?
Yeah, what's the setup you got going?
Apartment?
So we have a kind of like a penthouse apartment and a whole bunch of setups in here.
Do you guys all live together in this penthouse? Who's cooking? Who's whipping up the meals after a win?
So Brian gets the penthouse. We're all staying at a different apartment.
Okay.
Still pretty nice, not quite a penthouse, but you know, we spend every day here. It's
Brian Saints living in a penthouse? Call of Duty can make dreams come true, children. You heard it here first.
All right.
Don't stare at each Hydra, please.
Holy.
Listen, where am I looking here? It's Mother's Day, all right? Call your moms, all right? And maybe I'll call them too.
On me, big there.
It's like both sides. Watch out, he might be ironing you.
I think he's looking for you.
He is. Low boat.
Nice, Ken. Oh my God. Good map, Ken. Holy God. You just took us home. Oh my God. Bro, I can.
No way. Oh, man. Oh my God, I should have.
Joe, bro, yet she should have
thought he won that. I actually thought.
Remember when I spent days on the dog, still on the leash, I'm a dangerous dog. Every day is like business, yeah. I'm not famous, I'm infamous, yeah. But don't look twins, I'm different. Don't need it. Diamonds on my crown, I'm raving king. You don't impress me, nothing sweet. I'm gonna turn that boy elite.
Toronto Koi has been tested, but they remain perfect at the top of the leaderboard with two other teams. We find out, will that run come to an end tonight as they take on the squad representing Vegas this year with FaZe. Now, let's start here with the FaZe crew because, Ant, you were crunching the numbers and you said there are two players in this match with top 5 stats. Who from FaZe is dropping top 5 categories?
Yeah, Simp's been unbelievable. You look at this guy, even in the match they lost first to Thieves, like Ali said, the chant, he's been frying, and he's going to need to continue doing that. He's the star of the show on this roster, and I think we got a glimpse of what the future can be for this FaZe team. They ran the Gentlemates in Overload and both of those search and destroys. The key place where they'll need improvement, you can see in our Monster Energy pregame, it's the hard point woes. A minus 82 average margin. Lost both of the HPs in that win versus Gentlemates. Lost both those hard points by over 100 points. So that has to be the key emphasis for them going into this matchup versus Koi.
Listen, Simp has a 99 Slayer rating. He was genuinely trying to 1v4 in some of the matches that we saw from them, and it's got to be on the ARs. That's why I'm looking after this FaZe Vegas roster, because we talk about these good teams. We just said it earlier in the pre-show that the ARs have been pivotal for a lot of these teams' success, and it's shocking because we know what Abuza's capable of. We know why Draza got to stay on this roster. So now it's just a question mark of like, when are they going to show up? And I just feel like they haven't.
I feel like the fans had it out.
Game 5 they did. Let's put it that way. But they turned up and they got the win. That was a huge. The win versus Gentlemates now looks way better after what they recently did. But to your point, in the hard points, I 100% agree.
Let's take it over to the other side of this competition. Toronto Koi have invested heavily in a Spanish star, Real. Now joins Joe Deceives, and this may be what he needed to reach his peak. Let's take a look at some of the Joe numbers, because he's in our top 5 as well. And as we take a look at the highlights, talk to me about the frontline expectations today.
Really high. I mean, I feel like the slang on this team has just taken a huge turnover in the past year in this squad. And with the addition of Real now, it's just gone over the mountaintop. And when you talk about a team like Toronto Koi with Inside and Kleenex on it, you don't usually say that. This was usually a very fundamentally sound team. They were a team that would get outslayed and still beat you. You now add that fundamentals with the slang power of Real and Joe, this team becomes terrifying. This team becomes championship caliber. So for them, it's just about consistency at this point and seeing that they don't fall to any of the competition.
And can you stay above a 1.0 KD? I know you just padded your stats against Vancouver, but now you've got another top-tier squad. Do you think Koi has potential of getting 3 or more players above a 1.0 tonight?
Talking about the team KD, that's been great for them. Like, everybody's been contributing. And I do think that the answer to that I would give you is yes, because the hard point for FaZe Vegas hasn't looked great. And when you talk about overload, these guys in Koi, they played Den, they played exposure, and you saw the stat, averaging 6 goals. They have been lighting it up there. They look like they're ahead in that game mode. So going to need that once again, because you can't expect to win both searches.
I'm trying to finish the season 9-9. Chris Lair, you're going to get me there, buddy. Let's go with Vegas FaZe. I'm all in on the pink.
I like this one. I think it's going game 5. I'm going to go with the Toronto Koi, though. I think they're going to edge them out in this one.
I'm going to go with Toronto Koi, too. I just really liked what I saw from them. I think this is a really solid team.
Am I going 0-3 again? All right, fans are riding with me, boys. On the mic for the final fight of 2025. We got Shift and Study. Take it away.
Banger! I think this is going to be just one of those matches that completely moves all of our power rankings. Just flat out to end the year. We've had some extreme Map 4, Map 5 affairs throughout the weekend, but this one right here feels like, is Vegas actually for real after beating Paris? Is Toronto actually for real without having really had to play anybody super meaningful yet? Like, there's a lot of questions here between both these two teams. Jay, what are your thoughts?
Oh yeah, without question, there's a lot of questions potentially to see who's top 3 in the league right now between both of these two squads. Obviously, if you are Vegas, you're feeling fantastic with the way that you were able to win your series versus the Gentlemates, especially with the form that the Gentlemates have shown themselves in recently. You clutch up in the 2-3-5. You're probably going to have to do the same similar strat here because Koi right now, they're just lights out in respawn. Great in hard point, unbelievable in overload. I think if you're Vegas, you're going to have to show me something here in the map number 1 if you want to stay the chance versus this lineup.
Here we go. Let's get locked in. We got FaZe Vegas and Toronto Koi. Last matchup of the 2025 year, and let's get it on. Exposure Hardpoint has been gracing us all weekend long, it feels like. And after the opening start for Toronto, it's boosted to get things back in the mix for FaZe as they re-hit the hill, find a way to jump on through, and have Real completely isolated.
The ARs with the cover fire. Draza and Abuza already off to a great start. 5-1 combined. You dominating all the mid-map control. You have control of long alley as well. And just coordinating so far what and what not you want to challenge, but you challenge the wrong guy there. Insight lines up all 4 for the final 15 seconds. Teammates should be free off the rotation, but Vegas get the close solar spawns. They're going to be blessed over at P2 early on.
Yeah. Even with Draza finding the 2 over the top, he's able to really clear that space out. Definitely a player to watch for. We'll talk the narratives and storylines as we go, but a lot of attention has been put onto Draza. And so far, he has started off red hot. 5-2, 2 in a row. A little pop over the tank, trying to set up his teammates. Damage tallied onto Kleenex. Inside the long-standing duo, working with him, but Draza gets out of there. Little tactful retreat back to let the reset come back through. And as they do, 0-4 and Sip trying to clear some space, but they cannot deal with Insight over the middle of the map, and that'll be enough for Koi to get back on.
Yeah, I thought the initial setup right there for Vegas was perfect. You had 0-4 playing the OE, working around the backside. He was able to open up with the opening double, but it's just the pressure there from going through mid-cut. Doesn't allow them to hold on to this P2 the way that they wanted to. Now spawns flip. Koi in the driver's seat for the final 15. You had pressure up the middle of the map as well. Joe Deceives is not letting them get out of that side of the map for anything. They should be freely off the rotation to P3 uncontested.
Real on 4 in a row. Gonna lock down the scrap time and build just over a 20-point lead for Toronto, looking over to P3. One player trying to play spoiler. That's Simp. He has been unbelievable so far through 2 weekends, but he's already been red. Jodeci is going back to the play. Not able to win the first 1v1, but a Semtex cleans up Simp, and CleanX is there to follow up on 3 in a row.
Hey, and you got the back spawns if you are Koi, so you can just funnel your way right back to the bottom side of the doorway. Eventually, you're going to get some trophy systems, but here comes Ofra on the pinch. He's able to find one. Your teammates are not getting ready to hit the goal button through top window, so he stalls enough time for the break for some much-needed time here for Vegas.
Joe cleans things up in the back, gets the regen, trying to double hit this as Riel's working his way from the underground, able to find one pistol off for a second. No, and Draza almost turns away everything, but Insight has Toronto right back in the hard point. 20 seconds to fight for. Not done yet, though. Here's FaZe over the top and through the window, but right into the waiting nade of Insight. One more player to try to challenge was Simp. Riel deals with it, and scrap time goes to Toronto.
And now there's only one player from Vegas who have the spawns that they want for the next HP. You're trying to chase him down, trying to locate where he went. Insight is able to spot him. Can he win the one-on-one versus Draza?
Oh.
He does not. So Draza, your job now is to just buy your life as long as you possibly can. But too many angles to watch. Joe Deceives sneaks behind enemy lines and spawns in favor of Koi, but Vegas in the HP.
Yeah, I'm just going to wait for Riel to spawn up before Toronto tries to break this hill. Joe finds the opener. Riel making sure no one plays on the backside of this hit. And he's gotten a lot of damage in, but still falls. Simp from inside the hard point did his job and then some. A double leaves to now the AR's left standing, and FaZe will clean things up. 30 seconds to fight, and Toronto are spawning really far away.
Yeah, Koi might not even have an opportunity to contest this again. You might just have to forfeit this and set up at that P5. Gonna give it one last hurrah through the front door. Don't want to take some time to potentially flip you on that side of the map, but you can already see on your mini-map Abuza hitting the long route, thinking about the long game. It's great. You can have this final 15. We want them in map control. We want to be early off the rotation to P5. A big one-on-one gunfight on the new time. Insight just stays alive. Good play.
Yeah, but Abuza top window is able to get one trade, and that's going to have FaZe with numbers as they try to quickly break this hard point, if you want to call it that. CleanX was the last one standing, so it wasn't much of a force to work through. Little bounce back from Riel, didn't like the look of what he saw, and instead Insight's going to call in the Hellstorm. Tie game. FaZe take the lead for a moment. Here comes the streak, though, down and raining right above this hill. And FaZe are scrambling, and they've done well to actually get out of the mix for a moment. Draza in some trouble top crate. Riel trying to fight him, and he's got help from Joe Deceives as Toronto will break and reclaim the lead of their own.
Yeah, they have the time for now. And they have the setup that they sort of want, especially with your players spawning in on that side towards back window. You know, it's time to turn around if you are Riel. AR hitting different, just not in the hands of Riel there. Droz gets the better of him. Doesn't matter. Koi are going to walk away with a majority of the time here at the P5. Thankfully, Insight with that Hellstorm was the opener that they were looking for to be a little bit late off the rotation. But after our first set, you're going to find yourself almost up by 30 points. Got trophy system this time around to have a lot more success on lockdown setups.
About as good as it gets for these two teams squaring up against each other. Everyone participating evenly. No one really running away with the scoreboard right now. And as we look to see FaZe trying to bounce back after this Toronto break, we're going to head over to a Vegas. Listen in.
This one on me then. Let's go. I love it. I cannot be full. Yeah, Jamie, we go. They cannot be full, guys. One might be extra. Two con pass. Okay, yeah. Two con. Here's going Sam. But he's deep back. Alright, let's do it. One's push up. I spawned deep. Come clear, you know, we've outer lane up. That's right. Let's get up. I have outer, okay? I'll shoot over your top. Let me know when you have it. Let me know when you have it. Nothing mid. One mid. Watch out. Hit her. One more. Nice. Hey, last one. Watch out. I'm a bullet. Watch out. Hey, watch out. Nice. I'm blocking. Hey, before. Yeah, we gotta roll here. Before, I long. Yes. All on your right. Inside. Alright. I'll spin on the back. On, done. That's right. Yeah, that's right. I'm fine. Hey, my face right. I'm coming. Hey, love. Shit, down. Two more time. Yeah, on the pillar low left corner. In the left corner. You just wait. I'm right here. Spam tags.
How many steps?
Don't say anything up. I'm gonna be paid. Stairs, real weak. Low.
I'm sitting right bench.
And in.
Back and forth, the pendulum swings. No one taking a commanding lead. This is just good team Call of Duty right now. Real off 3 in a row, finessing to allow Joe to get back in. And that looks like the scrap time's going to be good here, Jay. What'd you notice in listening?
Oh, the listening was fantastic. You could tell that Vegas was starting to account for everyone on the map, knowing what and when they needed to chow, consistently calling out the hard block, because usually you're expecting SMGs to create space, but it was actually the AR. Straza was so far pushed up through the middle of the map. You have to give that communication to make sure you win the rotation over towards New. But even when you had the rotation, Core broke through the front side of that P3. So they have a 25-point lead. You're looking for another break here at P4. You find openings through the backside, already combining for 2. You relieve the pressure on the HP. And the break should be clean, but Simp manages to stay alive.
And he's now off the regen. Help nearby in the backside corner as Koi are no longer really fighting for spawns. They're just trying to get into the hard point. Klinex has to hold and wait, and as he does, 04 steps forward, finds good timing, up and over. Good help from Simp as the SMGs for FaZe, creating some space in front of the hill. And then the turn onto Real works out nicely as well as 04 gets his 23rd. And with that, FaZe are looking good to tie up this game again.
Yeah, now Koi got to forfeit it. You're going to be down by 5 or going over towards the P5, and I don't think that anyone has a Hellstorm this time around to affect your setup if you are early off the rotation. You got time now. If you are Vegas with the remaining junk time to hit long routes, Simp going to take his sweet time, working all the way through Solar, trying to isolate this one-on-one gunfight while his ARs are taking all of mid-map away. That's all he needed was one. Spawn, split, Vegas find the break.
Yeah, brilliant moment here for FaZe. Toronto trying to play recovery. Inside able to shut down 1. Mid-map now being fought for by Koi. 04 down, but will be out. Simp over the top, waiting for a chance to collapse on this setup, but may have ran out a little bit of patience. Forfeits the spot up top, but still finds a kill at mid-map. But meanwhile, Toronto's on the hard point. 04 trying to break it with an SMG at some significant range, and somehow gets on for the contest. Goes up high, but Klinex gets the read. Simp last one standing, and he's in a 1v3. Shut down, push back. Koi a chance to reclaim the lead here late.
Yeah, they got the lead. Now Vegas, as we go into our third set, gonna try to play for that map control. Draza working through mid-cut, hitting a long route, but he's sniffed out by Insight, who has had so many clutch gunfights throughout this map. You have all of mid-map control if you're Koi. You only need about 27 seconds to close out this map number 1, but all the fights in favor of Vegas.
Uza and Draza clear out the remaining Koi members over the top of P1. 2:23 is where it stops for Toronto. Insight clears out back third. Now it's just down to waiting for teammates so he can set up some sort of a pinch off the jump wall. He might not even be needed though. The SMGs again for Koi, cleaning up the hard point. Now it's down to finding the power position clearance as well. FaZe holding off, waiting for help. Try to rewrap this back through P2 stairs, but Insight is keeping the bottom side of window. Messi, that's 3 in a row. Draza was the response, but the trade is good for Joe, and Toronto are looking to possibly close the game.
They potentially close the game if they can get that final tick, but I don't think that Vegas are going to rely on that and set up over at the new hard point. Thankfully, a Draza nade is going to relieve that pressure there, but it's a dance, it's a rotation, it's a race over towards P2. Toronto have 3 players in the vicinity. You have 1 player in Draza set up for the pinch. He's just banking on his teammates to get some kind of a success. He's only able to take down 1. Koi should put the finishing touches on this one.
Should, but it's Abuza up top. Has he been seen? Yes, he has. Joe deceives off 5 in a row. Last couple of seconds. Joe, more shots for 6. And that should likely do it, but the contest is into the corner. Klinex trying to clean that up, but not able to do it. Back over his Insight. Gets over towards P2 stairs. Wants to try to win the game himself, but he can't. FaZe FaZe have to jump on. You cannot allow Toronto to set foot on this hard point. 225 to 249, and Toronto are taking their time.
They're just gonna take their time. They need one wave of kills, one opening, and it's Real and Insight already finding 2.
Oh, and then Joe Deceives coloring outside the lines is able to find an angle to help clear off FaZe from the hard point. Whoa, it got close. FaZe able to sneak away some contest time, but the lead just a little bit too large to come back with late. Toronto strike first.
Oh man, that was a bloodbath there, Al. Back and forth, swing after swing, blow for blow. But when it came down to Vegas being early off the rotation and winning that first wave of fights, that is where they struggled, man. Their setups weren't the best. They were easily getting picked apart. We're talking about getting a clean 4 dead. Now someone from Koi has to look for an opening. It's Insight, Insight, Insight. Takes the long route around Dirt at that reset for the 3rd set of P1. Finds the opening kill, and just staying alive on that side of the map forces Vegas to put focus on you. Someone has to look at a different direction and just creates openings now for his teammates to hit the time, find the break, and keep them off of the HP. A 19-point difference. Vegas definitely have shown improvement in their hardpoint game, but just still, those setups are way too easily broken.
Yeah, sharing is caring. The name of the game for Toronto as well. 3 players over, I think, 1 minute and 20 in the hard point, and the assist tallies were significant. 3 players in double-digit assists. Stat category that often goes uncherished, but one that is massive, especially when it comes to quickly following up on trades, or at least getting good team shots in. Not to say that that's the only difference maker here, because again, this was just great team Call of Duty between both of these squads. I love the way that you give FaZe their flowers. I mean, Hardpoint was looking really suspect, to put it plainly, in the opening weekend, but here against a Toronto team that has also looked really polished in their Hardpoint, this is about as tight as it gets.
Yeah, it doesn't get any tighter than that. 19-point difference between 2 potential top dogs that we have throughout this entire season. They go blow for blow. It's just Toronto getting the last laugh there at the ending of that exposure HP. And now if you're Toronto, you're feeling confident as ever, because you heard the Deaths touch on it. Like, they're averaging 6 goals in Overload a game. Yeah, it's 12-1 in total score in that mode. So without question, the fact that they take the opening hardpoint, which they probably were expecting because they were the better respawn team, especially in this game mode, you're also facing up against a really tough Search and Destroy squad who's 2-0 on the map that they are playing next on Den. They played it in both of their series. They have unbelievable mid-round adjustments, and CleanX or Insight, whoever's running that sniper, is making play after play. So your hands are going to be full here if you FaZe.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's just one of those situations, too, that you evaluate over the course of this series in particular. Yeah, Toronto's averages ballooned for sure. I don't even think it's the average goals that they've scored that really impresses me as much as they've played 2 times and only allowed 1 detonation to come through. They've only allowed 1 goal. So it's just both sides of the device have been pretty insane. And we'll be back on Exposure to eventually talk about that. But for now, we go to Den, where in particular, we just recently watched Vegas play up against Paris on this map, and it was a blowout. 6-0. Paris looked lost. And I think just in particular, it's not even just that like Paris was unable to find any rounds. I think it was just how FaZe were setting up the map to be so favorable for them. First blood, sure, name of the game without question, but also just how they're putting pressure across the map had Paris just like unstable, it felt like, every single round.
Yeah, and I feel like that's going to be the key to success here for both teams, applying that pressure on angles that you can take the advantage spot and take that away from them on the opposite side. You're looking at players like O4 who did it last week. You're looking on the opposite side for players like Real who do it for this team now, rocking that new purple. So it's going to be an absolute battle of how many calculated risks you want to take through mid statue, because we've seen it. If an SMG is able to isolate onto a player sitting at top window, either running an AR or running a sniper, if you just get underneath them, it's a free first blood. So you got to be on the lookout for what O4 and Real are going to be trying to do on this map.
Well, it feels like both teams have a very well fleshed out understanding of this map in Search and Destroy. As you mentioned, Toronto's played it a couple of times as well. Now, granted, reflecting on the caliber of opponent they've played here, especially when it comes to Search and Destroy opponents they've played here, has not been particularly high, but still, they're 2-0 the map, 6-3, 6-5, and still one of those situations that you find Real getting early success alongside Joe Deceives. Insight gets the chance to pull out a scope. First time we've seen it in a long time. And he's reminding everybody that, yep, when he was on Singularity back in Challengers, way back in the day in Black Ops 4, when we saw Modern Warfare, he was also pretty undeniable with it. So what do we get? How do we find the difference between these two teams? We're going to find out, as it's going to be Toronto offering an aggressive approach early towards B with the smoke and possibly a scale deeper into Dojo here.
Oh yeah, FaZe have no idea what this play call is. Smoke out your front side of Dojo. You can't read the early pressure, and that leads to Real taking all that space away and shutting down the playmaker on the opposite side in 04. So still a minute left to go. No trophies is the work. You don't want to rush the objective, and Draza makes you pay for it. 3v3.
Yeah, great counter nades from FaZe. Trade from Real gets us to a 1v2, manageable for Insight, but may have missed this window there. Lots of damage, but can't finish the kill. And you sub out one FaZe member for another to take the gunfight, and that works out to isolate and collapse on what was a really small kind of opportunity, you thought. I mean, based on how the first blood was coming through, all you had was counter nades and AR lineups, and that works out fine for FaZe.
Yeah, it's just right there. Koi's play call was like, we're just not going to show any information over towards B. We'll throw a smoke. We're going to take that space away. If we find the first blood, great. But we don't have any trophy systems to work with, so let's just try to wait it on out. By the time you make that play call to potentially get the objective down, nades raid supreme over towards that site. Even up the numbers, and then there's too many reinforcements there for FaZe to retake. And Draza is able to locate 3 on the round. You can always count on Draza to show up and search and destroy. The guy puts in non-stop work, and he showed it there in round 1.
Booza going to take the AR to watch the outer balconies on this approach to A. Simp seeing his teammate getting some shots in, is going to take a little bit of extra motion through and over to the side and says, well, they need to pause for a moment. Smoke will come out. Maybe not. Thinking that they're going to just block off that front line of sight, but not the case. Simp's just going to jump on and plant.
Gonna get this bomb down. That's gonna connect close with the stunner or nade. Is that player going to be weak? Abuza knocked down to 15 HP. It's all out bloodbath on the backside of the patio, though. Draza and Jodeci's trade for trade. Still a 3v3, 30 seconds.
Yeah, Simp is just watching the shadow of Real the entire time. Shakes off the stun status effect. Finding 2 in small room. I mean, that was not a hero play necessarily, but as the lone man standing around in the site, getting 2 is unbelievable for FaZe.
Yeah, and if you're Simp, you're sitting there like, all right, eventually these guys have to put some kind of pressure on the bottom side of comms, but since they didn't set the tone, you know that they had to be building up for it. This time you take the play to them. You catch Real on the slide in. The team shot's good enough to catch Insight off guard, but Simp gets the bomb planted, secures 2 on the round. Mr. Do It All.
Yeah, he's going to be a problem this year. I mean, he's a problem every year, but it just feels like this year could put him back into MVP style form. Here come Toronto again. Similar approach in terms of tempo to B. Smoke is also played in the same way as it had been in round 1. Problem this time is FaZe is not here to contest Dojo, and we're going to play a 2-2 split, putting a lot of pressure on Insight to get the read from the flank.
Oh, and he's at least able to spot both of them and almost walk away with both gunfights, but Simp gets the better of him. 35 seconds in counting. Real gets the jump on the opposite side towards Dojo. Finds the first kill, but Abuza somehow, some way is able to walk away with 2. Now all he's doing is trying to stall time, but the beat down there from Abuza. Who needs a Simp when I can get it done my damn self? Abuza locates 3 and FaZe take that round away.
That is unbelievable from Abuza. I mean, the initial push through for Toronto, I think they're sitting here unsure of how many members for FaZe are playing off that flank, and they try to isolate by getting deep into Dojo to set up their post plan there. But what they don't realize is that there are still 2 FaZe members here, and technically both are caught with nades out on this initial challenge from Real, but Kleenex and Joe are just a little bit too far back, and then Abuza's little finesse to the pistol and a little jab to the stomach will get things done, as Joe just cannot quite lock down the shots. I mean, that is so dirty to try to fight up against.
Yeah, that's unreal right there out of Abuza. You played it right if you are Koi. Like, you get Insight to give you information, 2 players on the flank. We got a 3v2. We have an extra gun on our side. Just didn't win the gunfights there versus Abuza. And right now, what is it so far on Den for FaZe? 9-0 flawless, have let to use around, but there you go. Jodeci's trying to turn that around with the first blood.
But does it matter? Because look at FaZe, isolating, playing aggressively, but Insight's able to find another. And while that play was developing, there was also another elimination through the middle of the map. So it leaves Simp by himself, 5-0. May want to consider if he wants to hold his life here, depending on what he sees, just based on the fact that he's close to a Hellstorm.
Nah, definitely Potentially thinking about that in the back of his mind. You know, Kleenex has a sniper. We can try to turn it into a one-on-one gunfight, but it's just going to be trapped. Koi are able to stop the bleeding. This time you find the first blood if you're Joe Deceives. You instantly respond with the second. Out of the sniper play from Kleenex. Usually we see insight with the boomstick, but Kleenex isn't afraid to make plays as well, and he's got one hell of a shot. Koi get on the board for the first.
Here's that shot from Kleenex. Just able to keep a shoulder in sight from Draza. So now the question starts to become, okay, Toronto, another good first blood. This time you convert. What do you call on this next offense? We've seen that same 3-man stack and smoke the dojo. Do you have something different to show FaZe to try to keep them a little bit more uncomfortable? And it looks like they may show a little bit of nade pressure at B, but this is obviously very different with the passive approach towards A.
Yeah, this is what I was looking for in that adjustment. Just playing for a spread setup, seeing if Vegas are going to be the aggressors on the defensive round like they have been in the past couple. But this time, you know, everyone's camping their spawn. You send it over towards rooftops. You find the first one onto Sim. We shouldn't waste any time to just get this objective down.
Yeah. But just making sure they can clear out small. Here comes the 3-man hit from FaZe. They overwhelm Real. Joe still not comfortable up the plant's going to play for the kills instead. Red by Abuza, but doesn't win the gunfight. And from the front, the dynamic duo of Kleenex and Insight find the other two. A bold call, but it works out nicely for Toronto to get 2 in a row.
Yeah, it all starts with that first blood, man. Once you do that, you obviously put yourself in the advantage. You force FaZe to now have a different approach on their defensive setup. They decide to rally everyone in the backside of Dragon and fight their way outside towards Plat. You do even up the numbers, make it an instant 3v3, but then it's just all individual play. Joe Deceive sneaks his way through the bottom side of lobby, wins a massive one-on-one gunfight, because if he loses that, they probably gain the information that the bomb is going to be down. They could just back up, but wins a one-on-one at the same time all of his teammates do. So Koi now with 2 in a row.
2-2 split for the defense. FaZe also electing to spread the map just a touch. Abuza looking for snipes up top at mid. Insight may have gotten a read and says, nope, not going to bother with that. Instead, we'll play a little bit more safe towards the defensive spawn. And that'll give FaZe some room to work with here at mid if they decide they want to try it out.
Yeah, the shoulders being thrown if you are Real. You heard that Abuza took a shot. He's able to spot Kleenex, and Kleenex is not going to mess with that gunfight. But 35 seconds already down, and Joe Deceives is off the map. Like, Clayster is so damn happy Den is in the mix, I'm telling you.
Brother, we can't be falling off the map when there's not even a play developing yet. That's just not allowed. Here comes the play for FaZe on the site. Smoke embellishing the front doors at Dojo. Abuza was looking for a chance to cut off mid, but now has to likely get into the play as Kleenex will be isolated, taken care of. And Real in a 1v3, bomb being planted against him. Not looking all that likely. First shot misses though for Abuza. And Real will have a chance to reload, but no, there's too many guns looking at him. Easy round for FaZe.
Oh man, imagine that. You jump up through mid-cut and both sides of outside of 10, both players have a sniper. 0-4 just picks that one up off of Kleenex. He said, all right, Abuza, you missed yours. Don't worry. I'll hit my shot. Courtesy of Kleenex. Thank you for dropping it for me, but that's just an easy round there for FaZe, especially when you know who's the guy that jumped off the map. Joe Deceives. Oh, this guy loves to play over towards B site. So let's just instantly take it, get the bomb down. 0-4 opens up with a double as we got to take a look at it again. It's just something about this wall right here, Al. You hit it the wrong way, you're just saying bye-bye. And unfortunately for Joe, that leads to a free round there for Vegas.
Pain and suffering. Okay. 4-2 the count. Joe seeing if you can correct for those earlier mistakes. And FaZe are actually going to play a little bit more aggressively on the defense. Stun will read that. Semtex trying to find some damage onto Simp, but counter nades will once again keep Toronto at bay. But look at the quick route from Real. No one's going to expect this timing, or will they? The timing is just a menace as Draza was coming back. Real finds 2. Simp's got nowhere to go, and Koi have the numbers.
Yep, that's just all based off of what Real did. Not afraid to make plays, runs right up the middle of the map, gets behind enemy lines, and trigger discipline to at least find 2. A 1v3 now for Abuza. Bomb gets planted. You don't see the size 10 on the site. And now you know that he has a sniper, but Abuza, quick scope. Yeah, that guy's pretty good with the boomstick.
Still a lot more to go through, and no, we'll be caught by Hull. And that'll be Koi keeping us tight. But they're going to have to put the couple together here to get this thing little bit more, not just in their favor, but closer towards round 11 prospects. And I will say, though, for this Toronto team, after what we saw in the first 2 attacks, I like what I'm seeing here offensively, just continuing to try to put pressure onto this site, but doing it in a different way. The first round, it's the smoke at the front doors, try to survive through the nades. The second round is play through dojo. The third time now, it's playing through mid, knowing you've got some freedom to do so to get around for the flank, and that works out beautifully.
Yeah, now we go into the swing round. 4-3. Koi back on the defense, and I think I'm going right back to that defensive look to that hat, just hoping that Joe Deceives doesn't fall off the map this go around. But nades are connecting on the bottom side of couches right up through the mid alley. And this is where if you allow 0-4 to be in this kind of position, it's only a matter of time before he takes more space away.
That's exactly what he wants. He's even going to go to where that nade just cleared out. Ooh, and he's going to be sitting here just to watch for any defenders that try to rotate back through mid to hit this B cut. So all of this for FaZe hinges upon being able to find success on B to get the bomb planted so 0-4 can make a play. Getting a little impatient, he's going to maybe make a move, but no, this is all about, again, just can you get this defense to rotate back through mid to play the retake?
Yeah, you just want to back up Koi as much as you possibly can. But with time ticking, you don't really have another play on the horizon. You got to commit over towards B. Do Koi have a couple stuns or nades to make this not as easy? But for your job is to just keep them alive. CleanX is able to find the first blood. Now they're outnumbered.
Yeah, Boost is able to find one. Timing of the flank was trying to come through because 0-4 had to make a play, but thanks to that elimination on the site, Joe Deceives could be afforded the luxury of looking for that flank, finds the elimination, and now Koi have the site. But do they have the vacancy to defuse? Still looking. They get a look at Abuza, but they have no idea where Draza is. So now you've reclaimed the backside of the site. Insight finds Draza, now you can stick. Abuza has to go. Mammoth finds the first, has to get up to deal with the second. Joe hops off, and that's enough for him to find the kill and allow Real to defuse.
Yeah, and that's right there. It's just a little bit too antsy out of 0-4. You got to know who you're going up against. These guys understand play styles. As soon as that bomb goes down, okay, it wasn't 0-4 who got the objective down, and we found the first one. Let me just make sure I'm paying attention to my flank a little bit longer. You're able to spot him. Abuza wins that one-on-one. But then at this point, actually, Abuza doesn't win that one-on-one. He's left in a 1v2 and stands no chance there. I thought Draza was their safety net. But once he's picked off, you already gained the information onto Abuza. Someone instantly hopped that defuse. And I love the play right there to Joe. Because my teammate was a little bit out of the play. Let me just hop off the site, can finish this kill, and then allow my teammate to hop the defuse. Tie game now.
That was a tense round and one that should be remembered because it really just comes down to where that first blood happened and forcing 0-4 to make a play. Snipe out for CleanX, not gonna land. So he'll back up and take his attention to B, where 0-4 has stepped up a little bit more than we've normally seen from this FaZe defense. Real cooking a nade, doesn't quite land, doesn't quite matter. And in the meantime, CleanX does connect onto 0-4 up close and personal, so now you can swing the bomb if you wanted to be for free. Real, though, will be found isolated. Insight following up, it's got the lineup. And how about that for Toronto?
I told you, you let Real get underneath you, especially at your top window. It's just a lot easier of a gunfight there for an SMG than an AR or a sniper in hand, but Real really wasn't the reason why they won that match. I wish we could get the kill cam right there from CleanX, because it was so up close and personal. I think he quick scoped the living hell out of him with a headshot. So a big kill there from CleanX on the opposite side of the map leads to a very quick round there for Koi. Trying to take a 2-0 lead in this series, just one round away.
How dramatically things have swung in the last couple. So now it rests to the shoulders of FaZe's offense. 3-1 split. 0-4 just tossing a nade towards B. Now he's going to go join the rest of his forces, but Joe Deceives plays forward, but it doesn't make a difference. Simp is able to collat for 2, and with that read, FaZe can back off and play the 3v2, knowing the defense was heavy-handed at A.
Oh, but this is going to be the mind games play. You still have Simp, the bomb carrier, keeping his space over towards that A site. If you are Core, you're thinking, all right, they're probably going to wrap it to the opposite side, especially because we were the aggressors over towards rooftops. But now bomb edging his way over towards this A site for free.
Bomb will be planted. Insight looking for something at range. Finds Abuza and finishes him. Now it's 2v2. FaZe may look to exit this post plant towards Dragon, and guess who's there waiting? It's Kleenex, but he gets overwhelmed. Just down to Insight. 1v2 situation. Oh, no force seen him. He can get away. Everything resets. Pistol out. Nice shots from Insight on 4 in a row. Tries to go to the reload. Doesn't expect Simpy playing the opposite angle, and FaZe will get us to around 11.
It's just a perfect blind counter there out of FaZe. Like, Cole, you saw that play call. We're going to take A away from them and work that late pinch, but as we take a look at it again, it's Simp locating the final 1v1 to close out the round, but pretty sure he was able to locate 3 on this round. The trade onto Real, the wall bang onto Joe while he was weak, and then the finishing touches. They're onto Insight to force this round 11.
So critical right here for FaZe to try to get this back to level footing heading into the overload. They'll be on offense again. Similar look again. This is them just saying they're not going to run that same defense, so let's just keep the same play in our playbook and try to execute it on the way that it was designed. 04 throws that same nade at B. Toronto's defense now just playing on top of the site. Do they expect that Real is going to be sitting on top of the bomb? He's still staying covered. Trophy system is down. This is all about can Real confirm a kill, but no, Simp finds him first, and now a plant could happen.
Try to get the bomb down or just play it patient. His nades are about to reign supreme for Core. You have back plat covered, but Insight's a bad god timing. He realizes the bomb is getting down. You can't do anything about it. 4v3 on the retake.
And the trophy's gonna be so hard for Toronto to work through. Nade tagging that back Platio. Toronto with the response elimination gets us to a 3v3. They'll take a moment of pause. There's the double chow, though. Draza comes away with 2, and how about all 3? Line them up, knock them down. After a 3-0 start, FaZe, the team that has to get it to around 11, and in back-to-back offenses, they provide to win.
And it was back-to-back offenses as the aggressors over towards that A site. Punch coin them out with the blind counter in round 10, but they catch them off guard in the round 11. I thought they played it beautifully on a defensive look. Just basically baiting, switching, allowing Real to stay on towards that site, but Simp is not going to get caught off guard. You know someone has to be in the vicinity. You find that first blood. You don't rush the objective. Eventually, when you fear that the space is cleared on out, then you get it down, but you take away that plat control without a single player from Koi watching you cross on that side. Vegas continue to shine in this mode, ice in their veins to the very end. And Simp and Draza were that dynamic duo who took over here in game 2.
11-5 with 4 bomb plants. Sheesh. Insane stuff. And this battle for what feels like will determine maybe a top 3 team right now in the early stages of this 2026 season. Has us going into an exposure overlord at just about as level as you could possibly imagine. 231, 250, and then around 11 for FaZe has us looking at that map number 3. Whoa, don't go anywhere. I know it's like we're wrapping up the year, but we're doing it with a bow, some glitter, some ribbon, other things that you might find underneath the Christmas tree in a couple of days. But for now, it's Christmas come early. Toronto and Vegas continue when we come back.
Wow, 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 wow. Falta 1 hora, hein, galera, pra terminar esse torneio. Uma horinha. Deve estar ao... valeu, ó. Será que tem liga feminina? depois. Deve ter chegado para aquela live. Já me todos que você durante a semana.
Please, like, you're gonna check it, right? You're gonna check it. Oh, it looks one way!
Semana saiu vários gameplays. Futebol na esquadra tarde 24-25. Então, para um desses vídeos, devo ter soltado a informação.
It's two in the mix. Nero's gonna get go!
Go! Holy shit!
Oh, hold on, they're actually
Big
making
win.
plays.
Wait, there's only one guy. Wait, they got it, bro.
What the f?
What are they doing?
What the f is Carolina doing?
Bro.
He's in our solar. I went left. Oh, pinch left.
Yeah, there's one deep back.
I'm waiting.
Renko dead, one more deep left. Super dead.
I split I'll try.
Yeah, tell me
Nice. Go. Go. For the game. Boom.
Holy
yeah.
What exposure.
8-0.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Start the season strong with the 2026 Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator by scanning the QR code on screen or check it out in the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Welcome back. Call of Duty League hot and heavy here on Sunday, but how about Challengers this year? There has never been more buzz about Challengers. Of course, the Bush Gaming guys have brought a lot of attention, but shout out to the Optic boys with what they're doing with Huntsman. 2 different Falcons Academy teams. Amid Brooklyn still in the mix. I mean, we've got eyes and attention with some major orgs, and that is just Challengers Cup number 2. Imagine what it's going to look like in January when we get to the first elite. 32 teams going to try to qualify initially, and then the action just gets hot and heavy from there. But I mean, we're talking these Falcons teams, QK and Roxas back in the mix, Asim and Manny on that squad, Arsenes, King Abadi, Paul X, and Priesta, the other team, Brackfellow, Nate, Aluka from the Submit Brooklyn squad. There's a lot of attention on Aluka right now, dude. I mean, there's just so many new names, and I imagine we're going to see some of them showing up in the league here not too far away.
Oh yeah, I think this might be like the biggest season potentially for Challengers players to have their opportunity to work into the pros. Just because, like, obviously we got an extra elite. There's a lot of former pro players who are in Challengers now with all the new faces that we have in the pro league. But dude, Challengers is going to be lit. So make sure you guys get a chance to tune in. Like Alan said, on January 7th, the first elite starts where all these amateurs are laying it all out on the line. But back to the main stage we go. Series is tied up at 1. We just had a grueler of a round 11 search and destroy. And now I'm really curious of what Vegas are going to do here versus Koi on Overload.
Yeah, I'm here for that, my man. I mean, it just hit me. We're going to have 7 full days worth of coverage and competitive Call of Duty between College on Monday, Tuesday, Challengers Wednesday, Thursday. Come on, we're thriving. We're all eating right now. Speaking of eating, Toronto. 4 for 1, the opening exchange with already Kleenex creating space over at A. Nades over the top, you think would only be able to do so much. They take care of Kleenex, but Real can still score in the opening moments.
Oh, that's good plays right there from Koi. You dominate the min-map control, you get 3 for 1 in the trade fights, and you already have players like Kleenex taking a lot of space over towards Dirt. So the first score uncontested in the first 45. Now off the reset over towards that solar area. You're not in the position to even contest this now if you are Vegas. Everyone coming off the respawn. Koi already in your spawn. And that's another 3 dead in the feed with the second score going in.
This is disgusting. We saw, like, in that CDL TV clip on the break, Toronto being like, 8-0, this is too easy. Already off to the races and not slowing down. Finally, Joes gets put to bed, but look at the play forward. Already off the next respawn of the device, looking towards A. Real in a corner, shutting down Draza, who was just completely unaware of that play. Stun comes through. Real shakes it off, finds elimination, and we're looking at 3 easy scores right now for Toronto.
Yeah, just run it. Just absolutely run it. 3 scores in a minute and a half. Koi right now is just a different beast in this new game mode for the season. As they have just been beating the hell out of FaZe early into this round, but finally an opportunity that they were looking for. 2 kill goes their way. You have pressure in their spawn. You just got to get past Mr. Cold Defender and Joe Deceives. You do that and you put one on the board.
Yeah, just barely. 0-4, low on health, but able to get it over the finish line. Now a counter-attack opportunity for Toronto. Next shots from Insight clears off the solar panels. Device spawns right in front of the tank. Simp in the corner. Doesn't fully get clear, but Insight comes back to the battle, and then has a little bit more to say to 0-4. FaZe still able to find a couple eliminations, so that'll get him over to control this position as Kleenex has to fight for his life. Little Pogo's off the wall. Almost for 3. Joe for the trade, though, has Toronto right back in the mix.
All you're doing is not allowing Vegas to get a majority of the kills in the feed. You keep on trading effectively, you're going to stand a pretty good chance of closing this one out. Now with 2 minutes and 20 seconds left to go, still feels like there's a lot of time in this round. Vegas have an opportunity now to put another one on the board. You find the initial 2 kills. You just got to get past Jamie Inside. He lines up a double. Push gets shut down.
How good has Insight been in these opening 2 weekends? Nade over towards tank, not quite going to land. FaZe still holding on to some good map control in front of the panels, but the device will reset right back over towards this P2 position. Insight able to still clear a corner, set up his teammates to possibly do the rest of the damage, but no. Abuza, Draza keep things level, and it's actually going to be Draza who picks up the device here, waiting for help still, as this will be a FaZe back up to mid.
Yeah, you don't want to continue to have this standoff with Koi when they're getting those co-spawns over towards B, so let's try to hit a route through the middle of the map to keep them on their toes. You're going back and forth. Now you have Sid trying to create a layer over towards Solar. He's able to line up a double. Now this is where you hit the go button. Let's try to add another one to the board.
Yeah, Joe able to get some damage in. Insight stepping forward with a pistol, but it's Abuza up top. Real for 1, but not the second. No one else there to defend in time. And it's going to be all of a sudden a 1-score game after a fast and furious 3 scores for Toronto. We have 60 seconds to play in the first half, and FaZe are just down 1.
Now it's all about the mid-map control, and right now FaZe are dominating it. 3 in the feed, go down. You just want to value your life if you are Real. Don't allow them to touch the EMP. You stall out enough time to allow your teammates to not get back into the play. So 50 seconds to go. You're fighting for the map control. Only 1 player here to try to at least contest you in Abuza. He just needs to value his life, but he gets caught.
A rare moment of quiet here on Exposure. Insight back onto another 3-piece and looking for space behind the FaZe setup. He's moved the spawns, but Simps double from the front. Has Toronto reeling just a touch. Now it's on to Insight, and with a sub in hand, he's not able to find the long-range shots to Draza. If you can hold it on for another 17 seconds, Toronto will get another 30 to play with here in this first half. Trade over the middle of the map. Real able to find Abuza. Numbers now for Koi. But a little shoulder, I believe he knows that Draza's on this angle on the staircase, and you're waiting for a little bit of help at mid-map, but it doesn't come. And now it's just down to Joe. Has the ability to wait just a touch longer, but is going to have to likely do a lot of this himself, and the first pistol shot's not quite clean enough. We'll exit the half 3-2.
Hey, it started off really bad there for Vegas. And the fact that they were able to put up 2 on the board there with such a phenomenal start for Koi, just keep themselves into the mix. They scored 3 goals in the first minute and 30. And then the final 3 minutes and 30 seconds, they weren't able to get anything done, and Vegas keep themselves into the mix. It was all about just that battle for mid-map. Once you started to find kills in sync, you're able to take some space away. But there was a lot of opportunities here for Koi to give up more points, but we just had a lot of clutch gunfights from certain individuals there. They take the early round advantage, at least going into the second half, but Vegas definitely show, oh yeah, we've been putting in work in this game mode too.
Yeah, and just good composure to just reset, slow the game down, get yourself into a possible, not just tie game, but just a way to fight back in the map overall. Another good break off for Toronto, and it's getting better as they continue to find kills behind the FaZe setup. 0-4 stops at least 1 more member from getting deep. Kleenex thinking about following through mid, but pushed back, and Toronto have to take a moment's breath.
Yeah, just want to find an opening kill. Kleenex works his way to flank through this window. The trade is there, but can he find kill number 2? No, he cannot, and now that's 3 dead in the feed. Ball is out of play now for Joe, so you're going to instantly try to work over towards A. Everyone on the opposite side, besides Joe, needs to iron up.
Yeah, but Abuza realizes this is a very dangerous spot to try to play with the EMP through, and that's why. Just so many angles off spawn that Toronto can use to stop. Nice pistol shots from Simp, looking for more, but denied. Opportunity maybe for 0-4 to come behind this double from Draza, but Kleenex finds the key first, and Toronto can still try to defend this from Ring. Draza trying to take that position away, finds the opener, shot down low, but Abuza keeps him safe. 3 in a row for Draza, give him 4. Now an opportunity is to swing this back over to B. Kleenex almost ripped off the heady, but there's still a blocker in front of this, and we've got a tie game.
That's perfectly played there from Vegas. Draza just valuing his life at top Ring, finding kill after kill, and then eventually your teammate joining on the party while they're taking space over at that solo area. So all tied up at 3. You still have map control in favor of FaZe. Now you got to slow down the game after losing Abuza. Just got to protect the EMP as long as you possibly can, but Real stiffs out 0-4.
Oh, what a nade over the top right there from Draza. You were calling it, and you could definitely tell by the tone that you're thinking Toronto's got a chance to really take some space, but Draza stops it down. In sight, 1v1, able to find Abuza. Not quite able to get the second initially, but help is here as we led over to a Koi listen in as they try to score.
Oh, wait. Oh, I fucked my name. There's one there. I can play. Yo, deep left, there's 2. Oh, there's 2 deep left. Watch out for those, okay?
They're really weak.
There's 3
They're gonna hit up all right.
All good. I need GP2.
Top take, Abuza. Dead.
Nice.
They wrapping.
Under ring, Sim. There's 2 ring, to the ring. Yeah, the ball is good, low right. I think they're going right. Stop ring. Stop ring the right, guys.
Just cut it.
Just cut the ball.
Fuck it. Set up red.
Yeah, one more ult. Yo, there's a long weak. Well, gone or blink out. Gone, dead.
That's 4. They're gonna be close again.
Wait a minute.
Elbow draw, weak, close left.
Elbow, Draza. I need their something.
Yeah, he's gonna reach out. Nice, good shot.
Yeah, one still. Nice. Elbow dead. Recon. One more top. No, elbow 4. He's taking the corner. Elbow, top 3.
He's gonna come in. Okay.
He just right side of window.
Right side jump, weak. Absolutely.
We can be calling together. Absolutely. I've got chase.
Could go con, guys. Careful.
My back house. I'm gonna go middle left. Blue cut.
They have time here.
What's your reset? One back house.
It resets low right.
Yeah, I'm gonna push out the right, okay? One back house. One behind me in con.
I have con.
I'll push out the right.
Could pinch my B4.
On left side.
I think he's flying the left, right?
Yo, deep right double shot. Absolute dead. Nice. I'm trying to hold him.
One stop. I've killed. Give me a sec, I think.
There's usually one more deep right of me.
Enough. Con now. Out front house dead.
Give me a sec.
Behind me, blue cut. Last guy.
Yo, deep right.
One mid.
Weak, back right.
Their side long guy. Careful.
Weak. I'm absolute.
We're looking for Simbin mid.
I'll be mid. Oh, what's that? There's one deep left, by the way. Blue cut. It could be longer. One back left. Back left.
Our front ring, guys.
Another great moment there, though, Jay. You get 4 down, you think they're going to score, it gets pushed back against you. Toronto just kind of take a page out of FaZe's book, slow the game down, clear the angles you need to, and now we're tied again with 70 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, and it's only a minute left until sudden death, so you want to try to add one more to the tally if you're either one of the squads to just avoid that situation, and this might be Koi's opportunity to do so. Kleenex already taking a lot of space, finds the opening. Abuza and Simp combined for 2, but the pistol from Real wins the one-on-one. Koi had the advantage. 50 seconds left to go, and the new EMP spawn is over towards Tank, and there's only one player from FaZe here to contest.
And Real's just going to call straight into the Hellstorm. Can he pause the game long enough to put a ton of pressure onto FaZe with the clock starting to dwindle? There's the Semtex of the Hellstorm. Finds 0-4 for the first. The main missile hits Abuza. 30 seconds left. Jodeci is going to pick up the EMP to try to play keep away, but there's elimination on the field for Draza. Stunned to inside. Now he's in some trouble trying to lock down the corner. Shut down again. Draza's still alive and kicking, and FaZe have to try to grab this and go with any sort of measure, and they very well may find a way to hit this hard. Kleenex from behind. Inside and Jodeci is from the front. Last chance as Abuza drops, and that will likely do it as there's just nobody from FaZe close enough. What a map of overload, but Toronto is going to break this tie break with a flex map 3 win.
Man, that was blow for blow. And if you are Koi, you were happy that you were tested that way and were able to come out on top in those final moments. They were looking for the key opportunities. When they got the 4 dead and instantly trying to send it over towards B, FaZe shut it down. But then you play it patient. You allow Real to come off spawn, run right past the EMP over towards her, take that space away for you to tie the game. But then at the very end, for that final score, you just take all of mid-map away. You had the space to work over towards B. Kleenex finds the opening, and then Real, even with the pistol, wins a one-on-one gunfight to give to Toronto the advantage in those final 40 seconds. They were able to hold them off. FaZe gave it one last chance there. If Draza would have found a three-piece, that could have potentially been the opening, but just Ultra, I mean, I keep saying Ultra, cool.
It's gonna be hard,
had
dude.
so many different angles there and just prepared for the crossfires. They shut them down for the final push, and now they're up 2-1 in the series.
It's going to be so hard. 3 of the 4
So
players
hard.
returning. It's literally the same thing as when we had Seattle move to Vancouver. We called them Seattle for like half the year. Oh, but what a map of overload. It just continues to be a map and mode combination that provides drama. And initially you're looking at this like, oh, mercy. Like another 3-0 start for Toronto. Looks like they're going to have the fastest half that we've seen in Overload with a quick 4-0 start, but FaZe slow down the game, get themselves into a condition to where they can not just try to even the score, but even take the lead halfway through the second half, the third quarter, if you will. And it forces Toronto to have to make a last-second adjustment, turning down their speed to play for map control. And it's just really good awareness from both sides right now. I mean, it really has been fun to watch these two top teams battle it out.
Yeah, and I've been really enjoying just Overload in the mix so far throughout Black Ops 7. There's never a dull moment in this game mode. It could sometimes be where if you're just getting blown out, obviously you can no longer win. It's mathematically impossible. But when you got two of the best teams in the game playing that mode, going blow for blow, score for score, yeah, it's non-stop action and it keeps you on your toes. And now if you are Koi, up 2-1 in the series, you're feeling confident in Zero, because when I went back and looked, pretty sure out of the first two series here for FaZe, they have auto-vetoed Colossus multiple times. Obviously, it's going to be early into the season. You got an extra week of practice underneath your belt. But this is one of those maps where if you're Koi, oh yeah, we got Kleenex who runs a flex. He can also run a third SMG. Oh, you're feeling super confident to close it out here.
Yeah, I mean, especially just off of yesterday's performance where Toronto just beat the snot out of Vancouver on this map.
Yeah,
I mean, it was just shoving it down their throats the entire time. Rotation, hard point breaks, not that they were really needed. It's just Toronto looked incredible on this map, and I would be afraid to watch them play. But to be fair, that was also in the face of Vancouver, who is definitely behind, to put it nicely right now. For FaZe, though, I think it's still the question. Like you mentioned, I'm glad you brought up the point. They've pretty much hard vetoed this map out every single time that they've played in any series to this time in the early season. But have you been able to just not just find good playmaking on this map, but just in the mode overall? Like, this is still a team that has yet to win a hard point. Do you really think it could come here on Colossus versus Toronto?
Hey, maybe, right? They haven't tried it yet, so it potentially might be their first victory for Hardpoint this season. The ARs have been what they have been playing for, at least the maps in Hardpoint. They've been trying to get their ARs flowing, especially with Simp running that third, but now we're just going to throw something else into the mix. We need to get players like 04 and Simp activated. If we could just thrive through the chaos. And you're probably thinking, if you're Simp, like, that's what I used to do with my old FaZe lineup. This is match we used to really enjoy. If we could have got Colossus with the BZ and Celium, because you had the raw talent to do it. But now we just got to throw something different in with this lineup. We need to get 04 activated. And I think a map like Colossus can definitely allow him to be the playmaker and just catch timings with that SMG.
Yeah, on the other side of this, talking about FaZe playing maps that really are designed to pull out a third AR or at least get Draza and Abuza comfortable. Now there's going to be a pretty immediate look to see what tempo Draza and Abuza are able to play at. Needing to get involved, you would think, more regularly, as this is, again, just a complete mix fest. So questions here for FaZe. Definitely feels like a map that should lean towards Toronto, but again, it's early. And we'll see if consistency is built into the recipe of what Koi can put on this map. Here we go. It's going to be Toronto on the right side of the minimap. FaZe from the left in the pink. Opening nade lands. FaZe trying to play for time on the hill, but shut down. And Toronto will be able to get a good read on where FaZe's remaining players are set up at.
Yeah, they'd lose the initial fights in towards the time, but at least for now, you have statue control. Draza and Abuza able to stay alive on this side of the map to give your team another chance. Now only 30 seconds here remaining at the P1. You already have players like 04 working on the pinch. Has a one-on-one gunfight there secured versus Kleenex. You're starting to think about that rotation, starting to think about what you can do on that side of the map and just being the aggressors. Almost leads to them finding that kill onto Real, but they should have the numbers to secure these spawns.
Yeah, and that's just another early look that Draza comes off spawn with a Dravik in hand, so keep that in the back of your mind. Kleenex, nice shots. Able to find himself on 3 in a row and creating a ton of space around P2 just before it opens. 25 playing up against 9. Advantage on the scoreboard to FaZe, but huge setup advantage here for Toronto over towards 2. As Insight still finds the last shot needed to convert onto 04.
No, that's a big kill on 04, because if 04 pops that double, you're instantly spawning out, and then FaZe have an opportunity to chain it from P1 to P2, but they still might give themselves that opportunity as they find 3 kills through the front side. Real's just trying to stall time for your teammates off the back spawn to get back into the play, but nade stuns everything connecting. Vegas clean up house, a clean 4 dead, spawns flip, the break is good.
Yeah, and 04 has been all over the map right now. You saw him on that rotation attempt on the overextension behind the hill. Now he finds his way through the front at 8 and 4. So it will be a FaZe lead, reaffirmed by this scrap time. Sip down in the corner, his turn, just up and over, up and up, and now it's Abuza to finish off the damage that was there. Great final hold from FaZe over the 50-point threshold and already putting 04 on rotation to do.
Yeah, he's just playing the cutoff. Already finds 2, looking for kill number 3, but does not locate where inside is, but just creating that opening now for your teammates to win the rotation freely over towards P3. Everyone's just gotta iron up and watch in front of you, because nades and stuns, everything is being felt right now on the side of Draza, but this time 04 whips out the AR, hill-specific gun, and he's just keeping the cover fire going.
Yeah, Draza tries to follow up to clear out mid-map. His teammates will pass the baton and convert the elimination, leading to FaZe. Now up about 50 points. Toronto still largely trying to force this from the front. Nades are landing, but there's no ability to really influence the players on the hill. Toronto instead going to try to split by playing through tunnel. 04 is reading it, deals with the first, no problem. Sip comes back to help, and that's 3 dead. No chance for Toronto to get really any time at all here on 3.
Not at all, but at least for now, you still have the spawns that you want for P4. You just got to take care of Chris Slayer, and you do it quickly. So spawn secured now for P4. You find yourself down by 70. You need a good chunk of time to get yourself back into the mix. And you need to read the pressure from the front side, because 04, AR, pistol, SMG, doesn't matter. He's popping off. 15 and 7. Breaks right through the front door. Spawns flip. Vegas in the driver's seat.
What a play from 04. And now Sip again behind that initiation can get involved, and now he's on 3 in a row, 12 and 6, able to get 13 before dropping. 04 back in the picture, but Kleenex gets the double. Insight clears off the last member inside the hill for now, but an aid keeps FaZe in the picture with the close spawns, and they battle back nicely. 25 seconds of scrap to fight for, and FaZe will have the clean feed as they move up the map.
And if you call, you just can't get any breathing room. When you're thinking, all right, we can find a break here, Vegas definitely have worked on this map over the week, because their setups are basically unbreakable, almost up basically by 120 points after our first set, and 04 is on fire, baby. 128 to 26. We go back over towards P1, and FaZe are ready.
What a first rotation from FaZe. Draza, trophy system trying to keep him safe. Pops up for the first. Looks for inside down low. Clean shots. And now back up to the hard point. Has Kleenex on the mantle from the wall bounce. And FaZe can do no wrong. 14 and 10, 18 and 9, 13 and 9, 14 and 11. Everyone popping off right now for FaZe.
They're just controlling all of the chaos, man. They are firing on all cylinders. Everyone is popping pieces. Synth, your turn to get in on the festivities. Almost tries to line up with the ball bounce for kill number 4, but Vegas continue to run up the score, and I don't think Koi have got a point since P3.
I don't think they have it. If they got one at P3, it was like 1 point. Okay. They're going to get most of this back 13, but you need to win this P2 if you want to even have a whisper of a chance at coming back into this map. Kleenex, no, not able to find the second. Joe Deceives knows he's got a player low and is going to wait to try to capitalize on that position. Not going to happen, though. Abuza too ready for it, and look how quickly.
Yeah, he's got to pop a miracle. Give me a double. Give me a triple. Only able to find 2, and still the spawns in favor of Vegas. You have control of the HP. The players all spawn and picking up the right angles, and Kleenex and Joe still trying to contest this because you don't want to get 50-point club potentially. But Vegas are destroying them on Colossus. 25 seconds remaining here at the P2. Toronto are forced to play for it.
Are we kidding? I mean,
dude,
why was this map vetoed for Vegas? Holy cow. 13 and 23 for Insight, 11 and 20 for Joe. I mean, it doesn't matter. Toronto just can get nothing going. Even when they have this setup, they just cannot outslay FaZe on this map. And Synth is just getting all of the reads. Oh, mercy. This has been brutal. 186 to 53, and P3 just opened. FaZe have so much space to work with.
Yeah, I'm wondering, like, what's the communication right now on the side of Koi? Like, all right, guys, let's just chalk it up. Let's rotate. But at this point of the game, they're just thinking, all right, yeah, we just got to chalk this one up. We're going to a game 5. There's nothing that we can do about it. They simply are outclassing us, not losing any gunfights, not being broken on their setups. They're creating way too much space when they win the rotation over towards new. They breached the 200-point mark, and Koi just trying to avoid getting a 100-point club.
This is not what I had on my bingo card, Jay.
Hell no.
Toronto with the pistol, finally. Toronto will break through P3, but congratulations. Enjoy your 8 seconds, and we'll meet you at P4. It has been perfect for FaZe. It really, really has been. When called upon to break, they do it in their first attempt. When they get their setups, they are having every read down pat.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Just doesn't surprise me at this point, Al. Everything's just going right for them. Even double nade out of the Semtex out of 04. They clear out the back spawns. FaZe only need 20 seconds to force map number 5. And if you're Koi, yeah, let's just try to all break through front.
Yeah. Just the old square peg and round hole strategy. Just force it, see if it happens. There will be a break from the front, but it feels a little bit too far gone at this point, and Abuza is still ripping heads. I mean, this is a statement from FaZe. They didn't want to just rotate and win the game at new. They're like, we know we're beating your brakes off right now. That's easy enough. Holy cow. I bet there are some smiles for the FaZe fans. Maybe none bigger than Absolutely, the boss. Got to be loving that one as FaZe feeling confident now, resetting into a map 5 affair.
Yeah, I don't even got no notes from that one, Al. You win every rotation, you're winning every gunfight. Like, that was just way too easy there for FaZe. If you're Koi, you're completely stunned. This is a map that you find yourself 2-0 going into this series on. You're thinking, all right, we got players like Joe DeCease, we got Real, we got Kleenex, we can go back and forth between the AR and the sub. But we only get about 60 points here versus FaZe, who haven't won a hard point so far throughout the first 2 weeks until now. That was just a brutal beatdown. Take a look at the stats. No one doing anything on the side of Koi, and everyone on the side of Vegas putting their 25% in. It's just easy. Easy when the game's like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Pick a stat line and love it if you're a FaZe fan, because yep, you're building Walmarts. You're building wow. Not at all, I think, what we would have expected in this series. We framed it up as being a tight one. We looked at especially the most recent affair, Toronto and Vancouver, and said these guys look nuts on Colossus, and FaZe say, hold my eggnog. Scar, Search and Destroy, map number 5 coming up next. Any quick thoughts before we go to break, Jay?
This is gonna be a grueler, man. Whoever gets first blood is gonna win it.
You know, some days the analysis comes easy for my guy. I love it. I love it. Both teams have shown some fight on this map. Toronto, round 11 loss. Vegas have played it twice and split the difference. We're going to go to break, come back for our final map of 2025. Weird to say, but we're going to be back with it right after this.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Start the season strong with the 2026 Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator by scanning the QR code on screen or check it out in the Call of Duty store in-game now.
3. Wait, he's top 3. Who are you looking for?
Oh my god, Antoine. It's good.
No, you're good. It's like, you just run him on the way out. Bro, I'm like, yo, he's going front edge. He has to. No, he's going top 3.
This is the funniest.
Hey, we won. That's all that matters.
Yeah, we won. Good.
But like, somebody.
That might be it, folks. That is all she wrote. Heretics 3-0 on Control.
Unbelievable stuff. Again, these guys on this map were lost for so long. The improvements they made, never mind, the map is going on 0.0. Vikul didn't know either. Heretics started celebrating, and there's still game to be played.
There's 2 segments gone. Wow, what's happening? It's not over yet.
But early in our 7th circle here, there's still 30 teams left. You don't have any resources. Get to the zone if you can. Win your gunfight. Maze somehow sneaks through. You see a lone Nubu Spartan running around like a chicken with his head cut off. There are so many squads. This is unprecedented. Being able to see this from the Codcaster is so special. There's our first moving zone.
They're in the corner together.
Elimination
gets double iron though. This could work. Yeah.
GG. Comes away.
Look at draw. Oh, it's gonna get hype.
Damn, Benjay getting cooked, brother. He's getting roasted more than chestnuts on an open fire. Golly, Zuma, you still got to run the flank after dark with that guy. You really want to set up that energy? Woof. Jay, we got map 5. Round 11, we hope, but we never know. All I can say is this is going to be a banger. It just feels like both these two teams so evenly matched, and I think we took a lot away from what happened on the Den earlier.
Yeah, definitely taking a lot away of what happened in the Den, because when I went back and looked at the numbers, I was jaw-dropped the fact that Koi lost it the way that they did. They found 8 first bloods in game 2, but lost 6-5, compared to FaZe, who obviously found 3, and were able to clutch them in a lot of these rounds in a man-down situation. The only difference is that's on Den. This is on Scar. We know if you get first blooded on this map, it's very difficult to get objectives down. It's very difficult to hold your defensive setups, especially if you get picked off. So this is going to be about just slowing down the game as much as you possibly can. Neither team wants to get away with all those ratty plays or get caught slipping by making some mistakes. This is just an absolute square up. Who's better than the other?
Yeah, and that stat line right there from Simp, what you don't see on there is the 4 plants that came with the massive amounts of eliminations he was able to find. So we'll see how things unfold here as Simp will just be the one kind of watching for what a lot of teams have preferred is this kind of double opening defensive setup over towards plane. Shut down that B play early, use your nades to stop anything over towards A, and these set nades towards plane are going to tag but not find opening first blood. FaZe will have to back off and reset.
Yeah, Dross a knockdown to 24 HP, and now this is where 0-4 can start to make plays. You at least read 2 players on that side of the map, but you're trying to take space away from A. Thankfully, 0-4 is able to get out of dodge for now. Probably get a couple stuns and nades to get invested on the side of Core before you actually work this objective.
Yeah, but the big thing there is Toronto shrug off the potential for a smoke plant. So Simp is just going to belly crawl his way to top motel and see if he can find Insight. Real bouncing back and forth. Insight not initially seen, but Simp's shots were clean, just not quite clean enough. Insight survives, and the bomb will be planted for a 4v4.
You can already see on your minimap players like Draza, Mr. S&D hitting the long route. Just needs his teammates to stall time, but that's why you got a simp who strikes first. Now it's Draza time to make it happen, and now it's a 1v4 Olaf up to Joe. That's just textbook right there out of phase. You force them, you force their hand. You throw the smoke to force them to change the defensive look, to force them to throw stuns and nades, to not have a clean retake opportunity. But then once you clear out all that space, the smoke disappears. You allow Sim to crawl his way through top motel just to put himself in that positioning towards top painting before 04 thinks about that objective. Once that goes down, gets the bomb down, gets the first blood, Draza hits the flank. Just well executed play call right there out of phase.
Yeah, beautiful. Just mid-round adaptations showcased at a high level right there, because it did feel like that was supposed to be smoke cover for a plant, but you take insight off those top stairs, no one else for Toronto will really contest once the smoke fades. So let's see what Toronto have to offer for their opening offense. Defensive nades right towards the satellite dish. Riel inside shops, catches 04. I think trying to toss a stun or something and doesn't quite land. Kleenex at mid also wins a long-range battle on the Simp, and Toronto can now just reform with a 4v2.
And this is where Kleenex can get lost behind enemy lines. If you're thinking 4v2, the bomb's instantly going to work down towards A. And this is what creates the opening for Kleenex. And I love the way that Corey are playing this. No one going to think about that objective until Kleenex finds himself in towards top green. I'm able to spot the first. Now it's a 1v4. We can get it down. Or not.
Or just do that. That's fine too.
Yeah.
Okay. Statement, response from Toronto. Can they follow it up with a defense of their own now? I'll be interested to see what FaZe wants to do offensively. I mean, when you see teams like have preset plays for smoke hits over towards motel like that, you wonder how much they're going to go to that. And is there any, diversity built into the playbook of how you get any focus or pull to get the defense to consider B a little bit more?
Might be a sniper.
Could be.
That might be your go-to. We saw Beans so far on this map hit that wall bounce on the backside of Broken Plane and just gain all that information on that side of the map to keep them at bay. At least for now, Vegas is still going to take the slow and steady approach over towards A, force a couple attacks to be invested, see if they can get some kind of information, but Koi aren't budging.
Nade over to Insight, not going to fully land. Riel still working with them. Trophy system bounced off the top balcony to get at least some sort of denial of information in play. And yeah, just too many guns looking over to Riel, who's trying to slide back over to shop, but gets punished for it. Sim taking an absolute world of hurt, but still surviving is key, as FaZe will just survive and get into a 4v3.
And now Abuza's working his way up to the middle of the map, finds the freebie there onto Insight, another 4v2, make it a 4v9, and Simp gets it done to close out that round with the double. It all starts by finding that first blood onto Riel. Like you said, I don't know if he's trying to slide his way in towards Deli or in towards Yellow, but he just gets caught forcing himself to challenge not one, not two, but three players on the side of FaZe. And he just gets picked off early. And then that's what creates openings for Abuza to start to work that late flank, find kill number 2, and then just pick them apart one by one.
I don't know if we've really even seen anyone pull a sniper out off spawn yet from either team. We haven't seen any POVs of it yet. See if that ends up being a thing later on. Once again for FaZe come through, just step up aggressively at A. He's going to land. Does that need for a kill? It sure does. Well placed as 04 will drop for first blood. And keep your eye on Kleenex. He's already through and behind the B site.
But the timing right here.
todos.
Able to get the information and force Kleenex to reposition and sets up Simp to find that trade. Usually know that Kleenex is going to hit that kind of movement, but just a heads up play there from Draza to pick up the pinch. Evens up the numbers. Now it's a 2v2. Abuza trying to stay alive, but he gets caught.
Yeah, I say Draza, that's a really big decision to bounce back over, but shot through mid-map. Decent, but not good enough. Toronto survived through what looked to be a near breakdown, but just a dismissal of the rotation back to B. Draza with the heads up play to rotate back up to top Broken. That's a key first 1v1, but yeah, there's the perspective that I think we were all waiting for. Riel through the smoke like a phantom.
And now that's a tie game, Al. Just using what is thrown at you to your advantage. Gaining the info. Okay, they're beating the aggressors on A. And we find the first blood. Oh, Kleenex, there's no way in hell someone's watching over towards that B site. So he takes space away, and even though Draza catches him, your teammates are still able to clutch up on that round. So all tied up, a battle of the first bloods, and it's all been on the offense.
I think FaZe are aware that this is a pretty heavy-handed approach through B, just based on where those nades exploded at. And maybe they got a couple of tags of their own. Real in trouble, tries to self-smoke himself out. Not going to work. Yeah, great awareness there from FaZe. You see that, I believe it's Insight this time that, yeah, has the scope. And he's got to try to back off in this 2v3 to see if he can get some help from Kleenex, who's trying to get back over to be with him. But no, the chow from 04 comes too quickly, and Kleenex is now left alone in a 1v3. Sees one in the window. That's a tough gunfight. And FaZe quickly, with the read on what Toronto were doing, respond with a very
Lembrando, galera, dia 9 de janeiro, estamos de volta com a liga, hein?
Real, and even though one player on the pinch does find a kill, once they find themselves in that 3v2, they said, wait, didn't Inside just take a shot with the snipe? Oh yeah, let's try to isolate him in a 2v1
Eu vou estar trazendo para vocês o primeiro jogo no dia 10, segundo no dia 11, terceiro no dia 12.
Here on Scar.
Yep.
Vai ser sábado, domingo e segunda, hein? Assim
So
vai
what
ser a
changes
nossa
this time?
sequência.
FaZe tried to stack the box in front of Motel that last round. It was read beautifully by Toronto with their opening set nades. This time, it looks like FaZe want to maybe try to play with a little bit more aggression over towards B. Kleenex with the scope out. Shut down. Clean shots from Sib. Team shots there with 04. And now FaZe can just kind of use that map position as a win and reinforce the A site.
Yeah, just a little bit of flinch right there. Doesn't allow Kleenex to potentially line up a collab. The team shot's good enough for the first blood for FaZe on this side of the field. A minute left to go. Now in a man disadvantage, Koi have to bank on some nades connecting or someone making a play. And it's Insight working his way around plane area, but I'm pretty sure he was able to spot Sim.
May not make much of a difference. That's just very treacherous ground to try to navigate through. Oh, but he wins the gunfight off screen. Real has gotten some success moving forward, and Joe Deceives takes care of Draza. They also know Boots is up top. Real gets that elimination before falling, leaving it down to a 1v1. 04 versus Insight. 30 seconds, bomb down just outside A.
And Insight's got to get the objective down. 04 is just going to force his hand, force him to get the objective planted. So they can take it, but he's able to spot him on that cross. And Insight doesn't see him, but he sort of has his head on a swivel, knocked down to 1 HP. Now he just wants to plant it, and he can.
Just in the nick of time, 04 too far away to challenge this or the exit.
305 tava se ligando, hein? 305
do
aí.
you make to try to set this up? 04 Insight going to be in the middle of the map. I think 04 may have seen him. Insight not privy to the information, and 04 catches him off guard. FaZe take a huge swing round, stop the all-offensive affair, and we're going to be in a 4-2 count going into round 7.
It's a big play there from 04.
Leandro.
Cojones on that young man to not even check one of the sites and allow the bomb plant to go down. Versus Jamie Insight, who historically is one of the most clutch players that we have in the mode. He's just more confident in his own ability. Spotting him on the cross leads to a freebie there at the mid-tank. The first defense secured there for FaZe off of the back of the first blood. 2-round lead now for Vegas.
Puts immediate pressure onto Toronto to put
4-2 o placar, hein? Galera.
Over the top for both sides. Neither team really finding much damage or maybe any information.
Essa meia hora de torneio aqui vai ser frenética.
Joe, Kleenex, Insight, all stacked up backside staircase. And yeah, this is a lot on what Real can find.
He's just watching that cross. But a stun is going to connect, so he's forced to now use that smoke to potentially get out of dodge, but he's not going to switch up his positioning. 35 seconds already gone. You spot one, warp their way in towards Deli. That sets up Real for the first blood.
Yeah, that's just mind games right there by Real that go his way. Over the top, the shots from Joe. Abusa gets the trade. Real in some trouble, but has the numbers to still force the gunfight. Abusa, no, nothing there at mid-map. And yeah, just as soon as you call upon needing a defensive response for Toronto, they provide, and a lot of that is just sneaky action from Real.
Like you said, Real just plays it to perfection. You're probably expecting him not to play the same position, especially when you just first blooded him in that same situation, but This time he just commits on his play. Stun connects, doesn't budge. Watches the player cross in towards Deli for the first blood, and then everyone else in sync after that wins their one-on-one gunfight. So now back into another swing round between these two teams. 4-3, the advantage for FaZe. Offense has been the answer. Can they have two back-to-back defenses to put them at game point?
Toronto going to wait out the FaZe defensive nades once again. 04 going to do the belly crawl atop Motel, but he gets tagged in trouble, but still stays alive. But that setup from FaZe does not come through, and now it's on to Toronto to see what secondary play they have to try to get a read.
And Insight doesn't have a trophy systems to work with, but Draza on the other hand does. So still going to be holding down top Motel staircase. You have every single cross being watched over towards A. And consistently the entire time, Abuza hasn't gave up on the pinch. 04 strikes for the first.
Oh, Insight had an opportunity. Sees two defenders on the backside of the Motel stairs. Kleenex still watching over mid, but hasn't seen anything as of yet. So he needs to go search some info out, and he will make that play. Sees 04. His shadow just gleaming through the doorways. Last shot lands. Now up top. Nice shots, but no Abuza. Bests him on the angle. Joe deceives. Next one up. AR in hand. Cannot get Simp, and it rests now with Insight for a 1v3. Knows he's got players all around this staircase. Doesn't have a lot of time. And the first gunfight doesn't go his way. FaZe a chance to make a major statement to close out the year.
It's back-to-back defenses there for FaZe. Great adjustments on their setup, and trophy systems definitely played a part. Not a single attack was effective on the side of Koi there to potentially find an opening over towards that A site. They held strong in their setup. They found another first blood, which has been the story of this game. Whoever finds it has found the round win. And now FaZe just need one more to close this one out.
Locked in. Toronto trying to respond. Can they get it done on defense? Abuza, long range, trying to snipe. Finds one, misses the shot. Real in some trouble, though. Whoa, the team shots push Abuza back. And it allows Toronto to keep their defense forward on A. But look at the feel out from FaZe. They're already got 04 deep past the B site. Finds himself in some trouble. Will smoke himself back to safety. We'll play the map out from these positions.
Yeah, and this is basically a free B bomb plan. That's why you see Simp now quickly off the rotation over towards that site, because there's not a single angle that you can contest this from if you are Koi. It's just when you're waiting so long to get the objective down, eventually you're going to have to commit on it. Two players attacking through top green.
04, not expecting it. First blood goes through. The bomb hasn't even been attempted to be planted, but now it's stuck here. You have to fight off this position. And keep in mind, Abuza sniping. He is deep through mid. Draza trying to help out. Cannot keep Simp safe. And what a response for Toronto to re-clear out the positions, reclaim the bomb site, and now they've got Abuza headed for the hills, nowhere to go.
Beautifully played there from Koi. Like you show early face as the aggressors over towards A, you're able to withstand the shots there from Abuza to not allow that first blood to go down the opposite way. But then even when I was thinking, like, FaZe just took all the space away at the opposite site, they should be free to get this bomb down. But just 04 being spotted on the OE was all the information that Koi needed, because Simp completely out of the play, couldn't get the objective down fast enough. And then when they decide to hit the go button, they find that first blood onto 04 and instantly shut down that bomb plant. So Koi, stay alive, force round 10. Oh. Hey.
New York and Miami leaning back and watching. Stuns, nades over the top once again, ceremoniously so to the front side of A. This time neither really landing though. And instead of Real playing at mid, Kleenex will watch the flank from that position, and Real will see if they can catch a FaZe defender playing in shops. Seen on the cross though. How do you play this if you're Kleenex? How do you decide if you want to play for a plan if you're Joe? Lots of questions here for Toronto they need to try to figure out. Kleenex may have just seen the rear end of one. No, he can't finish the kill, but finally, first blood comes through.
Oh, and the flank is open. Kleenex is potentially going to get caught. Just some bad timing there and better plays there from 04. 3v2, 40 seconds to go. You got this guy isolated on the backside of Motel, 2v2.
It might just come down to two different 1v1s. Joe still hanging, looking to see if he can catch that flank defender rotating back through mid. Look at Abuza. He knows that 04 can watch over the top at A. And Abuza could be the sole defender over towards B, but 04 is now in trouble. Abuza has to come back to this play. Toronto gonna stick for the plant. Abuza's not gonna get here in time, but can he find Joe on the exit? Insight doesn't expect it. First kill comes through. Joe finds the 1v1, but Abuza from the top. No problem to finish it off in FaZe. A huge series win to finish off the calendar year. Gonna best Toronto and see themselves rise up the early standings.
A little more icy in the big moments. Finally around where the first blood doesn't go to the team that found it. FaZe just made better plays. Kleenex strikes for the first kill. Instantly responded with the trade in towards Delhi, but then 04 being the aggressor on the pinch to give them the advantage. 04 just made big time plays the last two maps, man. Realizing what is being thrown at him. Okay, no one watching the pinch. All I have to do is just value my life in this scenario. And then even when he was spotted, doesn't commit on that first gunfight to put Abuza in a 1v2, de-escalates the situation, gets out of dodge, and allows Abuza to make the play before he turns it around. Just ice in their veins, man. You can always expect FaZe with players like, you know, Simp and Draza, with the new additions of 04 and Abuza. This is one hell of an S&D team, and they showed it there.
I'll say, wow, what a series. Well, ignore that map 4, I think, if you're looking for just a tight affair. You're loving it if you're a FaZe fan, but they come away with 2 search and destroys. It's been the story of this FaZe team thus far throughout the year. What, the only, I think, what, they've only lost 1 and it was around 10 early versus Thieves? Like, that's excusable. Like, I mean, wow. What a series. For Toronto, lots of things to reflect back on as you go into the long break, but for FaZe, they have a really difficult stage 1 schedule. I mean, to come out and have to play Thieves, Paris, Toronto before the break. When they come back, they get Optic, a Cloud9 team that was looking pretty menacing after the preseason events. Same for G2, and then they finally get a softball versus Vancouver, who's going to have 2.5, 3 months to get better. So it's a really tough schedule for FaZe, and to exit this first split of it, 2-1, unbelievable. You take that.
You definitely will take that. And S&D wins you championships. So far, that has been the reason why they find themselves victorious in 2 out of their 3 series. Now, with basically a month break, these guys are going to be in the lab to make sure they improve the results next year.
Wow. You could say it. Next year is now officially what we look forward to. And wow, what a little taste of what we get for Black Ops 7. That does it for Jay and I as we head back to the studio to wrap it up.
Thank you, Alan and Study. Happy holidays, gentlemen. And Alan, go plug your bulbs in, buddy. Let's talk a little bit about what we just witnessed, because finally I got one right when everyone else got it wrong.
Come on now.
Simp and FaZe clutch up in a game number 5. Rosalie, search and destroy. Are they the best in the league or just the most clutch? Because this is 2 double-digit S&D wins tonight.
No, absolutely. I think that 1-6-0 kind of solidified it for us here on the desk, but obviously this one as well. It's just clinical. It's like they just keep suffocating you slowly and slowly as you keep going deeper and deeper into this game 5. And even when Toronto Koi was trying to give him some new looks, we saw Kleenex trying to watch the back. They were trying to make some adjustments. It didn't matter. FaZe Vegas didn't give you any slight of anything. They didn't give you anything to work with, no info. They let you make the mistake first, and then they capitalize on it. And that is just so difficult to play again.
And multiple times in the green room, we screamed out, "Scum fight of the game." It's not Abuza's 1v3. It's not the clutches we saw. It's going to be a montage from game number 4. But speaking about Abuza in particular, is it the brain? Is it the aim? What is getting them dubs in search since adding Abuza and 04 to this lineup?
I think collective as a unit, like, they just understand how they want to play. I think one small thing is separating them, especially in the search and destroys. Their attack usage is better than everybody in the game. The stun checks, where to use your smokes, how to retake, like, everything is perfect. And you're talking about a FaZe team where this feels like a FaZe team of old. You're never going to sweep them in respawns, and they're going to lock down their search and destroys. So if you're FaZe and you're Simp, you're feeling really good about the roster constructions. And in terms of the power rankings, Ali, they got to be at number 2.
I was feeling down bad at the half, and then this game 4 hit. Let's take a look at your scuff play of the game. Ali, you said they're just overwhelming them.
This was unbelievable. I mean, it's like they all hit flow state at the same time. This is what we were hoping to see when we saw this roster built. And honestly, I don't know if they were just keeping this in their back pocket by vetoing Colossus, but if I'm any team moving forward, I don't want to play this against them. This is an auto veto, and this is something FaZe has done beautifully in the last couple of years. It's just creating maps that you cannot put into a series because they're going to do things like this to you.
I thought really highly of Koi coming into this. I still do. I mean, that was a banger back and forth, but this was a statement to close out the year.
Yeah.
Koi struggling in Hardpoint, or FaZe simply dominating Colossus, a map that we hadn't seen from them. A pocket pick came out in this series, and they made a statement. We talked to Abuza about it. Abuza, welcome to the Monster Winter Spotlight. First question for you guys. Why were you banning Colossus? Yeah. Was this just a lie that you guys doubled and tripled down on, or did you fix something?
No, I mean, we definitely fixed some stuff. Like, we are getting better. We are watching VOD. We need to figure out what's going on, what we need to do exactly. And we did a good job in practice on Colossus, so that's why we fried them.
Worked out.
Abuza, you were playing so well in this series, and to kick things off in the first one, the AR duo, you guys didn't start off so hot, you and Draza. You guys have bounced back in these last two series. What did you guys figure out to improve?
I mean, I'm gonna talk for myself. I just need to still figure out my playstyle with the team, like the pace, etc. I'm doing a better job now, but I can still do better for sure. And for Draz, it's probably the same. We still need to figure out some stuff in our point, especially. I think like SND and Overload, we are really good. This is just like our point we need to figure out again. But we have a month break and we will be good, trust me.
I believe you.
Abuza, what a way to close out 2025. What are we going to expect from FaZe Vegas in 2026 when we come back?
Be the best team in the game for sure. And yeah, try to win like every tournament possible.
Hell yeah.
Abuza, incredible stuff tonight. Final question as everyone is heading to the holidays. How are you going to celebrate? Do you get to fly back to Belgium? Where's family?
No, I'm just, my girlfriend's coming here and that's it. Nothing crazy, to be honest.
That's a good.
Make sure you hit him with the FaceTime.
That's a good answer. Stay locked. Like you said, use this month to become the best. Congrats on the win, my guy.
Thank you, man. Have a good one, guys.
Amazing stuff from FaZe Vegas. You mentioned it, Ant. This is now a gauntlet. They've done the hard part of the job. From here on out, the road has to be easy to stage one.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it like they've played three of the top teams in the game. You're talking about Thieves, and now you're playing Koi, right? So, and Gentlemates, and you've come out 2-1, where they don't even feel like they're that good at hardpoint yet. So you use this month to improve there. It's going to be real scary for the rest of the league.
Ali, I see you hugging your emotional support tree over there. As we wrap up our holiday episode, we've got some updated standings behind you. Optic remains undefeated at 30 points. We now have, 5 teams at 2-1?
Yes, we do.
Riyadh Falcons get a second win. What is the craziest storyline that you're walking away with here as we close out December?
Ooh, the craziest storyline I'm walking with is, I don't know, honestly, the slow start from Vegas. And then the way that they ended up closing it out is they weren't really in the conversations. We were talking about the top teams, I feel like. We kind of let them fly under the radar, and I think they made a statement this weekend.
Another Game 5 from the Heretics. They get the win tonight. They join the winner column, and they move up to 9th place. But who led everybody on the day? Which individuals popped off? Let's go over to our top performers. Nameless, give me a prediction.
Our top performers of the day. I'll go Sim played really well, but they did lose 2 respawns. Looking back, Miami Heretics, Trake's played pretty well.
Oh, maybe on Rion, maybe. Trying to think Riyadh Falcons.
I don't know. Production, throw us a boner. Let's see this graphic.
Survey said working on it, efforting. Celium and Sim.
Did say Sim.
Old Faithful, the man with the original top KD, drops a 139, going positive 27 for the Falcons tonight. On the other side, just 1 damage more at 11,757.
Oh, that's crazy.
It's Chris Lair, like 3.0, a 1.5 in searches. These guys are monsters out.
I will say in the damage, Celium only played 4 maps, so.
It's fair.
He was slamming.
Slammage across the board. Production. We are back in action. January 9th, I am snowboarding in Colorado. You guys can come join me the 3rd through the 8th. G2, though. Minnesota, Riyadh, Falcons facing off at 3 o'clock. We'll close it out with the Royal Ravens and battle between Miami. Ant's going to be a daddy in May. Everybody go send him some love. You can tip him on Twitter. Allie, we'll see you in January, right?
Yeah, I'll see you in January.
All right, everybody. Make it to the new year safe, everybody. We'll see you then. And let's grind the game. Everybody start using some subs, bro. Subs are about to be dominant in 2026.
As we say goodbye, call your family, call your friends, check in on your loved ones. Happy holidays. Stay safe, everybody.
Merry Christmas.
Ó, galera, que temporada, né?
We got that power.
Foram mais de 6 jogos nessa temporada. Abrimos em começo de dezembro e fechamos agora no final de dezembro. Lembrando todos, voltamos com mais da Liga, a rodada 3, lá em janeiro, dia 9. Então, semanalmente teremos 3 jogos, 3 lives, né? Sexta, sábado e domingo. E lembrando, vocês também teremos os 2 times se enfrentando por dia. Então, lembrando, em Las Vegas vai ser, se não estou enganado, a volta, né? Vai ser em Las Vegas. Muito obrigado a todos por me acompanhar aqui no dia de hoje. Vamos a todos. Feliz Natal. E nos vemos amanhã com mais aqui da Liga para vocês. Ok? Valeu. Falou. E eu fui.
I'm blocking. Go, baby. Holy that's the one.
Iniciar janela. Pesquisar janela. Recomendo desligar OBS Studio Anidesk fixar janela. Interromper